Hey everyone, welcome to Infinity Harry. If you're enjoying our unique takes on Harry Potter and want to see more exciting content, don't forget to hit that subscribe button. Today we will see what if Harry adapted terrible magic against Dursleys. Here is short summary. Harry's suffering at the hands of the Dursleys awakens a dangerous and unique magic, changing his fate forever. But before we start, if you want more stuffs like this, then please support to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Let's start the video. Harry, this is Albus Dumbledore, the headmaster of Hogwarts School for Witchcraft and Wizardry. Albus seemed slightly taken aback when the boy did not reply at all, and Severus was just about to explain about their telepathic conversations when Harry's questioning thought penetrated his mind. "Excuse me, sir, I can sense that there is someone else in this room. I can sense very strong but friendly magic." Before Severus could reply, Fawkes began to trill a soothing melody. "I know that you can sense me. I am Fawkes, the headmaster's familiar. I am a fire phoenix." Seeing that a small smile appeared on Harry's face, Severus realized that Harry seemed to be able to hear at least to a certain extent. "Hello Fawkes," Harry thought to the phoenix, unsure why he felt safe enough to not only communicate with the kind professor who had been his mother's friend and had come to take him away from his horrible relatives, but also to the phoenix. A small smile played on his lips. "He sounds nice. I wonder what he is though. He must be some kind of animal," he thought, unbeknownst to the shocked expressions on the professors' faces when the bird spoke up again. "I am happy that you can hear me and communicate with me through telepathy. Is Harry able to understand your babbling?" The headmaster sounded surprised. Harry knew better than to respond. Uncle Vernon's words that a freak should never be heard or seen firmly anchored in his mind. "He'll probably be a Phoenix Animagus, and I can sense that I'm going to be his familiar in the future." The phoenix, whatever that was, sounded happy, causing Harry to wonder why. "Is that so?" the headmaster inquired and translated for Professor Snape what Fawkes had told him. "Yes. Albus, will you please call Poppy and Minerva here if she's already back from Hogsmeade? I want Poppy to check on Harry to confirm my findings, and we need Minerva to discuss how we can best help him." The professor's voice was firm, however, gentle, and it sounded soothing to Harry's ears. Never before had someone spoken so friendly in his presence, except for Mrs. Figg. In fact, Harry had felt bad for not replying to her, however, he knew that he was not allowed to speak. "I didn't know that it was possible to simply think to people," he thought, still surprised at the matter that Professor Snape had brought to his attention earlier. He sensed more than he heard that two persons entered the office. "Harry." It was a female voice that shouted his name in apparent happiness, before it continued in apparent shock. "What happened to the poor child? Look at his eyes. Severus, will you please relay to Harry that these are Professors McGonagall and Pomfrey?" Harry recognized the headmaster's voice. He sounds like a kind old man, he thought, however, did not feel comfortable to think to him yet. "Harry," Professor Snape's thought penetrated his mind. "I believe that you're probably well able to hear what the headmaster said. However, I will keep this knowledge to myself if you feel more comfortable making them believe that you don't." "Thank you, sir," Harry thought back, feeling very much reassured by the professor's understanding. "According to my spells, Harry is suffering from the so-called Epiel's disease." The professor spoke to his colleagues, however, in the same soothing voice that he had used before. While someone let out a gasp, the headmaster inquired, "And what exactly is the Epiel's disease?" This time, it was a female voice that let out a deep sigh and finally responded, "This illness is caused by continuous abuse over a long time, and it affects a person's senses. In the first stages, it is a mere psychological problem, however, as it continues, it can lead to effects as, for example, blindness and muteness in the final stage." "Albus," the voice that had spoken to him earlier shouted. "You assured me that Harry was fine. You told me they'd love him and raise him as their own. How dare you leave him in an abusive household? I told you they were the worst muggles I've ever seen." Suddenly feeling frightened at the person's anger, even if it was not directed at him, Harry made himself invisible. "No one wants to see a freak. Harry, are you all right?" Professor Snape's thought was laced with what seemed to be concern, something that Harry had never experienced before. "Yes, sir. Sorry, sir." "There is no need to be sorry, Harry, but don't be afraid. They're angry at the headmaster because of what happened to you, and he fully deserves their anger, because he was the one who placed you with your relatives. These two ladies have always been very fond of you. They often babysat you, when you were a baby, and they love you very much. They'd have loved to raise you themselves." "Minerva, stop shouting. You're frightening Harry," the other female voice stated, before she asked, "Considering that one cannot apparate out of Hogwarts, I suppose that he somehow turned invisible." "Exactly," Professor Snape confirmed. "He seems to be extremely powerful. Harry, will you please make yourself visible again?" When Harry hesitantly complied, instinctively driven by his soft voice, he continued aloud. "Poppy, could you please confirm my diagnosis?" "Of course." Harry heard the voice mumble something, which he could not understand. However, he felt the same tingling sensation that he had sensed earlier, when Professor Snape had checked on him. "I'm afraid Severus' assessment was correct. It is the Epial's disease. Is there a known remedy?" The headmaster's voice was laced with what seemed to be concern. "That's impossible. I'm just only a freak whom no one wants," Harry thought in disbelief. "No." Harry recognized Professor Snape's voice. "We must find a way for him to return to the Dursleys." The headmaster's voice sounded grave, however, caused his colleagues to shout again. "They're standing up for me," Harry thought, incredulously, however, instinctively turned invisible again. "Harry, everything is all right. You will not have to go back to your relatives if you don't want to." "Thank you, sir," Harry replied, however, knew that no one else would want him, considering that he was a freak. "Albus, if you send him back there, I'm going to head to the Ministry of Magic and accuse you of tolerating child abuse." The Ministry of Magic, Harry wondered. Is magic real? It was the witch, whom they called Poppy. However, the other woman and Professor Snape immediately voiced their consent. "Very well, you won." The headmaster finally relented. "However, Severus must become Harry's guardian, and I ask all three of you to find a way for him to properly attend Hogwarts. He must be trained. How should we teach him if he can neither hear nor see?" One of the witches asked in clear anger. "Everything is your fault, old man." "Yes, I am sorry, Minerva." The old wizard replied. "I shall go to the Dursleys and get their signature on the guardianship parchments. According to Mrs. Figg, they will only return to their home tomorrow evening," Professor Snape informed the headmaster. "With your permission, I would love to speak with Petunia myself." "Very well. Thank you, Severus. I will prepare the guardianship parchments for you. I'll never have to go back there." Harry thought in disbelief, for the first time ever since he could remember feeling cautiously happy. After telepathically making sure that he was able to walk for about 15 minutes, Professor Snape carefully took his hand and led him out of the headmaster's office. Harry inwardly sighed in relief. Somehow, he had not felt overly well in the headmaster's company, even if he could not come up with a reason. He almost had to hurry to keep up with the professor's fast pace. However, the older wizard stopped a few times to tell him where they were. It was not as if he was completely blind and helpless. He could at least discern if his surroundings were dark or bright, and he could sense the magic of the castle. He knew if they were walking along a corridor or through a larger hall, depending on where he could sense the walls on both sides. Surprised, he noticed that the castle's walls felt somehow soothing. "This is the entrance hall," the professor informed him, when they reached a larger hall, which was also much brighter than the corridor they had passed before. "From now, we're going to head to the dungeons, where our quarters are situated." While Harry did not know what the dungeons were, he noticed that the corridor steadily headed downwards and that the air became cooler as they went. Must be some place like the cellar at the Dursleys, he thought, remembering the room, where he had to spend an hour every evening carefully cleaning his relatives' shoes. Over the time, he had become proficient at it. He recognized the colors of the shoe cream by the form of the bottles and knew exactly which shoes needed brown, black or red. He was brought back to reality when the professor silently informed him that the next door on the left side led to his classroom. Harry did a careful step in the direction of the door to possibly remember the exact position. From the opposite side of the wall, the magic of people penetrated his mind. To his relief, Severus quickly explained that there were portraits on the wall, from where he could probably sense the magic coming from the witches and wizards inside. The professor is really nice to explain all such things to me, he thought, feeling very grateful towards the older wizard. This will help me find my way back to this classroom. They continued along the corridor, where the next door led to the professor's office. Harry did his best to remember the magic coming from the opposite wall, where a painting of 3 magical people seemed to be situated. Finally, they arrived in front of a door, which Harry found was completely different due to the various types of magic coming from what he supposed were people. A portrait right on the door this time. He wondered. This door leads to my private quarters, which will be yours now as well, the professor informed him. It is guarded by the portrait of Salazar Slytherin along with a snake. Place your hand against the door, so that I can ask Professor Slytherin to let you in at all times. Oh, a young one. How nice. Harry heard a voice, which he could not place. He only noticed that it sounded pleased. This is Slyther, and she seems happy to have a young one coming to live here, a male voice explained. Thanks for translating, Salazar. Did she really say that? The professor inquired. She did, Harry thought to him. Could you understand the snake? The professor's response came extremely quickly. Yes. Was that a snake? This is Harry, my new ward, and apparently he can comprehend Parseltongue. Really? Oh, that's extremely welcome. Hello Harry, I am Salazar Slytherin, and I am a Parselmouth as well. Welcome to the Potions Master's chambers. Potions Master, Parselmouth. Harry wondered, however, knew better than to ask. He thought a quick thanks to the professor, when he shortly explained to the portrait that he was not able to speak at this time. He hesitantly followed the older wizard into what seemed to be a large room, which was full with various sources of magic that penetrated his senses. He unconsciously flinched back, when he felt someone grab his hand, however, immediately relaxed upon the gentle touch. Please sit here on the sofa, the professor instructed him in a soft voice, which felt extremely soothing to Harry's ears. He gingerly sat on the edge of said sofa, somehow feeling very self-conscious. Harry, please relax and make yourself comfortable. This is my home, which from now on will be yours as well. Is it all right if I speak to you aloud? Yes, sir. Harry thought back to the kind man. You may, of course, always reply through telepathy if that makes you feel more comfortable. Thank you, sir. Harry inwardly sighed in relief. We have an hour before lunch begins in the Great Hall. If it's somehow possible for you, we should try to attend the meals in the Great Hall. He sounded thoughtful. First of all, I will introduce you to Cicero and show you our quarters. Cicero. An instant later, Harry heard a small pop followed by the feeling of a completely different kind of magic. Cicero is my personal house elf. Cicero, this is Harry Potter, my new ward. Harry was not treated well by his family, and he is suffering from the final stage of the Epiel's disease. He is not able to see, and right now, he is not ready to speak either. However, I hope to be able to remedy at least this last point soon. Harry is 8 years old and so far has never received any education. Since I have to teach classes for another month before the beginning of the summer holidays, I would like to ask if you and some of the other elves could perhaps teach him some primary school knowledge, perhaps along with some introductory magic, as his magic seems to be extremely powerful. Of course, Master Severus, Little Master Harry, we, that is I and probably Misty and Malcolm, will be happy to teach Little Master Harry, while Master Severus is teaching. Perhaps Misty will be able to help with his illness, too. As the elves' healer, she might be able to help in a different way from our human healers, the professor replied, sounding thoughtful. Yes, the elf confirmed. Master Harry, we house elves do all the housework at Hogwarts, and most of us are bonded to the headmaster, but not all. My friends Misty and Malcolm are not, nor am I. They are Professor McGonagall's and Healer Pomfrey's elves. You met them both my colleagues earlier in the headmaster's office, the professor reminded him. Harry nodded in understanding. These women sounded nice, he thought, even if they seemed to be totally angry at the headmaster for some reason. Cicero, Please speak with Misty and Malcolm how to proceed and meet us here tomorrow evening after dinner. In the meantime, I shall remain with Harry, and I'll also discuss the matter of his education with Minerva and Poppy." A moment later, Cicero excused himself and Harry felt more than heard that he disappeared. He sounded very nice, Harry thought, and he's going to teach me, although I'm just a freak and unworthy of attending school. Thank you, Professor, for asking him to teach me. I'd love to learn things. Harry, in private you may call me Severus, just not in front of the students. From now on, you will study a lot. From the age of 11 onwards, which for you will be in a little more than 2 years, students attend Hogwarts, and there is much which you have to learn in order to catch up with the other children. Harry felt very excited. I'm going to attend classes together with other children? He asked in disbelief. Although I'm a freak and can't see or speak. You are not a freak, and yes, I hope you'll be able to attend Hogwarts together with everyone else. You'll have to try really hard, as due to your illness, everything will be much more difficult for you than for the others. Well, you're not alone in this. We will all help you. Thank you so much. You're welcome. Now, do you wish to take my hand or would you rather just follow me, when I will show you to your room and the rest of our quarters? Harry pondered the matter for a moment. I'm fine, he replied, preferring to avoid being touched, even if the professor seemed to be very kind. Very well, Severus relented. If you have any questions, feel free to ask at any time. During the next 30 minutes, Harry explored their quarters. Severus led him into one room after the next, and allowed Harry to check it out as he felt comfortable, while he patiently waited for him in the doorframe. Harry was taken aback when Severus led him to a room saying that it would be his, Harry's, room. When he stepped inside, expecting a tiny chamber similar to his former cupboard under the stairs, he could tell from the walls, magic that the room was fairly big. He walked along the wall, explored a large wardrobe, a bookshelf, a desk that was equipped with a chair, which felt comfortable to the touch, as well as an enormous bed. The bed alone is as big as my cupboard was, he thought in disbelief. Is that really for me? He asked, incredulously. Of course. Why do you ask? Did you not have your own room at your relative's place? I lived in the cupboard under the stairs, Harry admitted. Thank you, Professor Severus. I feel as if I was stuck in a good dream, he added to himself. In the end, Severus realized that they were late for lunch in the Great Hall and led Harry into a small kitchen. He guided him to a chair and told him, sit here. This will be your seat from now on. I am going to sit on the opposite side. Harry hesitantly hovered behind the indicated chair. Finally, Severus repeated, Harry, please sit down. Were you not allowed to sit at the table for lunch? No, Harry thought to his new guardian. Freaks are not allowed to sit at the table. Somehow, his reply came automatically, and only after thinking it to the professor did Harry realize what it meant and that it would probably not apply in the professor's quarters. Harry, here, you are allowed and even requested to sit at the table for meals. Severus' voice was gentle but firm, and Harry automatically felt inclined to comply. An instant later, he felt Cicero's magic, and soon, the scent of food penetrated his senses. It smelled wonderfully, and with Severus' kind encouragement, Harry hesitantly used a spoon to carefully eat just a little bit of the delicious food that he found on his plate. Too soon, he felt completely full. Thank you, sir. I've never eaten something so nice before. From now on, you're going to eat 3 meals a day, and I hope that over the time, you'll be able to stomach more than such a little bit. You are much too skinny for an 8-year-old. Harry pondered apologizing, however, remembered that no one wanted to hear much from a freak and remained quiet, while the professor finished his meal. Just when they returned to the living room, where Harry resumed his previous seat on the sofa, 2 people entered their quarters, and from the magic penetrating his senses, Harry realized that it had to be Professor McGonagall and Healer Pomfrey. Severus and Harry, is everything all right here? McGonagall's voice was gentle, and Harry had the impression as if it was laced with concern. We took our time inspecting our quarters and talking to Cicero, so we were late for lunch in the Great Hall. My apologies. That's all right then. Pomfrey spoke in an equally soft voice. Are you settling in well? I believe so, Severus replied on both their behalf. We're going to need your help though, considering that I still have a month of classes to teach before the holidays. I've already asked Cicero for help, and he told me that he'd involve Misty and Malcolm to teach Harry when I'm not available. That's fine, and Harry can also spend some time with me in my office during class time. Madame Pomfrey's voice was warm and friendly. I've sent a Patronus to Miranda, who is chaperoning Hogsmeade today. Harry recognized Professor McGonagall's voice. I asked her to have a look at Flourish and Blots and check if they have any book in Braille. Otherwise, we need to ask Phileas to develop a charm for us, as it is important that Harry learns to read. Why would he be able to read Braille? Being blind doesn't enable him to read, and none of us is able to teach him Braille. One of the witches let out a deep sigh. Perhaps it would be better to teach him a charm that will read a page to him. Harry listened with interest. I'd love to read books and study a lot, he thought, feeling very happy with the new turn that his life had taken all of a sudden. They really want to help me, he thought, gratefully. Thank you so much for trying to help me, he thought to Severus, who repeated his sentence to the ladies. Is he able to hear our conversation? McGonagall's voice was laced with apparent surprise. Partly yes, Severus admitted. Sorry, Harry, everything else would be unbelievable, and you can really trust these two. You've heard how they were ready to kill the headmaster on your behalf. Harry smiled. That's true, he thought, as he remembered how the two ladies had shouted at the old wizard. Severus cleared his throat, before he began to speak in his soft voice. We will need to ask for Phileas' assistance concerning books. On a different note though, when I picked Harry up at Arabella Figg's place, he was surrounded by cats and was eagerly petting them. I was wondering if I should buy a guide dog for him or at least a cat familiar. That's a wonderful idea, especially the guide dog. Pomfrey immediately agreed, sounding excited. Please ask him if he likes dogs. Harry, have you ever met a dog? No, sir. Did you like the cats at Mrs. Figg's place? Yes, sir. They were nice, Harry thought, recalling how they had purred in apparent contentedness when he petted them. I know someone who is raising and training guide dogs. Do you remember Thomas Burnham? He was a Gryffindor about 20 years ago. I've still occasionally been in contact with him. I remember him. Even back then, he had a great affinity to animals. That must have been before my time at Hogwarts. Severus sounded thoughtful. Minerva, may I ask you to contact him on Harry's and my behalf? Let me call him. May I borrow your fireplace for a moment? Of course. The fireplace, Harry thought, incredulously, and almost jumped in shock at the magic he felt, as the fireplace sprang to life. The magic seemed to come from a warm place not far from where he was sitting. That's all right, Harry. This is the fireplace, and we use it to call other wizards and witches like through a Muggle telephone. Thank you, Severus. Harry felt extremely grateful that his new guardian was so gentle and explained so many things to him. Never had anyone done such a thing for him. Oh well, it wasn't necessary, as I spent all my time alone in my cupboard except for when I had to cook for the Dursleys, he thought. He absent-mindedly registered how Professor McGonagall spoke to someone, as if she was making a phone call. In contrary to the phone calls, which he had witnessed his Aunt Petunia make from time to time, he could even hear the person on the other side of the connection. In the end, Professor McGonagall agreed with the man that Professor Snape should step through the fireplace together with him, Harry. Step through the fireplace, Harry thought in disbelief, when he recalled that they had already traveled through a fireplace, when Severus had brought him to Hogwarts. I can do that, somehow, he felt relieved at the thought. Without hesitating, he allowed Severus to take him by the hand and stepped into the fireplace together with the older wizard. Scotland Guide Dog Center, Severus said in a firm voice, before the travel began. Harry had to admit to himself that he was not as shocked as earlier, however, he still did not overly like the travel. He thought a grateful thanks to the older wizard when he gently guided him out of the fireplace. He quietly listened, while Severus talked to Mr. Burnham and told him about him being blind, however, in the possession of very strong magic. All of a sudden, he felt something wet touch his left hand, before the wet thing began to meticulously lick his hand. He leaned down and automatically began to pet the head that was attached to the licking tongue using his right hand. The ears are large and fluffy, he thought, somehow admiring the creature who seemed to be very gentle, as it began to lick his right hand. "This is Lucy, and she seems to have taken a liking to your boy. She is a magical Borador, a mix of a magical Labrador and an equally magical Border Collie. She is 2 years old and already fully trained as a guide dog. Harry, would you like to have Lucy as your familiar? Shall we take her with us?" "For me," Harry thought back, incredulously, as he gently continued to pet the canine, barely noticing that his hands were completely wet. "Of course, for you. They have other dogs, but I believe that Lucy has already chosen you." "She's very friendly," Harry thought back, only to add for himself, "I'd love to have her, but she won't be happy with me, a blind freak." Just when Severus spoke to the older wizard again to inform him that they were going to take Lucy, Harry sensed that the canine let out a strong bout of magic and suddenly felt very happy. "I've bonded with you. I am Lucy," a soft voice penetrated his mind. "Hello Lucy, I am Harry, and I am very happy," Harry thought, guiding his thoughts to the canine. "Thank you so much for bonding with me." "Lucy bonded with me," he informed Severus. "That's good," the older wizard replied, before he agreed with the dog breeder that they needed a collar and a leash for her. A few minutes later, someone pressed one end of the leash into Harry's right hand, before Severus reached for his left hand and said, "Let's return to Hogwarts. Lucy, please come with us." "Come Lucy, you're going home with us," Harry thought to his new familiar, smiling happily, before he gently led her into the fireplace together with Severus. A few minutes later, when he hesitantly sat on the sofa again, feeling that Lucy settled down next to him, the canine managed to shock him to the core. In front of Harry's mind, the image of a bright room appeared. It was built around a large fireplace and completely surrounded by white bookshelves, which were only interrupted by tall windows. "I can see," he thought, incredulously, before the image vanished as sudden as it had appeared. "That was the room we're in," Lucy's voice penetrated his mind. "Wow, thank you," Harry replied in surprise, thinking that his dog was totally amazing. "I will show you our surroundings every now and then. If you want to see something, tell me." "Thank you, Lucy, you're the best. I am happy to make you feel good. Will you pet me?" "Sorry, what is pet? I hope she won't be angry," he thought, frantically. The canine forcefully rubbed her head against his hand, making him understand what she wanted. Smiling, Harry gently petted the canine's head, causing her to let out small sounds which he understood as contentedness. "I hope it means that I'm doing it right," he still thought in concern. Suddenly, another image appeared in the front of his mind. A man, completely dressed in black, was sitting in an armchair in front of the fireplace, which Harry recognized as the one in their room. A small smile was playing on the man's lips as he stared at them. "Is that Severus?" he thought to his familiar, suddenly feeling very excited. "Yes, he seems very nice." "That he is," Harry replied. Somehow, he had the impression as if he could fully trust his guardian, although he had only met him for the first time just a couple of hours ago. "Lucy is able to show me pictures," he informed the older wizard. "She just showed me your room." "That's fantastic Harry, and it's our room now." The response came right away. "Thank you so much for everything," Harry thought back, gratefully. "You're welcome." Suddenly, Severus continued aloud. "Harry, we will ask Cicero to help you care for Lucy, but in general, it is your job to feed her and to take her outside, whenever she has to go. If you need assistance, Cicero or I will always help you." Harry could sense that Lucy waggled her tail in apparent approval. "What do I need to do, sir?" He suddenly felt extremely uncertain, as he had no idea how to care for a dog. "Do you remember where the kitchen is?" Nodding his head, Harry slid down from the sofa and hesitantly made his way to the kitchen, realizing that Lucy automatically followed him. As soon as they entered the tidy, bright room, an image of the kitchen appeared at the front of his mind. He noticed that on the other end of the table was a spot, which was equipped with 2 bowls, one containing water and one filled with small pellets. "Cicero has already prepared water and dry food for Lucy, so that there is nothing for you to do right now. Please see to it that you give her something if she tells you that one of the bowls is empty. I trust that you will be able to make yourself acquainted with our kitchen. You can find the dog's food on the floor, on the left side of the bowls. Usually, Cicero will see to it. Nevertheless, I wish you to feel responsible for her and see to her needs. You will also have to take her out into the garden. Let me show you the way. The garden, Harry wondered. I thought we were in the cellar. Although, it is very bright for a cellar. Led by the magic he could sense coming from the professor, he followed him along the corridor with Lucy on his heels. Finally, they stood in front of what seemed to be a portrait. Harry could feel magic similar to that of Salazar Slytherin, who was guarding their rooms, yet slightly different. The lady in the portrait is Caradwyn Hufflepuff, Salazar's sister-in-law. They both lived 1,000 years ago. Harry nodded at Severus' explanation. That probably explains why her magic feels similar to Salazar's, he accidentally thought back in excitement. Is that so? Severus queried, sounding amused. Yes, sir. Magic is really helpful. I am so glad that it exists. That we all are, the older wizard reassured him, just when Lucy sent Harry an image of the portrait in front of them. Thanks, Lucy. You're welcome. Caradwyn, this is Harry, my ward, and Lucy, his familiar. Please let both of them in and out at any time. Of course, dear, I shall do so. I suppose that Lucy is Harry's eye. Exactly. She is his guide dog, and she needs to go out into the garden to release herself. Harry and Lucy followed the professor into what he explained as his herb garden. Only Madame Pomfrey and I come here, no one else can access it. Harry nodded in understanding, all the while he was completely overwhelmed by the magic erupting from different parts of the garden. Severus led Harry and his familiar through his herb garden, of which he was very proud. He showed the dog to a corner and instructed her to do her business there and not at any other point. The canine let out a small woof of what appeared to be understanding, only to confirm the sentiment by gently licking his right hand. At the same time, Severus noticed that Harry's face displayed a deep frown. Harry, is something wrong? He asked, kindly. The response came after a moment of silence. No, sir. I'm just surprised just how strong the magic is, and it changes with every step we take. This is just amazing. What does he mean? Severus wondered, as he absent-mindedly observed Lucy do her business. Yes, he could feel the garden vibrate with the herbs, magic. However, it felt the same all over the garden. Could it be that he feels the specific magic of each herb? Is it possible to distinguish them by their magic? He pushed the question aside for later. I'll try to teach Harry about magical and non-magical ingredients later on. I don't know if he will be able to do anything in the lab with his dog's assistance, but we'll see, he decided. At least, his mother was extremely adept at potions and he seems to be tolerable. He led Harry and Lucy back into the living room, where he settled down in his favorite armchair, wondering how to proceed with the boy who had suddenly become his ward earlier the same day. When he looked up, he realized in amusement how Lucy was comfortably resting on the sofa with her head on Harry's lap. He was just about to tell the child that dogs were supposed to sleep a lot, when he noticed that Harry's head slid down and came to lie on top of the canine. Oh well, he's probably knackered, considering that his life completely changed today, he thought, as he observed Harry and Lucy sleep. He was still smiling, when Minerva stepped out of the fireplace looking at him in apparent surprise. Severus, you're smiling. Her voice was laced with a combination of disbelief and delight. Pure imagination. He quickly schooled his expression to his usual, blank mask. Oh my, aren't they cute? Could you perhaps remain for them for a while, so that I could look in on my Slytherins? Of course. What do they need, when they wake up? Is there anything I should do? They only just fell asleep, so I hope that you'll have some quiet minutes, Severus informed his colleague, before he suggested reading a book to Harry. Perhaps. Hogwarts. A history. Minerva cast him a flabbergasted look. Is he able to hear? I am not capable of telepathy. Severus let out a deep sigh. Please keep this bit of information for yourself, but yes, he is able to hear, and I'm sure he'd love it if you read to him. I didn't have the time to try it out yet. Just don't be disappointed if he won't reply. I don't know if he is unable to speak aloud or if he just doesn't speak, because he might have been punished for making as much as a sound all his life. Only time will tell. Minerva nodded in apparent understanding, and he swiftly left his rooms in the direction of the shortcut to the Slytherin common room. Minerva quietly sat on the sofa opposite of the small boy and his dog. How can someone treat such a cute little boy like that? She thought, feeling horrified at what seemed to have happened to the child. In fact, his parents, once her students, had been very close to her after finishing Hogwarts, especially the boy's mother. She had often babysat him, thinking of him as of her grandson. Until Voldemort attacked the Potters and Albus decided to send the baby to his Muggle relatives. That was a grave mistake, Albus, she mused, feeling very much upset at the old wizard, who had been her colleague and friend for so many years. Trying to shake off her annoyance, she quietly called Malcolm and asked for some tea and biscuits, casting the elf a grateful smile, when he brought her favorites a mere instant later. All of a sudden, the dog, who had been lightly snoring and obviously fast asleep, sniffed a few times, lazily opened her eyes and got off the sofa, apparently careful so as to not wake up the boy, whose head was lying on top of her. Before Minerva knew what happened, the canine was gently licking her hand while at the same time casting a longing look at the biscuits. "Do you want a biscuit?" she asked in a soft voice, albeit knowing that biscuits were not exactly dog food. However, the canine carefully accepted one of the delicacies from her hand, just when Harry sat up, probably feeling the loss of his familiar's warmth. "Hello Harry, would you like some tea and biscuits as well?" she asked, gently. Receiving no response from the child whatsoever, she once again called Malcolm and asked for some hot chocolate, tea and an assortment of biscuits for Harry. The boy merely shifted in his seat, even when Lucy went over and sat next to him, obviously waiting for another treat. "Harry, please help yourself. I don't know if you prefer hot chocolate or tea, so I have asked Malcolm to bring both for you. There are biscuits as well, and apparently, your doggy would like another one. Do you need my help?" To her relief, the boy lightly shook his head and hesitantly reached for the cup of cocoa. A huge smile played on his lips after taking a first sip. "Do you like it?" she asked, kindly, feeling very happy, when he gave her a small nod. "You must be careful that your doggy doesn't drink any, as chocolate is not good for dogs. Why don't you try a biscuit?" It took some convincing, however, after a little while, Harry had finished his hot chocolate along with a few biscuits. Minerva contentedly nodded to herself. "Harry, would you like me to tell you a bit about Hogwarts? I have brought one of my favorite books. It's called Hogwarts, A History. I will read the first few pages to you. Please just listen." The child did not show any reaction but quietly cuddled with the canine at his side, and Minerva began to read in a soft voice. She read the first chapter, in which the building of Hogwarts by her four founders was described. Whenever she looked up, she noticed that the boy's expression was one of pure joy, and when she finished the first chapter and asked if he liked it, he lightly nodded his head. "Very well, then I will come back and read the next chapter for you tomorrow," she said, decisively. "Would you like that?" Harry nodded again, just when Severus strode into the room. He quirked an eyebrow in what seemed to be amusement. "You seem to have made one little wizard very happy and excited, and he told me to thank you profusely for telling him such an interesting story." Minerva smiled fondly at the young wizards. "You're very welcome, sweetie." Turning to her colleague, she inquired, "Does this young lady have a name, by the way?" Severus smirked. "That's Lucy. I trust that she behaved herself." "Yes, that she did, and she obviously likes biscuits." She glanced at the permanent time display on the ceiling. "It's almost time for dinner. Will you accompany me to the Great Hall?" To her relief, Severus nodded his head. "I believe that we should do that. Harry should get used to attend the meals together with us, and we will teach Lucy to sit on his feet and not disturb anyone." Minerva inwardly grinned, thinking, "Good luck with that, Severus. She seems to love food, even my ginger naps." Harry could not believe his luck. "This is the best day in my life," he thought in excitement. "I got away from the Dursleys, got to live with Severus, who seems to be really nice. I got Lucy, and then, the Minerva professor told me the most interesting story about the school, where we are living. I must be the happiest boy in the world." He sobered, when the thought, "I hope Severus won't give me back, when he notices that I'm just only a freak," crossed his mind. He was brought back to reality, when Severus directly addressed him. Harry, we should attend dinner together with all the other teachers and students in the Great Hall. For the beginning, you may sit between Minerva and me at the head table with Lucy lying under the table. When you get used to everything, it'll probably more interesting for you to join the students, but that's fully up to you. Harry lightly nodded his head. Thank you, sir. Are you sure that it's all right for me to join you? Of course, Harry. You're living at Hogwarts now as my ward, and of course, you will be allowed to take all the meals together with us. Some people, such as Minerva here or Poppy, are outright happy to have you here. That we are, Minerva replied in a soft voice, the same in which she had read to him from her book earlier. The thought, perhaps, I should think to her and thank her, crossed his mind. However, he knew better than to bother the professor. The thought, no one wants to hear anything from a freak, firmly plastered in his mind. Harry followed Severus through the corridors, recognizing spots such as Severus' classroom and office, which he had pointed out to him in the morning. He remembered all the way up to the entrance hall. Lucy was quietly walking next to him. She had explained to him, and he had translated for Severus, that she would not have to be lead on a leash, as she was trained to walk next to the person for whom she was responsible. It makes sense, as I can simply follow her magic in case she walks ahead, when there is no adult with us, Harry thought, contentedly. He flinched back badly, when he followed the professor into what seemed to be a large room, where he was overwhelmed from hundreds of different types of magic penetrating his mind simultaneously. Harry, this is the Great Hall with 4 large house tables, one for each of the houses, as well as a high table in the front. That's where the professors sit and where you may sit as well for the time being. When you will be a student in a little more than 2 years' time, you will belong to one of the houses, Minerva informed him. Harry nodded lightly in understanding. I can't wait to become a student here, but they'll probably realize how much of a freak I am and won't allow me to become a student, he thought, inwardly sighing. He followed Severus to the high table, taking in the image that Lucy sent him with interest. This is really big, he thought in surprise, and very loud, as many people are talking at the same time. His ears almost hurt from the noise. Harry sat in the chair indicated by Severus, between his guardian and Minerva. From the witch's other side, he recognized the headmaster's magic. All of a sudden, everyone quietened down, and the headmaster began to speak. Dear students, I wish to introduce someone to you. Professor Snape has taken in an 8-year-old wizard, who is suffering from an illness that causes him to be unable to hear and see. This is Harry and his guide dog Lucy. If you meet Harry and Lucy, please be kind and feel free to invite them to sit at your house table for mealtimes. If anyone hexes Harry or Lucy, the person will be expelled from Hogwarts instantly. Excuse me, Professor, a boy spoke up, how will we be able to communicate with Harry if he can neither hear nor see us? That Mr. Weasley, is for you to find out. I am communicating with him using telepathy. Although Severus' voice sounded not as friendly as when he had spoken with him earlier, Harry noticed that the older wizard somehow seemed amused. Perhaps, I should allow him to tell everyone that I can hear, he thought. However, for the time being, he felt safer the way it was. After dinner, Harry, Severus and Lucy spent a while sitting in their living room. While Harry cuddled with Lucy on the sofa, Severus explained about the herbs, which he had been able to sense in his garden earlier. He told him that there were magical and non-magical herbs and what the difference was. I probably don't have to explain to you how to distinguish them, as I suppose that you will only be able to sense the magical herbs because of their magic. However, if you're interested, we can try it out sometime. Harry nodded, eagerly. Some herbs, we can harvest at any time. However, there are several herbs, which become more powerful if harvested during the night of the full moon. Harry did not know what the full moon was, however, he knew better than to ask questions. Somehow, talking about the full moon to his former archenemy's son brought back memories, some of his worst memories. Lupin, he suddenly thought. Perhaps, he would be able to assist teaching Harry. As a werewolf, he probably doesn't have a proper job anyway, and I could brew the wolfsbane for him, so that he wouldn't endanger us. He dismissed the idea for the time being, resolving to speak with Minerva and Poppy about it later on. Harry, since we don't know each other well, I wish to find out what is interesting for you, he said in a soft voice. I work a lot with herbs and make potions from them. Do you know what potions are? He gave the boy a questioning look, knowing that he mostly replied by small gestures of his head instead of thinking to him. Harry lightly shook his head. Potions are the equivalent to Muggle medicine. Muggle means non-magical, he explained as an afterthought, realizing that Harry had probably never heard about it. You told me that the Dursleys had you cook their meals in spite of not being able to see. Is that correct? Harry nodded. Very well. The brewing of potions differs in so far as the preparation method and the amount of each ingredient are very important. Since your mother was very adept at brewing, you might have inherited it from her, and I wish to try teaching you, provided that you're interested. Yes, sir. Please teach me. The child's faint thought penetrated his mind. Very well. For now, however, I believe that you and your doggy need to go to bed. Please take Lucy out into the garden, before you do your own business in the bathroom. If you need any help, please call me. 20 minutes later, Severus helped the child to take off the robes, which Minerva had conjured for him before going to the Great Hall at dinner time. He transfigured the boy's rags into soft silk pajamas and reassured him a few times that he was allowed and even supposed to sleep in the large bed in his room. Tomorrow, we will go to Hogsmeade and buy proper clothes for you, he said in a soft voice, noticing that Lucy jumped onto the bed and swiftly curled up against the boy's back, as soon as he lay down. A small smile played on his lips, as he gently tucked the child and his dog in. Good night, Harry and Lucy. Good night, Severus, and thank you very much for everything. The canine turned around and craned her neck to gently lick his hand in apparent gratitude. If you need me during the night, just think to me, he instructed the child, before he left the room, slightly leaving the door ajar. Back in his living room, Severus leaned into the fireplace and invited Minerva, Poppy and, after slight hesitation, the headmaster into his quarters. Gratefully accepting the refreshments that Cicero brought for them, his three colleagues looked at him with apparent expectation. So far, everything goes well, he informed them. He seems to be interested in everything that someone is willing to teach him. He was absolutely delighted when Minerva read to him from Hogwarts, a history, and he seemed equally interested in magical herbs. I have thought about something. He let out a deep sigh. According to my Slytherins, Miranda O'Neill's teaching has been adequate. To tell the truth, she seems to have been the best defense against the dark arts teacher we've had in ages, and it would be a pity to lose her to the curse. His three colleagues nodded in understanding. Albus, why don't you hire Remus Lupin in addition, and Lupin and O'Neill could take turns teaching defense against the dark arts and teaching Harry. They have both been good friends with Lily and would certainly be able to get through to him. Even if having Remus and Miranda share the defense position between them would be a good idea, provided that we'll be able to overcome the curse by doing so, do you think it's wise to have a werewolf teach Harry? The headmaster cast him a look of apparent concern. Albus, that's gross coming from you. Minerva glared at the headmaster, considering whose fault it is that he was abused so badly. Albus let out a deep sigh. Yes, Minerva, and believe me that I regret sending him to the Dursleys. I had hoped that they'd treat him as their own son. The blood wards were supposed to keep him safe. Minerva let out a scoff. And you still wanted to send him back to that hellhole. I am sorry. Severus cast the headmaster a surprised look. He really seems to regret it, he thought, smirking. If Remus was responsible enough to attend Hogwarts as a student, he'll surely be responsible enough to not endanger anyone as an adult. Minerva glared at the headmaster. Severus nodded his agreement. There is one difference between now and then. I could brew the Wolfsbane potion for him once a month. Turning to Minerva, he explained, the Wolfsbane allows the werewolf to keep his mind during the full moon. Oh, that's fantastic. Should I ask Remus and Miranda if they are free and willing to take turns teaching Harry 1 year and classes the next? Everyone nodded their agreement. Minerva, please do so. The headmaster let out a deep sigh. I hope Harry will allow me to make up for my mistakes in the past. Severus quirked an eyebrow in surprise. Tomorrow morning, I need to take Harry to Hogsmeade to buy proper clothes for him. Would anyone like to join us? I'd love to come with you. Minerva smiled. I hope I'll be able to get Harry to trust me enough to think to me, too. Severus smirked. It's only a matter of time. When I returned to our rooms after you read to him, he was so excited that he told me everything about it, as soon as he could sense me. Usually, he only replies when asked, and even then only as much as necessary. Oh, all right, I was wondering about that. You hadn't even said a word, before you already told me about his reaction, Minerva agreed, smiling. Poppy cleared her throat. I'd like to do a thorough check-up on him in the near future, preferably after you get the guardianship over him from the Dursleys. Severus nodded in understanding. I shall go to see them, as soon as they'll be back tomorrow evening. I'll need one of you to remain with him for an hour after dinner. No problem. Minerva was the first to reply. Outside of class, I'll always be ready to stay with him, especially as I know that I can make him happy by reading to him. The headmaster thoughtfully let his hand wander over his beard. I'm sorry, but I don't understand. I thought that he was unable to hear. Apparently, he can hear. Minerva sounded strangely excited. However, he does not wish people to know. I am sure this is because of the abuse he suffered, and I fully intend to abide by his wishes, at least for the time being. I believe that it's only a matter of time, considering how quickly he adapted to the situation here. Let's hope for the best. Albus stood from his seat and excused himself, wishing them a good night. In the morning, Harry woke up feeling something wet in his face. Good morning, lazybones. It's time to get up. The professor is already in his lab brewing potions. Oh, I need to make breakfast, Harry thought back, happily accepting that the canine gently licked his face. No, you don't have to make breakfast. Severus told you yesterday that you don't have to cook meals, because the house elves do all the work. He will want you to join him for breakfast in the Great Hall, where we had dinner last night though. Ah, all right. As soon as Lucy jumped out of his bed to give him some space, he got up, wondering where his clothes were. To his surprise, Lucy showed him an image of his room with a pile of clothes lying on a chair next to his bed. Thanks, Lucy. Are these my clothes? He asked in disbelief, as he carefully fingered the soft fabric. From the feeling of his overlarge sweatshirt that he had been wearing for a long time, he knew that these clothes were different. Sure, just try them on. Do you need help? No, thanks. Harry smiled at the canine's helpfulness and as fast as he could dressed himself, when suddenly a female voice penetrated his mind. Oh my, that looks much better than the rags you were wearing yesterday. Lucy, who is that? Harry thought to the canine, panicking at the thought of some unknown person in his room. That's the mirror talking to you, Lucy replied and sent him an image of the mirror on the opposite wall. Come with me, step in front of it. Led by Lucis magic, Harry stepped in front of the mirror, glad that the canine relayed another image, when the mirror again talked to him. To his surprise, he saw what had to be himself in the mirror along with, Lucy, is that you and me that I can see? Yes. Harry felt that she waggled her tail. Waggling means happiness, she informed him, causing him to smile in equal pleasure. A few minutes later, they exited their room in search for the professor. Harry realized in relief that the older wizard just stepped out from his lab, of which he had told him on the previous day that he was never to set foot into it, uninvited. Good morning, Harry and Lucy, Severus greeted them, sounding very friendly. He probably still hasn't noticed how much of a freak and a burden I am, Harry thought, uncertainly stepping from one foot onto the other. Are you feeling up to having breakfast in the Great Hall? Harry felt that Lucy eagerly waggled her tail, slapping it against his leg. Sir, is it really all right for me to not cook but eat the meals with you? Harry hesitantly thought to his guardian, hoping that he would not be upset at his many questions. Freaks are not to ask anything. Of course, Harry, we covered that yesterday. You're a child, and apart from your studies, you're not supposed to do any work, although my colleagues and I might ask you for a favor from time to time. The house elves prepare the meals at Hogwarts and they also clean our rooms. Nevertheless, I'd like to ask you to keep your own room tidy at all times. If you need help doing that, Cicero or I will always be ready to assist. Thank you, sir, Harry replied, as he quietly took the empty seat between Severus and Minerva, inwardly smiling happily, when Lucy lay down on his feet. I am so happy to have her, he thought, feeling absolutely delighted with his new life. After breakfast, Severus and Minerva took him to Hogsmeade, as they explained the nearby town was called, to buy clothes for him. For me, Harry wondered in surprise, as he walked next to Lucy, led by the professor's magic. He felt extremely uncomfortable at the thought that his new guardian had to spend money to buy clothes for him. Uncle Vernon had always complained that he cost a fortune, in spite of the fact that he used to wear Dudley's hand-me-downs. He followed the adults into a shop, feeling very much reassured upon seeing Lucy's image of what the shop looked like. "Thanks," he thought, gratefully. "Any time," Lucy replied, pleasantly waggling her tail against his legs. "Hello, sweetie. I'm going to take your measurements now," a woman informed him, and Harry felt someone's magic nearby. He flinched back badly, however, when something suddenly touched his shoulder. "Easy, Harry," Severus reassured him in a soft voice. "That's only the measurement tape." "Sorry," Harry thought back, feeling bad to have shown such a reaction. "Nothing to be sorry about," Severus reassured him, telepathically. "You're doing fine." To Harry's relief, the adults chose everything he needed without asking him any questions, which he would not have been able to answer anyway, and after a short time, they left the shop. Unfortunately, they entered another shop, explaining that he also needed shoes. He had to try on 2 pairs of shoes, however, they were extremely comfortable, and Harry felt happy when the professors decided to buy them both. "Now Harry, you did that very well," Minerva addressed him in a soft voice, when they finally left the shop. "Shall we go and eat an ice cream?" "What is ice cream?" Harry wondered. He had never tasted it, he only from Dudley's wailing about wanting ice cream that it had to be good. "Harry probably doesn't know ice cream," Severus spoke up, gently. "I am certain that he'll like it though." Harry absolutely loved the ice cream as well as the fresh fruit that came along with it. It just tasted wonderfully, and the owner of the shop was extremely friendly and put a small bowl with fruits next to his ice cream. "For your doggy," he said. "Please tell him thank you," he quickly thought to Severus, who profusely thanked the other wizard on his behalf. Back at Hogwarts, Minerva helped him put his new clothes into the wardrobe, while Severus headed into his lab to do some work. She gently told him what to put where, and Harry did his best to follow her instructions, smiling when she commended him greatly upon finishing the task. "It wasn't so difficult, because Lucy sent me an image of what the wardrobe looks like," Harry thought, nevertheless felt proud by the professor's praise. "Now, we still have 30 minutes left, before we'll have to leave for lunch in the Great Hall. Do you want me to read you from Hogwarts, a history again?" Harry nodded, eagerly. He quickly made himself comfortable on the spot on the sofa that had already become his spot, smiling when Lucy cuddled close to him. He listened with interest and was almost disappointed when Severus joined them and informed them that they had to leave for the Great Hall. "Severus, will you please tell Minerva thank you for reading to me? It was so very interesting." "I will tell her, but I believe that Minerva would be much happier if you told her yourself." Severus' voice was gentle and sounded honest. "Yes, that would make me very happy." Lucy shot him an image of the professor smiling at him, and Harry felt extremely happy at the sight. "Thank you," Harry hesitantly thought to Minerva, who instantly voiced her happiness. Harry, Lucy and Severus spent the afternoon in the herb garden, where Severus showed Harry several herbs. He let him feel the plants, however, instructed him to not touch any plant if he was not with him to tell him if it was all right to touch. "There are dangerous plants, which might hurt you badly if you touch them," he informed him in a no-nonsense voice. "Do you understand me?" "Yes, sir." Severus introduced Harry to 5 different plants, had him feel the leaves, sense its magic and asked Lucy to show him an image. "Tonight, we will speak about these 5 plants and see what you remember." "Oh cool, thank you so much," Harry thought back, feeling very happy to be taught something so interesting. Before he knew what happened, it was dinner time. "Do people at Hogwarts always eat so often?" he asked, almost feeling disappointed. "Everyone needs to eat a proper meal 3 times a day," his guardian informed him. "I know that the Dursleys barely fed you, but you should try to eat as much as you can now, so your body will be able to make up for years of malnourishment." "That reminds me of something." Poppy would like to do a thorough checkup on you to see if you have any other problems apart from the Epiel's disease. She will not hurt you, and she only wants to help you. Will that be all right with you? Harry felt uncomfortable at the idea. However, considering how nice his guardian and everyone else at Hogwarts had been to him so far, he hesitantly agreed, thinking a small, "all right," to his guardian. "Fine, we'll go by the hospital wing right after dinner then," Severus decided. "Afterwards, I am going to pay the Dursleys a visit to get the guardianship from them." "I hope that will go well and Uncle Vernon won't hurt Severus," Harry thought in concern. "Apart from the Epiel's disease, I can't find anything wrong with him, which is extremely strange." Poppy let her wand sink in apparent confusion. "Because it's a result of abuse, which would let one suspect that there should several other injuries," Severus agreed. "Could it be a concealment charm of some sort? That wouldn't fool my diagnostic spells." "Harry," she turned to his ward, "do you know if there is anything wrong apart from the fact that you can't speak and see?" As if he would tell us, Severus thought, inwardly rolling his eyes in annoyance. He was not surprised when Harry lightly shook his head. "It's definitely strange, but only time will tell," he thought, remembering another small boy, who had been abused by his father. "Harry is much worse off than I was though," he realized, sighing. Mere minutes later, the mystery was going to be resolved, however, when the Gryffindor Quidditch team entered the hospital wing. Even if Harry could not see them, he heard and felt that a whole group of young wizards came over to them and placed one of them onto the bed next to the one on which he was sitting. He instinctively sensed that the boy needed help and slowly got to his feet. While he could sense Poppy's magic run over the boy, he instinctively reached out and put his right hand onto the part that needed help. "Harry, what are you doing?" Severus' telepathic question penetrated his mind. However, Harry ignored it for the time being and concentrated on the task at hand. He let his magic flow through his hand into the other boy's body, just like he had healed parts of his own body many times before. An instant later, he felt that it was enough. He quickly let go and returned to his own bed, wondering if they were going to return to their quarters soon. "I believe that explains why your scan showed nothing wrong with Harry," he heard Severus' soft voice. "Harry must be a natural healer," Poppy replied, sounding strangely excited. "Mr. Weasley, you're free to go. Apparently, Harry has healed your leg. May I speak with him for a moment?" "You may try, but please remember Professor Dumbledore's warning of last night," Severus replied in a strict voice. "I merely want to thank him and maybe ask how he did this. I won't do anything to him." "He sounds nice," Harry thought, as he felt that someone sat next to him on the edge of his bed. While he knew from distinctive sounds coming from his familiar that Lucy gently licked the boy's hand, she flashed him an image of a redhead, who gently petted her in return. "He looks nice, too." "Hello Harry, I am Charlie," he introduced himself. "I hope you can hear me or your doggy can translate for you. I'm a fifth-year Gryffindor, and we just had our first Quidditch practice after our OWL exams. Thank you so very much for healing me. I'd love to know how you did that, by the way." "Go on, think to him, you can do it," Lucy encouraged him, giving him a gentle nudge. Harry shrugged. "I don't know, I could sense that you needed my magic," he hesitantly thought to the boy. "Wow, you really must be a natural healer then, as Healer Pomfrey said. I've never heard of natural healers. They must be exceptionally rare, aren't they?" Harry shrugged again, glad when Poppy replied on his behalf. "Yes, there has been about one every 200 years. Everyone remained quiet for a moment, before Poppy asked, "Harry, how did you know that you could heal Mr. Weasley? Have you healed yourself before, when you were hurting?" Harry gave her a slight nod of his head in confirmation. "Now Mr. Weasley, if you have no intention of spending the night in the hospital wing, I suggest that you'll be on your way back to Gryffindor." "Why?" Harry thought, feeling disappointed at Severus' words. He felt that Charlie rose from the edge of his bed, before the boy asked, "Harry, shall we be friends?" Harry smiled. "I'd like that," he replied through telepathy. "I'll see you then, and thanks again for healing me." With that, the group of boys hurried out of the hospital wing. "Now Harry, shall we leave as well?" Harry nodded and quickly followed his guardian back to their rooms with Lucy walking closely to him as usual. Once Harry was in bed later the same evening, Severus called Minerva over. "Thank you for staying with Harry. He's not ready yet to remain just on his own." "Of course not." Minerva smiled in understanding. "He has made wonderful progress though, since he came here yesterday. If I didn't know that only a day and a few hours have passed since he came to live with you, I wouldn't believe it. Now, give the Dursleys what they deserve, but please don't kill them. Harry needs you here and not in Azkaban." "I know." Severus nodded, grimly. "I'll see you in a little while." With that, he stepped into the fireplace and traveled to Arabella Figg's place. To his relief, the old squib was not in sight, as he was not in the mood to discuss the matter with her. Instead, he wanted to concentrate on his more than annoying yet necessary conversation with Petunia. "You," his former childhood friend shrieked upon seeing him. "Hello Petunia, nice to see you, too. Will you ask me inside, or do you wish your neighbors to witness our conversation?" he drawled, causing her to hurriedly open the door for him to step through. She led him into the living room, where the wails of her husband and son were watching some supposed to be funny film on the television. She motioned him to take a seat. "How dare you?" He kept his voice dangerously quiet. Nevertheless, this tone in combination with his expression of pure loathing usually made all the Gryffindor students shake in fright. "What are you talking about?" her husband asked. "Who are you, and what do you want?" "I am Severus Snape, potions professor and head of Slytherin at Hogwarts." "He's one of them," Petunia added, helpfully. "Then why did you let him in the first place?" Severus scoffed. "Because neither her nor you fat muggle, would be able to keep me out." He pulled the guardianship papers Albus had prepared for him out of the pocket of his black muggle jacket. "Please give me your signature, so that I can take over guardianship of Harry Potter from you." The fat muggle grinned broadly. "And why exactly would we do such a thing?" Severus remained calm. "Because otherwise, the Ministry of Magic would become involved, and you'd be accused of a bad case of child abuse, which would result in both of you receiving an at least 10-year-long stay at Azkaban, the wizarding prison. Now, see here, you cannot." "I can." Severus sharply interrupted the muggle and drawled, "Your signature please." A moment later, Petunia and her husband had signed the parchment, which rolled up on its own accord and vanished from the sight. "Show me to Harry's room. Dudley, will you please?" While Petunia's son led the way to the cupboard under the stairs, Severus unobtrusively pointed his wand at the boy's back for a moment, before he quickly slid it back into his pocket, nodding contentedly. He then crouched into the cupboard, glad that the wail of a boy did not even make an attempt to accompany him into the cramped space. He waved his wand, making use of the residue of magic in the small place to conjure a ghost. When he turned to the entrance door to take his leave, he heard the boy, who had returned into the living room in the meantime. "Mum, I feel strange. My eyes." Smirking, Severus strode away from the house and returned home. "Severus, you look strangely contented," Minerva observed with apparent interest. "What did you do to them?" Severus smirked. "Two things in fact. One, I cast a spell on their son that makes him suffer from all the health problems and illnesses that Harry has or will have in the future. Two, I conjured a ghost, which looks like Harry and will follow Petunia around the house. If she decides to move, he'll follow her." Minerva nodded, seemingly happy with his choices. "Well done, Severus. I still believe that we should take them to court because of child abuse." "I agree, however, I believe that Poppy should be the one to do this." Severus remained pensive, before he added, "It might be difficult though, as he did not show any signs of physical abuse except for the Epiel's disease, because he obviously healed himself of everything." "What do you mean, he healed himself?" Minerva frowned. Severus let out a deep sigh. "Have you not heard yet that he healed Charlie Weasley's broken leg earlier this evening?" Minerva stared at him in apparent disbelief, causing Severus to smirk. "Apparently, Harry is a natural healer, which also seems to be the reason why not a single problem apart from the Epiel's disease showed up on Poppy's spell. I don't know why he's not able to mend his eyes though. Anyway, it will not be easy to prove the abuse without any other sign of it." "I understand. Oh well, let's discuss the matter with Poppy and Albus in the near future." When Harry sat down at the high table in the Great Hall for breakfast the following morning, He could sense the magic from the boy, whom he had met in the hospital wing on the previous evening, approach him. "Is that Charlie from last night?" he thought to Lucy, who immediately replied, affirmatively. "Hi Harry," the boy addressed him in a soft voice, "why don't you come and sit with us at the Gryffindor table?" "May I?" Harry thought to Severus, hesitating. "If you wish," his guardian thought back, before he spoke up. "Weasley, I shall personally hold you responsible if something happens to Harry. He's really scary when he speaks to students," Harry thought, feeling slightly uncomfortable. "Come, let's go and have some fun with the students." Lucy rose from where she was sitting on Harry's feet and gave him a demanding nudge, before she stepped aside to give him some space. Harry slowly followed Charlie and Lucy to what Charlie explained as the Gryffindor table. He sat in the indicated spot with Charlie on his left hand and a girl named Tonks on his right side. He profusely thanked the canine, when she sent him an image of the Gryffindor table and the students sitting around him, before she made herself comfortable on his feet as usual. "Harry, do you want me to help you?" Tonks asked in a soft voice, causing Harry to nod, shyly. Apparently realizing that Harry was not able to thank the girl, who placed a little of everything onto Harry's plate, Lucy gently licked the girl's hand. "Hey sweetie, do you want something, too?" Tonks inquired and apparently gave Lucy something to eat, as Harry could hear her much with obvious gusto. "In a week, we're all going to return home," Charlie informed Harry, "but when we come back, we'll introduce you to Quidditch." "Have you ever flown before?" "Flown?" Harry wondered. "Quidditch. Quidditch is a game that's played on brooms. There are 2 teams with 7 players each, and the 4 Hogwarts houses are playing against each other. This year, Gryffindor has won the Quidditch Cup." "Harry won't be able to fly if he can't see," Tonks replied on his behalf. "Oh, that's right, but maybe he can still fly using his magic," Charlie said, seemingly thoughtful. "At least, he could fly together with me to see if he likes it at all. Harry, do you want to try it out?" His voice was laced with apparent excitement, as he added, "I could take you with me if you don't mind sitting in front of me on my broom." "I'd like that," Harry thought to him, although he had to admit to himself that he felt slightly uncertain about the matter. "Severus, may I fly together with Charlie on his broom?" "If that's what you wish to do, you may. Mr. Weasley is a good flyer, and he should be able to keep you safe. However, I will go outside with you." Harry relayed the message to Charlie, who nodded in understanding. "Tonks, will you join us, too? Let's head out to the Quidditch pitch right after dinner tonight." "Of course, I'm in." The girl sounded very pleasant, and Harry found that he liked her. "She's as friendly as Charlie," he thought, feeling extremely happy at the idea to have a friend. "I'm going to fly with Tonks then." Lucy's voice was firm, and Harry quickly forwarded the thought to Charlie. "The doggy is going to fly with me." Tonks repeated her classmate's words in apparent excitement, and Lucy informed Harry that her hair had just changed from brown to bright pink, whatever these colors meant. "Please send me pictures every now and then," Harry thought back, pleadingly. "Of course, I will always do that. I wonder what they're talking about." Minerva chuckled. Severus turned to his older colleague, quirking an eyebrow in silent question. "Charlie Weasley and Nymphadora Tonks are eagerly talking to Harry." "Ah, that," Severus smirked. "What might they talk about?" "They're Gryffindors." Ignoring Minerva's and Albus' scoff, he continued, "Quidditch of course. Mr. Weasley offered Harry to take him with him on his broom tonight. Will you allow that?" Poppy cast him a look of obvious concern. "I told him that Mr. Weasley is a good flyer, but that I'm going to head outside with them, just to make sure that nothing happens." Poppy chuckled. "Severus, being a father figure to an 8-year-old really suits you well." "True." Minerva smiled, broadly. "I agree." Albus voiced his consent, smiling at him around Minerva's back. "Well, I'm going to head to my classroom," Severus decided, ignoring his colleague's more than annoying comments. "Well, it is indeed nice to have Harry with me. He doesn't annoy me, and he's something like a family for myself. He's Lily's son after all," he thought, feeling happier than he had felt in years, as he strode by the Gryffindor table. "Harry, classes are going to begin soon. Please follow me." Harry thoroughly enjoyed himself sitting at the Gryffindor table with Charlie and Tonks. I have friends, he thought, feeling extremely happy. He did not have the courage to think to Tonks yet. However, Charlie relayed what he thought to him, and both fifth years did their best to answer the other students' questions on his behalf. Bye Harry and Lucy. We'll see you at lunchtime, Charlie added. You can always sit with us. Thank you, Harry thought back, sensing that Lucy eagerly waggled her tail. She seems to like them, too, he thought, feeling very much reassured. Together, they followed Severus into the dungeons, and Harry excitedly told his guardian about his conversation with the two students. They asked me to become their friend, he added, hesitantly, wondering if Severus would approve of it in spite of the fact that he was a freak. Well done, Harry. They are both good students, and I'm glad to hear that they've become friends with you and Lucy. Now Harry, as my first morning class is that of the sixth-year students, who are going to brew a possibly dangerous potion, I shall ask Cicero to take you with him to the house elves' quarters. He will introduce you to other house elves, and they will teach you, while I am in class. All right. Harry felt very uncertain in spite of having met Cicero a couple of times. The house elf had always been very nice and had even treated him with more respect than he deserved. Lucy is going to be with me, right? Of course, Harry. Lucy will always be with you, Severus reassured him. Apparently to underline Severus' words, Lucy pressed herself against him, almost causing Harry to stumble. A few minutes later, Cicero popped Harry and Lucy into the elves' quarters, where he introduced them to Misty and Malcolm. Misty was very gentle, and Harry noticed that her magic felt soothing, although he did not know why. Misty is Mistress Pomfrey's house elf and at the same time the healer of the elves, Cicero informed him. Hello Harry, I am Misty. Mistress Poppy informed me that you are a natural healer, and I am very pleased to meet you. If you are interested, I will teach you some background knowledge about healing for an hour every day. Harry eagerly nodded his head. Whatever they teach me, it'll be interesting, he thought in excitement. Cicero promised to teach him about herbs and plants, and Malcolm would teach him Muggle primary school knowledge. You can also attend the elf children's classes during the mornings if you wish. They learn how to make themselves invisible, how to pop themselves all over Hogwarts and so on. Do they want me to be invisible? Harry wondered and hurriedly made himself invisible to possibly please the elves. However, the three elves showed unexpected reactions. While Cicero and Malcolm laughed aloud, Misty let out a small sigh. No Harry, you do not have to make yourself invisible. You did that very well, but we wish to see you, she informed him in a firm voice, causing Harry to quickly make him visible again. Yes, very good, Harry, Misty commended him in a soft voice. The children's classes begin at the age of 6, so I suggest that you attend classes with the 6-year-olds, even if they are younger than you, considering that you have not attended any kind of school yet, Cicero continued. Harry nodded in excitement. Yes please, he thought, however, was uncertain how to communicate with the elves apart from body language. They're going to be unnerved if I think to each of them separately, he thought, frightened. He noticed a tingling sensation. However, before he could wonder what it was, Misty spoke up again. Harry, I have just checked on you. There is nothing wrong that disables you to speak. I know that everything is difficult for you, because you cannot see and have been abused by your family, but it would be easier for you to learn as much as possible if you talk to the elf children. You will quickly become friends with them if you speak with them. They will be happy to have you in their class, she added, reassuringly, just like the three of us are happy to be able to teach you. Lucy, do you think I should talk to them? Won't they despise me if they realize that I'm a freak? He frantically thought to his familiar, only to stumble, when she put her front paws against his chest to lick his face. Of course, you should talk to them, Lucy thought back, firmly. Okay, Harry said, tentatively. Due to not using his voice for a long time, it merely came out as a whisper. However, the elves seemed to understand how much of a challenge this step had been for him. Thank you, Harry. That was very well done. Misty's voice was warm and comforting, and Harry smiled, feeling very happy at the unexpected praise. Now, are you ready to attend the morning classes with the elf children? The first morning class is going to commence in 10 minutes. A whole class full with children. Harry thought, horrified, barely noticing that Lucy gave him a nudge into his side. "Come on, let's go," she instructed him, reassuring him by keeping close to him. There are only 2 children in the 6-year-old class, Nina and Tony, and they will be happy to have you in their class. Barney, the head house elf at Hogwarts, is teaching them. Their class has begun back in April, but I'm sure that all 3 of them will be happy to help you catch up. Just when they entered the classroom, Lucy sent him an image of a bright room that was occupied by a large table with a couple of chairs around it as well as various kinds of small playgrounds in each of the corners of the room. He suddenly felt himself being pulled into a bear hug, while excited-sounding voices penetrated his ears. "Hello Harry, welcome to our class. We is Nina and Tony. And we are happy to have you in our class. With 3 elves, we is going to have so much fun." "Easy Nina and Tony," Misty spoke up in a firm voice. "I believe that Harry is not used to hugs. He comes from an unfriendly home. Feel free to show him how good hugs are, but do it slowly." "And it's we are, not we is," Tony, Malcolm added, strictly. "Good morning, kids." Harry felt grateful when Lucy showed him an image of the elf, who had suddenly arrived in the room. "Harry, this is Barney. We told you about him," Cicero said. "Barney, this is Harry. He wishes to attend this class together with Nina and Tony. However, he is not used to talking, and he cannot see," Misty explained. "He will only attend the morning class. In the afternoon, Cicero, Malcolm and I are going to give him private lessons." "Very good. Welcome to our class, Harry." When Lucy gave him a nudge, Harry obediently whispered, "Hello, sir." "Very well done, Harry," Misty commended him, gently, before the 3 elves took their leave, leaving him with Barney, Nina and Tony. "Yes, it's good that you learn to speak. However, Barney is not a sir. Barney is just Barney," the teacher informed him. His voice was strict, however, not unfriendly, and Harry quietly nodded, uncertain if it was expected from him to again answer aloud. Harry found out very soon that his class with the elves was the most interesting thing that had ever happened to him. During the first hour, Barney taught them writing numbers and letters. Harry could not believe that he would be able to write. However, with Lucy's assistance, it was no problem at all, as she permanently displayed the table in front of him into his mind. After a few minutes of orientation, he diligently wrote on the parchment in front of him, his small tongue slightly sticking out from his lips in eagerness. By the end of the first class, Barney gently commented all 3 of them. "Now, as you did so well, we're now going to try to pop. Lucy, please show Harry this part of the room for a minute." Lucy immediately complied, and Harry observed with interest how the teacher suddenly vanished from the spot only to reappear at a different spot. "Wow, that's cool," he thought, raptly listening to Barney's explanation. "This is the elven way to pop. It is different from the human method of apparition. They are not able to apparate within Hogwarts, but we can pop. Harry, please do not tell the humans about elven knowledge which you learn in this class. You must keep our elven secrets from the humans. Do you understand me?" "Yes," Harry whispered, softly, remembering just on time that he was supposed to speak aloud and that Barney did not wish to be called sir. Barney taught them how to summon their magic and simply wish themselves to a different spot. It took the 3 children the better part of the morning, and Harry was already beginning to feel tired, when he finally succeeded in popping just over to Lucy's other side. He profusely thanked Lucy for displaying the room in front of them for him the whole time. "Tomorrow, we will try again, and by the end of the week, you'll be able to pop yourselves all over Hogwarts," Barney promised, much to the children's excitement. Turning to Harry, he added, "Nina and Tony have already learned to turn themselves invisible. Before you pop anywhere in the human area of Hogwarts, you must learn to become invisible, too." Harry quickly wished himself to be invisible, just like he had done so many times in the past, and the teacher greatly commended him. "Very well done, Harry. However, you forgot something." "What did I forget?" Harry wondered. Nina, Tony, any idea what Harry forgot? "He forgot to turn Lucy invisible, too." Nina was the first to reply. "Is she able to turn herself invisible by herself?" "That's true, but how can I do that?" Harry wondered, sadly shaking his head to show them that he did not have a clue. I suppose that you simply wish yourself invisible. Is that true? Barney inquired in a soft voice, causing Harry to nod in relief upon realizing that the teacher was obviously going to help him. Well, then it's easy. You simply have to wish both of you invisible. Please try it out if you're not too tired. Harry nodded in understanding and quickly wished himself and his familiar invisible. Nina and Tony began to cheer, and he hurried to change both of them back. That was very well done, Harry. Now try to remember to always turn both of you invisible, before you pop to the human part of the castle. You must also learn to pop Lucy with you. He did not know if Barney could somehow sense how clueless he was. However, the elf gently explained, instead of wishing both of you invisible or trying to pop both of you, you could simply touch any part of your doggy. That way, she automatically becomes invisible if you do, and you will pop both of you together. Harry inwardly sighed in relief, giving the teacher a grateful nod, before he reached out to his familiar to practice again, glad when she laid one of her front paws into his hand, before he could even consider where to touch her. Finally, it was lunchtime, and before Harry could ponder if he should return to the Great Hall for the meal, Nina and Tony grabbed his arms and pulled him over to the elves' dining room. You was going to have lunch with us, Nina informed him in a no-nonsense voice, making Harry wonder if it would be all right to have lunch with the elves. He felt very much reassured when he felt Misty's magic nearby. Harry, is everything all right? Did you enjoy yourself? Harry nodded, eagerly. Yes, it was much fun, he thought back, completely forgetting about Misty's request that he should speak aloud. That's good, the elf replied, gently. Eat lunch together with your friends, and afterwards, I will teach you for a while. After lunch, where Harry was only able to stomach a small amount of what a kind elf had placed on his plate, Misty taught him. She conjured a dummy of a human and, while Lucy showed him an image of the dummy, explained what the different parts of the body were called and what their purpose were. A natural healer is something very special and wonderful, and you will be able to help many people, whom even powerful healers with much experience can't cure. I love being a healer, because I can help people, and I possess very strong elven magic, but you as a natural healer will be much more efficient. Even if you're still very young, you should consider studying healing. Although it is not a subject at Hogwarts, I am sure that Mistress Poppy will be willing to teach you, perhaps even in exchange for one of the other subjects which you don't like. Harry listened raptly, his thoughts went haywire. I am a freak, but I'll be able to help many people. Just like Lucy is helping me. He wondered. Do you understand what I mean? Misty inquired, gently. Harry nodded, still feeling unsure about the matter. Will everyone think that I'm a freak? He asked, somehow trusting the kind elf to not become angry by him asking a question. Of course not. You're not a freak. You're a very powerful wizard with a wonderful gift, which makes you very precious, Misty replied in a soft voice. Of course, you don't have to decide anything now. It's still 2 years, before you'll even become a student at Hogwarts, but I want you to keep in mind that you have a very special gift, which no one else has. To use it efficiently, you should allow Mistress Poppy to teach you. I can teach you as well, although I am only a house elf, she added, sounding slightly hesitant. Please teach me, Harry thought back. I learned a lot this afternoon, and I liked it very much. He heard how Misty chuckled a little, before the elf replied. Harry, I will teach you under one condition. Oh no, Harry thought in disappointment. It would be too good to be true, but in the end, I'm still only a freak. Under the condition that you speak with me aloud. I know that you can do it, and I promise that I won't tell anyone about it, neither the other elves nor Mistress Poppy, but I wish you to speak with me. You can do that, Lucy thought to him, forcefully kicking her snout into his stomach. Okay, Harry said, tentatively, as he busily cuddled the canine's ears, and Misty commended him greatly. From tomorrow onwards, you will study with me after lunch every day, and later on, Cicero will tell you about the herbs that Master Severus uses for his potions. You should know much about potions if you wish to become a healer. Okay, Harry whispered his agreement. Thank Merlin, Lucis' magic is so strong that she can show you images over longer times. She's really able to efficiently support you. Lucy, you're the best, Harry thought to his familiar, smiling happily. The canine replied by gently licking Misty's and then his hands. After a short while, Cicero entered the room and Misty informed him about her agreement with Harry. The two elves decided that it would suffice if Barney taught the three children primary school things among other matters, so that they could share the afternoon between themselves without involving Malcolm. Harry listened, feeling very much contented by the elves' decision. Very well, Harry, we will now visit Master Severus' herb garden, and I will teach you about 2 or 3 different herbs each day. I want you to remember everything I tell you, and we will revise these herbs shortly on the following day. If Master Severus does not mind, I will also show you how to prepare these ingredients in the potions lab. I shall ask him later today. Is this procedure all right with you? Harry nodded, smiling. Yes please, he thought to the elf. He was the first elf whom he had ever met, and he instinctively knew that he could trust him. They said goodbye to Misty, and Cicero popped the 3 of them right into Severus' herb garden. Enlisting Lucius' assistance, the elf showed him a moon fern plant. He told him where the herb usually grew, how and when to harvest it, how to prepare it as a potion's ingredient, and listed a few examples of concoctions for which it was needed. Harry found everything very interesting and was almost disappointed when Cicero informed him that dinner in the Great Hall was going to commence soon. He took Harry and Lucy back into Severus' quarters, so that Harry could wash his hands and then walk to the Great Hall. Cicero then took his leave. However, Harry continuously felt the elf's magic, as he unobtrusively followed him and Lucy all the way to the entrance hall. Did he just want to make sure that we'd find the way? Harry wondered in surprise, as he entered the Great Hall, flashing Lucy a thanks, when she immediately sent him an image. Harry here. He heard Charlie's voice and happily followed Lucy to the Gryffindor table, where Charlie and Tonks had yet again reserved the seat between them for him. After dinner, they met with Severus in the entrance hall. Now, Mr. Weasley, Miss Tonks, I do not wish to see any stunts, dives or the like. Severus' voice was strict. Of course not, his friend reassured his guardian. I will do my best to keep Harry safe. And I will keep the cutie safe, Tonks added, sounding happy. Harry could not help feeling frightened, however, intrigued at the same time. Flying on a broomstick, he thought, incredulously. I wished Aunt Petunia could see us. Give me a moment to settle onto the broom, then I will send pics, Lucy thought to him, and an instant later, he saw himself standing next to Charlie, who was sitting on his broom invitingly holding out a hand. Severus was standing a few steps away watching them closely. Come Harry, sit in front of me, the boy instructed him, and Harry hesitantly climbed onto the broom. Now, firmly hold on to the broom with both hands, he was told and immediately complied. Shortly later, he sensed that they rose into the air, and he could feel a fresh breeze on his arms. This feels cool, he thought and thoroughly enjoyed himself. As Lucy was riding on a different broom, the images she sent him did not exactly match the scenery around him, which he noticed, when he felt the magic of the trees from the Forbidden Forest nearer than the forest appeared in the images. However, he did not mind but felt extremely grateful to Lucy. He was outright sad when Charlie gently landed the broom on the ground again. Did you like it? Harry nodded, fiercely. That was the best thing that ever happened to me, he thought to his friend. Thank you so much, I loved it. To his relief, Lucy seemed to like flying as well, and they eagerly agreed, when Charlie and Tonks invited them to go flying again the following evening. You seem happy, Severus commented, when they returned to their quarters. Yes, very, Harry thought back. I've never been so happy before. I had a wonderful day. He told his guardian everything about classes with the elves, with Misty and with Cicero. I loved flying with Charlie. It felt cool. Severus nodded in understanding, before he told him that he'd love to teach him brewing a simple potion, however, that it was not possible, because Lucy had to sleep. Dogs usually sleep about 20 hours a day, which she did not, because you needed her. However, now, she must sleep. I can offer to tell you some more about potions ingredients if you're interested. Alternatively, I can read to you from Hogwarts, a history. Potions ingredients please, Harry quickly decided and intensely listened, until a large yawn escaped his mouth. Severus immediately rose from his chair. I believe that it's time for you to go to bed as well. The whole week passed in a similar way, and Harry felt happier than he had ever felt before. On Friday, he learned that the elves, children did not have classes on Saturday and Sunday and that he would not have afternoon classes with the elves either. However, before he could become disappointed, Minerva and Severus informed him that they would be able to spend some time with him. On Saturday morning after breakfast, he and Lucy followed Charlie and Tonks out onto the grounds. Harry, I will write to you, and I'll ask my mum to invite you together with Professor Snape to visit us for a day, Charlie promised, before he boarded one of the carriages that were going to take the students to Hogsmeade. I'd like that, Harry thought, feeling very sad that Charlie and Tonks were going to return home for 2 full months. When Severus instructed him to board the carriage together with his friends, Harry hesitantly complied. Apparently noticing that he was nursing dark thoughts about possibly going to be sent away, his guardian quickly explained, "We're going to see the students off at the station and then make a short excursion into the village, before we'll walk back to Hogwarts. I am sure Lucy will appreciate the exercise." Oh, that's true, Harry thought back in relief. He spent the short trip to the station listening to Charlie, Tonks and 2 of their Gryffindor classmates with amusement. They're really funny, he thought, grinning. Too soon for his liking, they arrived at Hogsmeade, and he separated from his friends, following Lucy over to where the professors were standing. Thank Merlin that Lucy always knows when to send me an image. Without her, I'd be completely lost, he thought for the umpteenth time that week, gratefully caressing the canine's fluffy ears. Severus, Harry and Lucy headed to Flourish and Blots, the Hogsmeade branch of the largest magical bookstore in London. You told me that with Lucy's help, you're able to read, is that correct? Yes, sir. Harry somehow felt very happy about this achievement. Very well. Severus remained pensive for a moment, before he continued. As Minerva is already reading Hogwarts, a history, to you and we have enough books about potions, herbs and so on, I'd like to buy a children's book for you. There is a series, which I read, when I was your age. It's about the only children's book I read besides potions books. Harry felt that he was amused, and he nodded in understanding. It's called 5 Magical Friends. Would you like to try reading the first book of the series? I'd love that, Harry confirmed, smiling happily. I'm going to get a book, just for myself, he thought in delight. Lucy, will you help me read a book? He thought to his familiar, who immediately licked his hand in clear confirmation. Of course. A few minutes later, Harry was happily carrying his book in his hand, while he walked along the Hogsmeade main street between Severus and Lucy. Harry, I am sorry, but I need to run a small errand at the apothecary, where Lucy will not be able to accompany us. Will the 2 of you please wait outside? It won't take long, 5 minutes at the most. Of course, sir, Harry replied, smiling. He patiently waited in front of the shop, gently caressing the canine's ears, which Lucy seemed to enjoy immensely. From the different strings of magic penetrating his senses, he noticed that many witches and wizards passed along the street next to them. To his relief, it did not take long before Severus returned, and they swiftly made their way back to Hogwarts, where they arrived right on time for lunch in the Great Hall. Why, I thought you'd have taken Harry to the 3 Broomsticks for lunch. Minerva greeted them, when they lowered themselves into the seats next to her. Severus let out a small sigh, before he countered. Minerva, do you really believe butterbeer an adequate beverage for an 8-year-old? Anyway, it is nice that Harry joins us for a change, after we recently lost him to the Gryffindor table. The headmaster sounded pleasant, and Harry cast him a shy smile around Minerva's back. Professor Dumbledore was a Gryffindor himself, Severus informed him. I believe that I'll need to introduce you to some of my Slytherins once school begins again in September. I'd like that, Harry thought to his guardian, although he had become good friends with Charlie and Tonks and could not imagine sitting together with any other students. Will the elves' classes continue during the summer months? Minerva inquired, causing Harry to nod. Thank Merlin, he thought, happily. At least, I'll be able to meet Nina and Tony on a daily basis. I wouldn't want to miss Misty's class either. Everyone did their best to keep Harry busy during the summer holidays. His morning classes with Nina, Tony and Barney continued as usual. In the afternoons, he had his lessons with Misty and Cicero, and in the evenings, Severus and Minerva, sometimes even Poppy, took him and Lucy flying. Harry absolutely loved to fly. However, somehow, he could not help wanting to fly together with Lucy. Severus, he thought to his guardian at dinner one day, may I try flying together with Lucy please? She can show me what's ahead of us, so it shouldn't be a problem. The older wizard nodded in apparent understanding, before he repeated his question aloud. If you fly with them, just to be sure, it should be all right, Dumbledore decided. I will watch from the ground and ask Fawkes to join me. Sometimes, Dumbledore is really nice, Harry thought in surprise. When he had first come to Hogwarts a month ago, he had been very apprehensive towards the headmaster, knowing that he wished for him to remain with his relatives. However, when he slowly got to know the old wizard better, he realized that he did not even mention the Dursleys anymore and turned out to be very supportive of him. Here Harry, take this broom. It's the best among the school brooms. All of them aren't really good though. Madam Hooch let out a deep sigh. Harry nodded, gratefully, as he accepted the broomstick and mounted it, before Lucy followed his example and sat in front of him. Lulu, hold on tightly. We're taking off now, Harry warned the canine, who returned a thought of comfort and reassurance along with the image of their surroundings, before they took into the air. If Harry had enjoyed himself flying together with Charlie or Severus, flying just with Lucy was the greatest joy he had ever experienced in the almost 9 years of his life. I love it, Lucy thought to him, yowling in apparent pleasure. Me too, Harry added silent screams of happiness to her yells, as they thoroughly enjoyed themselves. Wah! He flew over the lake and descended, so that they almost touched the surface of the water, before he pulled up again. Harry, don't give Minerva a heart attack, Severus lightly scolded him. This is so much fun, Harry thought back in happiness. From that time onwards, Harry and Lucy were allowed to fly together every evening with Severus and his colleagues supervising them. I have seen you flying, and you're a wonderful flyer, Misty commended him one day, when Cicero had urged her out onto the grounds the previous evening to watch child and dog fly. Thank you, Harry replied, shyly. Misty always urged him to speak aloud, and Harry complied to not anger the gentle elf, who taught him so many useful things. However, he still did not feel comfortable making any sound whatsoever. One day in the middle of July, Molly Weasley called Severus through the fireplace and invited Severus and Harry to come to the Burrow on Sunday. Do you wish to go and visit Charlie and his family? Severus thought to the boy, who had become close to a son to him during the last 3 months. Will you go with us? The child asked back, once again making Severus aware of just how unsure he was. Of course. Then yes, I'd like that. Interrupting the woman's tirade, Severus assured her that he would accompany Harry and his guide dog to the Burrow after breakfast on Sunday morning. On Saturday evening, Harry felt extremely disappointed when Severus insisted that they should return home for a moment before heading out onto the grounds to fly. Why? Harry thought to Lucy, while he obediently headed home together with his familiar. From the magic coming from behind, he realized that Minerva and Poppy accompanied them. I don't know, but I hope we'll go flying shortly, the canine replied, pleasantly. Once back in their rooms, Severus motioned everyone to sit down, before he began to speak in his soft voice that always felt soothing to Harry's ears. Harry, as you probably know, your birthday is in 2 weeks' time. I don't have birthdays, Harry's mind screamed, when his guardian continued. Minerva, Poppy and I bought a broom for you for your birthday. However, knowing that you're probably going to fly at the Weasleys tomorrow, we decided to give it to you now instead of waiting for 2 weeks. He handed Harry a broom. It is a Nimbus 2000, Minerva explained, and in the image Lucy sent to his mind, Harry saw that she was smiling broadly. It's not even out on the market, but a former student of mine is a manager at Nimbus and was willing to sell us their pre-release product. Harry accepted the broom from Severus, his thoughts going haywire. They bought a broom just for me. Because it's my birthday soon. He had often heard the students complain about the school brooms and envy those with their own personal brooms. Thank you, he uttered in a small voice, feeling too happy to even realize that he was talking. Oh Harry, it's so good to hear your voice. You should speak more often. Minerva once again smiled broadly at him. Did I say that aloud? Harry thought to Lucy, trying to keep himself from panicking. Yes, but that was good. You made them very happy by talking, just like they made you happy with the broom. You should try to talk to them more often. They want to hear you speak. Thanks, Lucy, you really are the best. Harry gently caressed the canine's ears with his free hand. Shall we go and try it out? Severus inquired, quirking an eyebrow. Harry nodded, eagerly, causing the adults to laugh. Yes please, he thought, a response, which Severus probably did not even need. He knows me well enough to realize that I want nothing more than to go flying, especially now that I have my own broom. 30 minutes later, Harry and Lucy were soaring over the lake, and the teachers watched them in amazement, smiling upon hearing Lucy's happy yowling accompanied by a barely audible, "Wah." It appears that you've made Harry a very happy young boy. Severus slightly inclined his head, wondering where the headmaster had suddenly come from. He inwardly grinned, when Poppy immediately spoke up. Don't sneak up on us like that, Albus. I'm already having a hard time keeping Minerva from getting a heart attack, when Harry almost crashes into the lake. He won't. Albus' voice was laced with apparent confidence. Harry, Lucy, will you come down for a moment please? What is it now? Severus frowned. Just let the child enjoy himself for once. However, the headmaster managed to completely surprise him. He held out a golden snitch to Harry. Do you know what this is? Harry shook his head. This is a golden snitch. Oh, that's what Charlie was talking about, when he told me about Quidditch, Harry thought to him in apparent excitement, and Severus quickly relayed the boy's response to the headmaster. Well, seeing how fantastic a flyer you are, I thought that you might wish to have your own snitch. This is your early birthday present from me, Albus said, as he handed Harry the small ball that was struggling to get away. Release it, and then try to find it. Thank you, sir, Harry replied. His voice was barely audible, and Severus wondered if he had heard correctly or if his imagination had played a prank on him, when Albus replied. You're very welcome, my boy. Together with the others, Severus observed how Harry released the ball and then searched for it. This must be very difficult for him, seeing that he needs Lucy to search for the ball to show him the correct direction first, Minerva spoke up. Severus smirked. That would work, considering that they're a very well-matched pair, but I believe that Harry doesn't even need Lucy to find the snitch. He'll probably be able to sense the snitch's magic. Is that so? Albus stared at him in apparent surprise. Severus gave him a curt nod, smirking, when Harry held out the snitch for him to see that he had caught it once again. Shall we give him some company and see who gets to catch the snitch first? Minerva's voice was laced with excitement, and Severus and Poppy immediately agreed. Severus telepathically warned Harry of the impending competition, before he took into the air together with his colleagues, while the headmaster made himself comfortable on the bench next to the shore. During the following hour, Harry managed to catch the snitch 5 times. Harry, please see to it that you'll get sorted into Gryffindor in 2 years' time. We're going to make you the seeker on our house team. Minerva addressed the child in obvious eagerness. Ah, but I am certain that we could offer the same position on the Slytherin team. Severus smirked. Severus, can you please thank your colleagues for the broom and the snitch? Harry thought to him, I never had so much fun before. I will do that, but they'd be much happier to hear it from you. Just talk to them, I know that you can do it. However, Harry did not show any reaction, and Severus obediently relayed the boy's gratitude to his colleagues. I just love flying. It's so cool, Harry thought to Lucy, once they were in bed later the same evening. And the snitch is just brilliant. Yes, flying is wonderful, especially over the lake, his familiar agreed. Catching the snitch is fun. It's not really difficult though. Harry shrugged. Perhaps, it's easier for us than for other kids, he thought back. Perhaps, your vision is better than that of humans, and I can just sense its magic. No, I don't think that my vision is better than that of humans, but I can sense it, because it keeps moving its wings, rather than because of its magic. Oh, all right, oh well, together, we'll always be able to catch it, Harry thought, feeling very happy. Tomorrow, We can fly with Charlie and his brothers. That's too cool. From Lucius' light snoring, he realized that his familiar had already fallen asleep, firmly cuddled against his stomach. After breakfast the following morning, Harry and Lucy stepped into the fireplace together with Severus. Harry was firmly gripping his broom in his right hand, while his snitch was safely tucked into his robe pocket. "The burrow!" Severus shouted, and from the tone of his voice, Harry had the impression as if his guardian was not overly delighted at having to visit the Weasleys. When he stumbled out of the fireplace together with his guardian and his familiar, they were immediately surrounded by a whole group of people. He could sense at least 8 people's magic, of which he only recognized Charlie's. Before he could feel too uncomfortable, however, Lucy sent him an image, which only confirmed that they were surrounded by 2 adults and 7 children, some about his own age. "Hi Charlie," he thought to his friend, trying to smile in spite of feeling overwhelmed being surrounded by so many people who were all staring at him. Suddenly, the girl spoke up. "Back up, all of you. Can't you see that you're making him uncomfortable?" Everyone stepped back, making Harry inwardly sigh in relief. "Thanks," he thought to the girl before even considering the matter. "You're welcome. Just ignore my brothers. They don't have manners. I am Ginny, by the way." He almost instantly heard her reply right into his mind, while Lucy gently licked her hand. "Lucy seems to like her. She's nice," he thought, smiling. "Ginny is right. Now these are Professor Snape, Harry and Lucy. Please give them some space, especially Harry, as he can't see," Charlie added in a firm voice. Turning to Harry, he added, "I see you brought a broom. Shall we go flying?" Harry eagerly nodded his head, and the whole crowd of red-headed children stormed outside. "Just flying is boring. Let's play Quidditch. That's my brother Ronald. He is 9 years old and always jealous of everything and everyone," Ginny informed him, telepathically. "Harry, do you know how to play Quidditch?" Charlie asked in apparent concern. Harry nodded, eagerly. "Yes, the professors taught me, and Professor Dumbledore gave me a snitch." He thought back and hurriedly pulled his snitch out of his robe pocket. "Very well, I will head one team and you, Bill, the other," Charlie decided and stood aside from everyone else, while another older boy, who had his hair pulled up in a ponytail, stood on the other side. "He looks like a girl," Lucy thought to him, and Harry could only agree. "That's my oldest brother, Bill. He has just finished Hogwarts and is going to work at Gringotts, the Wizarding Bank," Ginny informed him. Harry thought back a quick thanks, when he became distracted by Charlie's question. "Harry, what position do you want to play?" "I'd like to catch the snitch." "All right, I will play chaser today, Bill." "Keeper." "Okay. Harry as seeker. Professor Snape as seeker. Ginny chaser. Fred beater. George beater. Dad chaser. Ron keeper. Mum chaser. Percy chaser." The 2 boys took turns choosing the members of their teams, and Harry realized in shock that he had to play against his guardian. "The 3 adults on the one team, and the youngest on our team." "Harry, we need to do our best," Lucy informed him, causing Harry to smile. "Thanks Lucy, for helping me. We only have to fly and look for the snitch." "That's good. Is the dog going to fly, too?" Ronald asked, causing Harry to almost stumble, as he was just going to take into the air with Lucy sitting in front of him as usual. "Of course, Harry needs her to see," Charlie explained. "Just ignore Ron. He is a thickhead sometimes, especially if he gets jealous. Your doggy is gorgeous, by the way." Harry quickly thought back a thanks to Ginny, before he flew further up to concentrate on the magic coming from the snitch. After the 3 first games, which Bill's team lost, Severus suggested that someone else should play Seeker for their team. However, even a complete change of teams with Ginny playing Seeker for Bill's team could not prevent Harry from catching the snitch every single time. "Oh Merlin, the house, where Harry is going to be sorted, will win the Quidditch Cup 7 years in a row," Bill spoke up, when Mrs. Weasley decided that it was time for lunch and everyone headed inside. "First years aren't allowed on the teams," Percy reminded his older brother. "That's Percy. He's a bit of a git and totally sticks to the rules," Ginny informed Harry. "Oh, if Harry is going to be sorted into Slytherin, I'll have a word about this ridiculous rule with the headmaster, and I know for a fact that Professor McGonagall has absolutely the same intention." Severus smirked. Professor, could you come with us for a moment? We'd like to try, if there's something we could do to convince you to abolish this atrocious rule right away. These are Fred and George, the twins from hell. Ginny quietly introduced them to Harry. They're very funny and, frankly speaking, my favorite brothers. Just be careful around them though, as they try to prank everyone and mostly succeed. I think they're quite brilliant. Harry thanked her for the explanation, while Lucy showed him the image of Severus climbing up the stairs after the twins. Severus followed the twins upstairs with trepidation. From being the head of Slytherin, he was used to untidy rooms, especially from his male students. However, the twins' room topped everything that he had seen so far. Not only were dirty socks as well as various other kinds of clothes scattered about the room. However, in the middle of an absolute chaos, there was a cauldron, surrounded by a box with empty files along with several small bags containing, fortunately non-dangerous, ingredients. This alone would have been nothing all too special. However, in the cauldron, there was a bright yellow liquid bubbling lividly. Several more ingredients were scattered about. Trying to keep his calm, Severus merely cast the boys a stern look in silent question. Sorry for the chaos, Professor. We've just finished brewing all the potions of our first-year potions book. And decided to try out the book with prank potions that Bill gave us for our birthday back in April. And this is our first attempt. The Dunderheads sounded proud. Oh well, if they have indeed managed to brew all the potions from their first book in spite of not even being first years, they must be quite talented, Severus could not help thinking. What did you do with the potions you brewed from the book? He raised an eyebrow. One of the twins stepped over the chaos to a wardrobe and pulled out a box with small files. They're all in here, sir. We don't know if you have time to perhaps check them out for us. Give them to me. Severus nodded in understanding. I will check them later on and let you know if they're adequate. Thank you, sir. Now this here is our first attempt at a prank potion. And it's supposed to make the person who consumes it turn into a canary. They finished their tirade together. We'd like to put it into the dessert. But could you please check it out? As we don't want to harm anyone. Severus nodded in understanding. Show me the recipe. An instant later, he studied the simple recipe, sniffed at the potion and pulled a small teaspoon out of his robe pocket to taste it, before he nodded, contentedly. It seems correctly brewed, he commended the twins. Nevertheless, it was a good idea to have your potion checked before pranking people. Please do so in the future, too. I shall always be willing to check a potion for you. The twins profusely thanked him. Do you know how to magically bottle it? No, sir. Two identical faces stared up at him in apparent delight. Are you allowed to do magic here at home? Yes, sir. Smirking, Severus taught them the spell, and the twins swiftly bottled their concoction into the empty files, pocketing one for immediate use. I'm going soft, Severus thought, horrified. It's Harry's fault. Oh well, these twins seem quite adept at brewing though, and at least not as thick-headed as their brother Percival. When Severus and the twins returned downstairs, Harry noticed immediately that his guardian seemed highly amused. You better not eat anything of the dessert if you don't want to be turned into a canary, he warned him. Sorry sir, a what? Harry thought back in confusion. A bird. The twins brewed a prank potion that will make the consumers turn into a bird. They seem quite good at brewing in spite of not even being first years. That sounds cool, but thank you for the warning, sir, Harry replied, amused. I wished I could learn to brew, he added as an afterthought. With Lucius' assistance, you will be able to brew, Severus reassured him. We can try it out during the weekends if you wish. Oh yes please. Harry felt extremely happy at the idea. Lucy, will you help me brew potions when Severus teaches us? Of course. On Saturday morning, Severus gave Harry his first potions lesson. So far, he had only held monologues about ingredients, their method of preparation and their purposes, and taken him into the garden to have him touch and feel one or the other herb. He knew that Cicero had also been teaching the child, however, he did not know to what extent. This time, he decided to make Harry prepare the ingredients for a simple healing potion. Harry seemed to be over the moon with joy. Together with Lucy, He was sitting on a workbench, which Severus had specifically made for them in his private lab. He laid out the recipe and observed in surprise that was close to shock how the child began to prepare the required ingredients without needing any explanation whatsoever. "Harry," he asked after a short while, "why do you exactly know what to do?" "Cicero taught me how to prepare everything," his ward replied, before he eagerly continued with the task at hand. "No," Severus shook his head in determination. "I'm not going to brew that potion. Harry will do it." He waited until the child finished preparing everything, before he gently led him through the brewing process. 30 minutes later, a flawlessly brewed potion was simmering in the cauldron. "He's amazing," he thought in surprise. With Lucy showing him the workstation, he's not handicapped in any way. He would well be able to attend first-year classes right away. He let out a deep sigh, pondering what to do. Only last night, he had checked the Weasley twins' first-year concoctions, only to realize that they were perfect. "I shall see to it that all 3 of them will get special tutoring. They're more adept than any other student has been after Lily and myself," he decided, resolving to speak with Albus, Minerva and Poppy about the matter at the first opportunity. He was brought back to reality, when a small voice penetrated his mind. "Severus." "Ah, sorry Harry, I was just thinking about something. You seem very adept at brewing, and the Weasley twins handed me the files of all first-year potions, which they brewed together in their bedroom. Each single potion was perfect. I believe that I should take the 3 of you and give you special potions classes. Would you be interested?" "Of course, I'd like that," Harry thought back in apparent excitement. "If the twins are so brilliant at brewing, why don't you ask them to become your student assistants?" Minerva cast him a challenging look. "Due to your multiple workloads as potions professor, potions master, head of house and guardian of an 8-year-old, you're entitled to have 1 or even 2 assistants. Considering that the Weasleys aren't exactly a rich family, the boys will surely be happy to be able to receive some pocket money." The headmaster looked at him in obvious amusement. His 2 older colleagues had brought up the matter of a possible student assistant multiple times, however, Severus had always refused. "I'd have to work together with them first to see if I can tolerate them in my lab," he replied, carefully. "I also have someone else whom I wish to make the youngest potions master of all times," he added, more to himself than to his colleagues, who unfortunately had good ears. "Harry." Poppy smiled, knowingly. Severus nodded. "This morning, he brewed his first potion, and I am going to take the whole batch to you later on. His brewing is accurate, and he knows as much about ingredients as a 5th-year student." "You have taught him well." Minerva smirked. "No, that wasn't only me. Apparently, Cicero has been teaching him for at least 2 hours every day, and Harry can distinguish ingredients by sensing their magic. I've never had a student who was able to do such a thing." Albus let a hand wander over his beard. "Perhaps, you and Poppy should consider making him your apprentice, although I am sorry to say that the defense against the dark arts class will be the most important for him." Poppy glared at the headmaster. "Misty and Cicero have already done so. While Cicero taught him about potions, she has been teaching him healing and already asked me to take over for her once he becomes a student in 2 years' time. Do I understand it correctly that we do not have to ask Remus and Miranda to teach Harry?" Albus inquired. "I believe that he already has enough teachers." "Yes." Severus nodded at the headmaster in confirmation. "Still, you should hire Remus for defense against the dark arts, even if he'll only be able to teach every 2nd year. We'll surely find something to occupy him every other year," Minerva added, giving Albus a sharp look. "That I will do, my dear. I've already invited him to join us at Hogwarts on Saturday." Minerva turned to Severus in clear excitement. "Will you allow Harry to invite his friends for his birthday?" Severus let out a deep sigh. Of course, he had considered the matter and had decided against it. "So far, I believe that the Weasleys have not realized who he is, nor have the other students, and it should remain that way as long as possible. People would surely look differently at him if they were aware of his identity." "That sounds absolutely correct," Poppy agreed, warmly. "Severus, as I said before, being a father to an 8-year-old suits you well." Severus contented himself to roll his eyes at his friend, however, did not reply. "You could still invite the Weasleys for another day. Minerva cast him a questioning look, and Severus nodded in agreement. I must speak with Harry about his birthday, he resolved. When Harry woke up the following morning, his guardian was sitting on the edge of his bed, and from the small sounds of contentedness coming from Lucy, Harry realized that he was gently petting the canine. Good morning, Lucy. Good morning, Severus, he thought to his new family members. Good morning, Harry, Severus replied in his soft voice, while Lucy turned around to lick his face in apparent delight. Harry, there's something I'd like to discuss with you, before we grace my overexcited colleagues for breakfast in the Great Hall. When Harry gave him a telepathic, okay, he slowly began to speak. In fact, he held a longer monologue about how Harry's parents had been murdered and how he, the freak, had always been considered a hero in the magical world ever since that night. Harry listened with bewilderment. The magical world is quasi-worshipping Harry Potter. Fortunately, apart from my colleagues and your elf teachers, no one at Hogwarts has realized who you are, as we were careful to only use your first name when we introduced you to people. If anyone knew your last name, I am certain that you would attract a lot of attention. I suppose that you don't wish for that. No, Harry quickly confirmed. Why I am telling you this now, Severus continued, is because your birthday is on Saturday and we would love to invite your friends for you. However, as everyone in the magical world knows, the 31st of July is Harry Potter's birthday. I suggest inviting your friends at a different time. Harry nodded his agreement. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir, for being so thoughtful. We will still have a birthday party for you here at the castle, and the headmaster invited Remus Lupin, who was one of your parents' best friends, to join us for breakfast. Does he know that I? Harry slowly trailed off, knowing by now that Severus would not accept if he said that he was a freak. He knows who you are and he'll be thrilled to meet you. He let out a deep sigh. At a later time, I'd like to introduce you to a few of my friends who have children of your age. My godson, Draco, and my friend's son Theodore, for example, are both going to attend Hogwarts together with you in 2 years' time, and I believe that it would be good for you to become friends before meeting them as first years. Who wants to become friends with a freak? Harry thought in disbelief. Well, except for Charlie and Tonks maybe. There is also something which my colleagues and I are not able to teach you, Severus continued, seeming thoughtful. You are the heir of the Potter family and when you turn 17 will be able to become Lord Potter. Harry listened in surprise, when the professor explained that he would be going to take his seat on the Wizengamot, the government for the British magical world, and that he would have many responsibilities of which the professor did not know enough to teach him. He told him that he would be the heir to the Prince family. However, his mother had been disowned by the family when she married his father, who had been a Muggle. Oh, it's not only that Muggles hate freaks, but magical people hate Muggles, too, Harry thought in surprise. They're all people. Why does it matter if they can do magic or not? Therefore, we will need to ask one of my friends or their wives to teach you what it entails to be the heir to one of the most important old families, Severus continued. However, as long as you don't feel comfortable speaking yet, I'd rather wait until you'll feel more confident. Thank you for explaining things to me, Harry thought, gratefully. He had not understood everything, however, he appreciated that Severus took the time to speak to him and try to tell him what he needed to know. When Harry woke up on Saturday morning, he felt Severus once again sitting on the edge of his bed. From the occasional turning of pages penetrating his ears, he realized that the professor seemed to be reading a book. Good morning, Harry, and happy birthday, Severus replied, while Lucy lazily stretched her limbs, cuddling even closer to him if that was at all possible. Thank you, sir. I am 9, so it's still 2 more years before I'll be able to become a student at Hogwarts, Harry thought, not realizing that he had sent his thought to his guardian, before the older wizard replied. Are you so eager to attend classes? I believe that right now, you're having much more opportunities to study what really interests you than when you'll be a student and have to attend classes according to the curriculum. It's great to be taught by you, Misty, Cicero and Barney, Harry thought back. Harry, we can always change your lessons, Severus said, seeming pensive. Instead of the elves, we can ask a witch or a wizard to teach you, for example. Harry remained thoughtful for a moment, wondering if he could tell Severus what he felt. Tell me, the older wizard challenged, almost as if he had been able to read his thoughts. Classes with Barney together with Nina and Tony have been very interesting so far. I'm not allowed to speak about what we learned, but from September onwards, Nina and Tony need to practice more what the house elves need to do, and according to Barney, it won't be so interesting for me anymore. He slowly trailed off, uncertainly fingering the edge of his bed covers with both hands. Harry, Severus replied in a soft voice that immediately made Harry feel reassured. Will Misty and Cicero continue teaching you? Harry nodded. Yes, sir, but only 2 hours each every day. So that makes you free for the rest of the day to study with someone else, Severus said in apparent understanding. Thank you for telling me. I will discuss this with my colleagues and perhaps with my friends. Is there anything particular that you wish to learn? Harry shook his head. Potions and healing is the most interesting, but you, Misty and Cicero are already teaching me, so I'm good. Severus nodded in apparent understanding, before he turned to Lucy. Lucy, could you please show Harry an image, when I give him my present now? A present? For me? Harry thought in disbelief. An instant later, he observed how Severus pulled a small parcel out of his robe pocket. It was wrapped in dark blue paper, and the man handed it to him. Thank you, sir, Harry replied, as he eyed the small gift in amazement. Unwrap it. Harry slowly unwrapped the gift, eager to not tear the nice wrapping, only to reveal a gold chain that was equipped with a pendant of an animal. That's a lynx, the symbol of the Prince family. I told you about my origin a few days ago. Harry nodded, eagerly. This pendant is equipped with all kinds of safety charms, which might help in case someone chose to attack you. It also works as a portkey. If you grab it with one of your hands and say, "Home," it will take you into the living room of our quarters. Thank you so much, Harry thought, feeling more cared for than he could remember having felt ever before. Harry, talk to him, Lucius thought penetrated his ears. You can do that, and it would make him happy after giving you such a wonderful gift. Thank you, Severus. His voice was barely audible. However, his guardian had not missed it, and a small smile began to play on the professor's lips. You're very welcome, and I am very happy to hear your voice. Thank you, Harry. Harry felt his cheeks heat up in embarrassment, and he nodded, gratefully, when Severus suggested that he should get up and ready himself for breakfast in the Great Hall. When Harry took his seat between Minerva and Severus as usual, he felt the unknown magic of a wizard, whom he had not met yet. Before he could even ask Lucy who was there, she already sent him an image of the man sitting opposite of him. Harry, this is Remus Lupin, Minerva introduced the wizard, who seemed to be of about the same age as Severus. He was one of your parents' best friends. Remus, these are Harry and his watchdog familiar Lucy. Hello Harry and Lucy. I am very happy to meet you, the man said, smiling in their direction. However, the image vanished, as soon as Lucy, who had put her paws up onto his lap to oversee the table, let go of him and made herself comfortable on his feet. Speak aloud, she urged him, causing Harry to utter a very small, hello. He feels strange, Harry noticed and pondered the matter for a moment, before he realized what exactly the man was missing. Severus, I think he needs shriveled moonberry fern. Harry, please explain. Severus seemed uncharacteristically excited. Harry shrugged. He feels wrong. I don't know why, and I can't explain why, but I think he is missing shriveled moonberry fern. Severus remained quiet for a moment, and Harry sensed that everyone else seemed to tense upon their quiet conversation. He inwardly sighed in relief, when the older wizard spoke again. Harry, I believe that we should have breakfast first. Afterwards, we will ask Mr. Lupin to accompany us to our herb garden and discuss the matter with him. Agreed. Harry nodded with a small smile playing on his lips. Harry, he recognized the headmaster's voice. Please just talk aloud like everyone else. There is no need for secrecy with only 6 of our colleagues and Mr. Lupin around, who, as Professor McGonagall explained, was your parents' best friend. You can trust everyone here. Everyone but you, Harry thought, however, remained quiet, while the smile slowly vanished from his face. Albus, leave Harry in peace. How can he trust you, considering that it was you who placed him with his atrocious relatives? Harry thought a quick thank you to Minerva, before he returned to mulling over their guest's scent. Somehow, the name, Moony, popped up in his mind, although he could not explain it. Uncle Moony, he tentatively thought to the man, feeling immediate excitement coming from the other side of the table. Yes, Harry, that's me. He sounded delighted and quickly explained to the teachers that Harry seemed to remember him from the time when his parents had still been alive. Are you sure? Dumbledore sounded doubtful. I remember him, because I can sense his magic, Harry thought to his guardian, who relayed the matter to his colleagues. Harry is able to feel magic. Uncle Moony sounded surprised. I know that he always was very powerful, but still, this is unusual to say the least. He is also a natural healer. Poppy sounded proud of him, and Harry wondered why. Now Harry, do you know how to magically cut a cake? Minerva addressed him, sounding happy. Harry shook his head, casting the witch sitting on his left side a small smile. Lucy, can you come up and help me please? An instant later, Lucy's front paws came up onto his lap, so that the canine could oversee the table. Minerva gently showed him a spell, causing Uncle Moony to ask if he already had a wand. Harry's magic is so strong that he doesn't need a wand, although we'll have to train him in wand magic before he'll become a student here, Minerva explained, smiling, when Harry simply cut the cake with a small flick of his hand. The professors highly commended him, but Harry was glad when Poppy stood from her chair and distributed the cake on his behalf. Once she was done, everyone sang a birthday song for him before they were finally allowed to eat it. My first birthday, Harry thought, feeling very happy, as he slowly enjoyed the delicious cake, sharing one or the other strawberry with his familiar, who was back to obediently sitting between his feet, however, with her snout firmly placed on his lap. Harry, there is a pile of presents for you. Do you wish to look at them first or rather go to the herb garden with Remus and me? Severus unobtrusively thought to him. Go to the herb garden first, Harry replied without wavering. As eager as he was to receive presents for the first time in his life, he could feel that Uncle Moony needed his help, which was more important right now. As soon as Harry finished his cake and his hot chocolate, he felt that Severus rose from his chair. Lupin, Harry wishes for you to accompany us to our herb garden for a moment. Poppy, would you perhaps be willing to grace us with your presence? I believe that Harry has to open a pile of presents first. Inwardly groaning at the headmaster's words, Harry firmly thought to Minerva, please excuse us for a while. I need to do something for Uncle Moony first. Of course, Harry, Minerva replied in a soft voice. You can still open your presents later on. Severus smirked, realizing that Harry seemed to finally feel comfortable enough towards Minerva to mind think to her. Another small progress, he thought, contentedly, as he followed Harry, Lucy and Lupin back to his quarters with Poppy on his heels. I wonder what he wants to do with shriveled moonberry fern. Harry said something that Lupin was missing shriveled moonberry fern, he quietly informed the healer, who returned a surprised look. Does he know that Remus is a werewolf? I haven't told him. I suppose that it's solely instinct, and I am curious as to what he intends to do. Poppy nodded, just when they arrived in front of Salazar's portrait guarding their quarters. Harry, what's wrong? Why don't you go in? Severus quirked an eyebrow at the ancient wizard in the portrait. Salazar, this is Remus Lupin, a guest of Harry and myself. Harry already introduced him to me, before he asked if I could join you in your herb garden, because you might need my expertise, Salazar replied, as he opened the door for them. Severus' eyes widened in surprise that only intensified, when Lupin handed Harry a quickly conjured photo frame, into which Salazar slipped without further ado, once he closed the door behind them. Together, they quietly made their way into the herb garden, where Salazar suddenly began to hiss at Harry. Now, tell USSS what this ISSS about, but SSS speak aloud please. We all want to hear it. Seemingly ignoring the ancient wizard's instruction, Harry stepped over to where Severus had been raising several plants of moonberry fern, before he hesitantly began to speak. I think Mr. Lupin needs this, Harry uttered in a barely audible voice, only to think to Severus, but I don't know how. It might be part of a potion. He listened with interest, when the adults discussed the so-called Wolfsbane potion, and Severus admitted that he had brewed a first batch for Uncle Moony, which he had been taking from the day before yesterday and would have to take again tonight and tomorrow right before the full moon. As Mr. Lupin has already taken the potion twice, if I understood correctly, it is in his system, so if Harry senses that he is missing shriveled moonberry fern, I suppose that it has to be added to the wolfsbane potion. It would help if we could see the recipe. Severus nodded in understanding at the ancient wizard's words. He called Cicero and asked him to bring the recipe of the wolfsbane potion and stay for the discussion. Poppy even called Misty to assist as well. Harry smiled at the elf. She was very kind, and he liked her a lot, even if she was strict and always made him speak aloud, no matter what the topic was or who was around. Harry listened quietly when Severus and Salazar discussed the possible use of shriveled moonberry fern in the wolfsbane potion and finally decided on a stage, at which it most likely had to be added. "Harry, do you perhaps know if this would be correct?" Severus finally asked, showing him the recipe, which Lucy immediately displayed for him. Harry shrugged, as his knowledge about potions was insufficient for such a decision to say the least. In the end, the professors decided to try it out, and Severus retired to his private lab together with Cicero and Salazar's portrait, while Poppy and Remus remained with Harry in Severus' living room. "Harry, thank you so much for trying to help me," Remus spoke up in a soft voice, while Poppy asked Misty for refreshments, which popped up on the table a moment later. "Harry, would you mind if I called Minerva to join us?" Poppy then inquired. "I'm sure that she would neither want to miss your birthday nor your attempt to cure Remus." Harry shook his head, smiling at the kind witch. "Harry is a natural healer," the healer then explained for Remus. "Harry, do you know what Remus' problem is?" Harry shook his head, giving Poppy a questioning look. "Have you ever heard of werewolves?" Remus inquired and, seeing that Harry shook his head again, began to explain what a werewolf was. He admitted how he had been bitten as a 4-year-old and ever since then changed into a wolf during the night of the full moon. "When your parents and our friends found out about it, they decided to become animagi, so that they'd be able to keep me company during the full moon." "Harry, do you know what an animagus is?" Minerva asked, kindly. "No," Harry thought to her, receiving a swift explanation from the Transfiguration professor, before she quickly transformed into her feline form, causing Lucy to step over and sniff the cat with apparent interest. "Will I be able to become an animagus?" Harry inquired, feeling absolutely thrilled at the idea of transforming into a dog like Lucy. "I am sure that you'll be able to become an animagus, considering how strong your magic is," Minerva reassured him, once she had transformed back into her human form. "I'm not going to teach you before you're at least a student at Hogwarts though. The animagus transformation is not even taught to the students, as only very few wizards and witches manage to transform." "I'll find out how it works and will try to transform," Harry resolved. "I can't wait to be able to roam the castle together with Lucy." Just then, Severus entered the room. "As we fortunately had the potion for tonight and tomorrow at an advanced stage, we've already added shriveled moonberry fern and finished 2 doses. Harry, would you mind taking a look at the potion? Perhaps you'll be able to sense if it's correct." Harry nodded. "Can we take Remus with us please?" The 3 wizards retired to Severus' private lab, where Misty and Cicero were eagerly conversing with Salazar Slytherin in his small portrait. "Harry must be related to me, as the ability of speaking Parseltongue is a distinctive trait of the Slytherin family," the ancient wizard informed the elves. Harry decided to file that information for later on and simply concentrate on the task ahead for now. Lucy showed him a golden cauldron that was sitting on the table in front of them. A light brown potion was simmering in it. Waving Remus over, Harry concentrated on the magic coming from the werewolf in comparison to the liquid in the cauldron. It still lacks some magic, he thought, and, allowing his natural healer instincts to take over, added his own healing magic to the concoction, before he nodded, contentedly. "I hope it will work," he said in a small voice, knowing that he wanted Severus, Remus, Salazar and the elves to hear, considering that they had all helped with the potion. "Lupin," Severus addressed his former classmate, "are you willing to try it out? You should spend the night in the Shrieking Shack, as the effects of the wolfsbane might be rendered useless by the changes." "Of course, I will," Remus replied, sounding delighted. "Thank you all so very much for your efforts. Even if I will try to not get my hopes up, I am very grateful." Without hesitating, he sipped the steaming potion from the large cup that Severus handed him. When they returned to the living room, Remus addressed the healer. "Poppy, it might be too soon to say anything, but I already feel the effects of the potion. I feel better than I've ever felt before in spite of the approaching full moon. Could you perhaps check on me?" "With pleasure," the healer replied, and through the images relayed by Lucy, Harry observed how Poppy cast a series of diagnostic spells at the man, before she let her wand sink. "I cannot find any trace of lycanthropy anymore. Nevertheless, you should spend the night of the full moon in the Shrieking Shack just to be sure." "Should I still take the potion tomorrow before going to the Shrieking Shack?" "I don't think that it's necessary," Poppy replied, and Severus nodded his agreement. "Harry," Remus turned to him, tears leaking in his eyes. "All these years, I've hoped for a wonder, for someone to invent a cure for lycanthropy, but when your parents died and a world broke together for me, I gave up all hope. I can't thank you enough for what you've done for me today." "Thank you, Harry." "You're welcome, Uncle Mooney." Harry cast the older wizard a broad smile, feeling very happy that he had managed to help the man. "He's really nice," he thought, happily. "Harry, I believe that it's now time to open your presents." Minerva changed the topic, and Lucy suddenly showed him a table to the right, on which his presents were piled up. He received several books out of the series of the 5 Magical Friends, of which he was still reading the first volume enlisting Lucy's help and liked it a lot. He also received clothes as well as a voucher for the shop of Mr. Ollivander, the wand maker at Diagon Alley, as Minerva explained. When he finally finished opening all presents, Lucy stretched out between him and Minerva on the sofa with her head on his lap, and Harry gently cuddled his familiar, deep in thoughts. "I never received presents, and I was always told that I'm a freak and didn't have a birthday. But here in the magical world at Hogwarts, everything seems to be different," he thought. He was brought back to reality when he heard Salazar speak up from his usual portrait at the entrance door. "As I said earlier, I believe that Harry is a relative of mine. Severus, I ask you to take him to Gringotts as soon as possible and have the goblins do a genealogy test. Speak with Buckbean. He is the Potter's account manager," Minerva encouraged his guardian. "We shall do so during the next few days. Is that all right, Harry?" Harry nodded. "Yes, sir. Thank you, sir," he thought to his guardian, only to add, "I'm sorry to be such a bother." "Severus," voice suddenly became strict. "Harry, you are not and will never be a bother, not to me and not to my colleagues. Please remember that." "Yes, sir," Harry replied over the simultaneous gasps from the witches assembled, sensing that Severus wanted a response. "Severus." Harry recognized Mooney's voice. "I believe that you should consider introducing Harry to a mind healer, knowing what abuse he suffered with the Dursleys." "That's a good idea." Minerva sounded excited. "I even know the appropriate mind healer for him." "And who might that be?" Harry inwardly chuckled. Even if Lucy was fast asleep next to him and did not relay images, he could imagine how his guardian quirked an eyebrow at his older colleague, with whom he seemed to love a small banter every now and then. "As you know, I am good friends with Arabella Figg and sometimes visit her to interpret between her and her cats. A couple of times, I have met her best friend, who is also a squib. She is a mind healer and a very gentle person on top of it. Regina Lestrange." "Lestrange?" Severus sounded horrified, as he asked in a dangerously quiet voice. "Yes, she is the younger sister of Rodolphus and Rabaston Lestrange and was sent away from the family at a young age, when they realized that she was a squib." "Preposterous," Salazar bellowed. "There are means to give squibs magic after all. Minerva, please contact her and invite her to visit Harry and me once in the near future, so that they can get to know each other and Harry can decide if he'd be able to speak with her. When would it be convenient for the two of you?" "Any time. During the holidays, we can adjust to her schedule." "Severus, what is a squib?" "Harry, a squib is a person born from magical parents but unable to do magic himself or herself," his guardian explained, patiently. "Harry, you know Mrs. Figg, don't you?" Minerva asked, gently, and when Harry nodded, said, "She is also a squib. Why did she never tell me about magic and that I'm not a freak then?" Harry wondered, when a small voice at the back of his mind reminded him that Mrs. Fig had assured him multiple times that he was not a freak. It had simply been impossible to believe, as the Dursleys had told him otherwise on a daily basis. Harry did not notice that the headmistress stepped over to the fireplace and spoke with someone, and was surprised to hear Minerva announce that she had asked Arabella Fig to speak with her friend about a visit to Hogwarts at her earliest convenience. Arabella promised to have Regina Flo call Severus tonight. Thank you, Harry thought to the kind old witch, knowing that she had taken the effort to help him. I have a question. Lucy, who had woken up by now, showed Harry Remus Lupin, who addressed seemingly no one in particular. From Albus' invitation, I understood that he wants me to come to Hogwarts to teach defense against the dark arts. However, Minerva's words make me believe that you want me to teach Harry everything that he needs to know before becoming a student here. Both is correct, Minerva replied, smiling. Do you know Miranda O'Neill? Miranda, yes, she was a Gryffindor in the year behind us. Minerva nodded, seemingly contented, before she explained that the defense against the dark arts position was cursed and that the teachers had thought about having Remus and Miranda take turns teaching classes a year, while the other would teach Harry. So, that means during the upcoming school year, Miranda will teach Harry, while I am going to teach classes. Yes. Would you be agreeable to this solution? Severus inquired. We would, of course, provide you with the Wolfsbane potion every month, provided that it is still necessary after today. It probably won't, but thank you very much. I happily accept both positions. Have you already spoken with Miranda about the matter? Yes, we told her, as soon as we set up the plan to prevent her from accepting any other job, and she agreed, although she and Harry have not met yet. She has promised to come to Hogwarts to meet with us on Thursday next week. Oh good. That's after the full moon then. Harry had the impression as if the older wizard looked happier than when he had first seen him in the morning. As soon as the following morning, Regina Lestrange stepped through the fireplace into the Snape quarters, where Minerva, Remus and Poppy had once again joined Severus, Harry and Lucy. I am Regina Lestrange. I apologize for visiting on a Sunday morning, she said, as she more stumbled than stepped out of the fireplace. Harry immediately liked her. Her voice sounded very friendly, and from the image Lucy relayed to him, he could see that a soft smile was playing on her lips. Her magic felt extremely weak though, but he recalled that Minerva had said she was a squib. I can still feel her magic though. Mrs. Fig didn't have any, he thought in confusion, resolving to ask Misty about the matter later on. Thank you for coming on such a short notice. Severus' voice sounded equally soft. He introduced his colleagues and finally Harry and Lucy, before he explained about Harry's problems resulting from his past with his Muggle relatives. Do you believe that you'll be able to help Harry? He finally inquired, quirking an eyebrow. The squib nodded in apparent understanding. I believe that I will be able to help Harry, however, it depends on if he is willing to trust me and to work together with me. I must admit that I have never helped a wizard before. Minerva has probably told you that I am a squib and usually work in the Muggle world. I can sense her magic though, and I could not sense any coming from Mrs. Fig, Harry urgently thought to Severus, somehow feeling excited at the thought. Lucy, do you think I can help her with magic? While Severus repeated Harry's observation aloud, Lucy rose from the sofa, stepped over to where Regina was sitting and gently licked the woman's hands, before she returned to Harry's side and gave him a soft nudge. Speak with her, she's very nice. Please help me, Harry said in a barely audible voice, causing the woman to smile broadly. All right, Harry, I will try to help you. Usually, a squib's magic lies between 0 and 2%, Poppy spoke up, seeming pensive. It is surprising that Harry can feel your magic, however, could not sense Mrs. Fig's. You must know that Harry is a natural healer. One of one there is every 200 years, and he can sense magic. Regina let out a deep sigh. Oh, I so wished I had magic. I was devastated when my father kicked me out of the family, when I was 11 years old. He ordered one of the elves to take me into the Muggle world and have me attend a Muggle school, as I wasn't able to go to Hogwarts like my older brothers, she slowly trailed off. Didn't Salazar say something that it was possible to give squibs magic? Minerva looked at Severus, who quirked an eyebrow at the portrait in silent question. It has several requirements that are not fulfilled in this case, Salazar replied, sounding extremely grumpy. Could I perhaps help her? Harry wondered, tuning the adults' conversation out. He concentrated on the small bout of magic he could feel, however, there was nothing he could do to possibly increase it. I'd need to touch her, he finally realized, however, did not dare ask for permission. She wouldn't want so many others to watch, and it probably wouldn't work anyway. Otherwise, someone would have helped her a long time ago, he thought, inwardly sighing. While Harry had been following his own string of thoughts, the professors had agreed with the mind healer that she should visit the Snape quarters twice a week and spend some time with Harry to see if she could help him overcome the abuse of his early childhood, at least mentally. Any thoughts on Ms. Lestrange? Severus sounded bored. However, Harry could sense that his guardian seemed strangely excited. They were sitting in their favorite spots in the living room with Lucy fast asleep on the sofa next to him. I like her a lot. I wonder if I'll be able to help her with magic, Harry replied, pensively. I'd need to touch her to try though. You can try it out eventually. But even if your magic is quite strong for your age, you must be very careful to not use too much magic. A wizard's magic usually increases at the age of 11, and people's magic is only fully developed at the age of around 16. Depleting your magic is extremely dangerous and can lead to the complete loss of your magic. Severus sounded strict, and Harry nodded in understanding. I will be careful, he promised, sincerely. If you feel tired at the latest, you must immediately stop. Yes, sir. I also want you to only make attempts at healing magic if Poppy or I are nearby, so that we can help you in the worst case. I sound like a mother hen, he thought in disgust at his own protectiveness of the child. Oh well, he is my ward, and I've sworn Lily an oath to keep him safe, he thought, not yet ready to admit to himself that he had begun to really care for the child. Regina seems to be really special, Severus thought, surprising himself by the fact that he found her less annoying than every other woman he had met in the last decade. When Harry woke up on Monday morning, he was surprised to hear several voices from his guardian's living room. He realized that Severus' colleagues seemed to be assembled and that they sounded excited. Oh, it was the night of the full moon, he recalled. Perhaps Uncle Moony didn't transform. He quickly climbed out of his bed around Lucy, who chose that instant to lazily stretch her limbs, and headed out into the living room. He could sense Moony's magic as well as Severus, Minerva's and Poppy's. Harry, he felt that Remus stepped over to him in obvious excitement. You managed to cure me from lycanthropy. I can't thank you enough. May I hug you? He then added in a smaller voice. Harry slowly nodded, smiling at the older wizard. Lucy, come on, wake up, I need you to show me what's going on, he thought, however, refrained from relaying the request to his familiar. He hesitantly allowed the man to pull him into a light hug, gratefully acknowledging that he was careful enough to not frighten him, even if he still could not get used to hugs in spite of the light embraces, which he frequently received from the older witches in the castle. Congratulations, Uncle Moony, he thought to the older wizard, feeling happy to have been able to make his parents' friend as happy as he obviously was. Thank you, Harry. Harry, I've excused you from your morning classes with the elves today, as I intend to take you to Gringotts on Salazar's request. Severus' voice was gentle but firm, and Harry simply nodded in confirmation. Harry, are you going to get dressed, or shall I transfigure your clothes into something more presentable? I believe that we need to appear in the Great Hall for breakfast to not displease the headmaster too much. Yes please, Harry thought to Minerva, feeling a tingling sensation, when the older witch transfigured his pajamas into day-wear clothes and robes. Thank you, Minerva. You're welcome, sweetie. I suppose that we need to tell Albus that Remus is not a werewolf anymore. Poppy sounded thoughtful, and Harry wondered why the old wizard had to know about the matter. You're sure that the first thing he's going to do is to run to the Minister of Magic and inform him that Harry, who is not even a first year, managed to do what hundreds of potions masters during the last centuries have not achieved, Severus drawled. They'll expect us to brew hundreds of batches to cure all the werewolves. You and Harry will receive the Order of Merlin First Class in return. Minerva sounded amazed, and Harry briefly wondered what the Order of Merlin was, when the old witch continued. With the Weasley twins as your student assistants, you'll hopefully be able to make time for it. Minerva. Harry inwardly chuckled, sensing how upset yet intrigued at the same time Severus appeared. I haven't even asked the boys if they wish to become my student assistants. I didn't even try out if I can work together with them, and in case it slipped your attention, they're not even first years yet. Apart from that, I did not simply brew the potion for Lupin. I am certain that Harry did something to the finished concoction. Did you not, Harry? I simply added some necessary healing magic to it, sir. Severus let out a small snort, before he repeated his thought aloud for everyone to hear. What Harry, simply, as he worded it, added, is something that no one but Harry would be able to provide. No one else would be able to even complete the potion. Does it matter? Salazar spoke up from his portrait, sounding grumpy. I'm certain that my heir will agree to heal the werewolves, won't you, Harry? Of course, sir, Harry thought to the ancient wizard, nodding his head for everyone to see. Somehow, he felt amused by the discussion and happy that his help was needed to heal someone. Very well then, let's head to the Great Hall and face the headmaster almost suffer a heart attack. Severus. Minerva lightly scolded the professor, causing Harry to inwardly grin at the professor's friendly banter. He seems to not like the old wizard either, he thought in amusement, before he followed the group of adults out of the room, glad that Lucy had joined him by now. Remus, the old wizard greeted the former werewolf in apparent surprise. How are you feeling, my boy? If I am not mistaken, it was the night of the full moon last night. This is going to be interesting, Harry thought in amusement, gratefully playing with Lucy's ears, when she relayed an image of his surroundings, before she made herself comfortable under the table with her head resting on his lap. Headmaster, Remus replied, sounding polite. I am delighted to inform you that I am not a werewolf anymore. Severus and Harry managed to cure me from lycanthropy. Is that so? Dumbledore asked, sounding incredulous. Poppy let out a small sigh. Harry and Severus managed to develop a cure for lycanthropy. When I checked on Remus, I could not find a trace of the lycanthropy anymore. Nevertheless, he spent the night in the Shrieking Shack, however, did not transform. I will still spend the next full moon in the Shrieking Shack just to be 100% sure that it was a permanent cure, however, I already know that I am cured. I feel better than I could remember having felt ever before. Congratulations my boy, the headmaster replied, pleasantly. Congratulations Severus and Harry, I am sure that you will both receive the Order of Merlin First Class for this achievement. No thanks, Severus replied, while Harry firmly shook his head. Whatever it is, if Severus doesn't want it, I won't need it either, he thought, when his guardian continued to speak. By the way, I am planning to take Harry to Gringotts this morning, considering that the old coot in the portrait guarding our entrance door insists that we should get an ancestry test for Harry. And why might that be, my boy? Strange that he calls Severus my boy, Harry thought in confusion. Considering that Harry is a Parselmouth, Salazar is certain that he is a descendant of his family. Ah, but that is nonsense, Dumbledore contradicted in what Harry thought of as his most annoying grandfatherly voice. Harry has received certain abilities from Voldemort, when he gave him his scar. The Potters are descendants of the Gryffindor Ravenclaw family. Nevertheless, we'll check it out, Severus replied in a firm voice, causing Harry to feel very happy at his guardian's thoughtfulness. He's really looking out for me in contrary to the headmaster, he thought, gratefully. Right after breakfast, Severus ushered Harry and Lucy into the fireplace, so that they could travel to the Leaky Cauldron together. The thought, I could have simply popped Lucy and me, perhaps even all three of us crossed Harry's mind. However, he knew that he had promised the elves to not inform any human of his abilities, which the elves had taught him. Nevertheless, it was unsettling, considering that the flow made him feel nauseous in contrary to the easier method of travel. I should ask Cicero once. Perhaps, I'll be allowed to tell Severus about it, because he's my guardian, he thought, as he followed Severus out into the wizarding shopping street, glad that Lucy provided him with constant images as they went. He felt almost frightened upon taking in the harsh expressions of the goblins that Lucy relayed to him. However, Severus motioned for them to remain behind him, as he addressed one of them. We are Harry Potter and Severus Snape and wish to speak with the Potter's account manager. They were told to wait a moment in a small side room, where Harry gingerly sat on the indicated stool for a few minutes, before another goblin entered the room. "Good morning, Mr. Snape and Mr. Potter. I am Buckbean, the account manager of the noble house of Potter. Please follow me into my office." He sounded friendlier than the goblins in the entrance hall had appeared, and Harry slowly relaxed. The office that Lucy showed him gave him an expression of nobility. It was kept very simple, with one tall plant in a corner as well as a sword on one wall as the only decorations. However, the seat was extremely comfortable, and when Harry carefully fingered the armrest, he realized that it seemed to be made from very soft leather. Severus introduced the three of them, before he explained that Salazar Slytherin, who occupied a portrait frame in his living quarters, had sent them, claiming that Harry had to be a descendant of the Slytherin family due to his ability of comprehending Parseltongue. Buckbean nodded in apparent understanding. "We will make a genealogy test." Severus lightly inclined his head. "Please do everything that you deem to be in Harry's best interest." "Harry," Buckbean turned to him, "I need 1 drop of your blood for the genealogy test. Will you please hold your hand over this parchment and make a fist?" Inwardly once more thanking Lucy for her assistance, Harry held his fist over the completely empty parchment that Buckbean had placed onto the table in front of him. He only sensed a small tingle of a seemingly strange, unknown magic, however, did not feel any pain, when a small drop of blood fell onto the parchment. He watched with a combination of interest and excitement how thin, black lines spread all over the parchment, here and there attached with names written in 2 small letters for him to decipher. "Harry is indeed a descendant of Salazar Slytherin and Helga Hufflepuff through his mother Lily." Buckbean was the first to speak up. "The family line seems to be interrupted by many squibs, unlike his father James's line, which goes back as far as Godric Gryffindor and Rowena Ravenclaw. That means that Harry is the heir of all 4 founders of Hogwarts," Severus stated, his voice not laced with any kind of emotion. "Exactly," Buckbean confirmed. Severus let out a deep sigh. "I was wondering," he began to speak, seemingly pensive, "if we should change Harry's surname for him to not be bothered by people who simply admire him as the boy who lived, but," he slowly trailed off, leaving a silent question. "That's a great idea," Harry thought to the older wizard, as not only Minerva, but also the elves had explained to him what it meant to be Harry Potter in Britain's magical world. Suddenly, another goblin quietly entered the room and placed a small folder onto Buckbean's desk. The goblin uttered a few words in a language that Harry could not understand, before he turned back to them. "Mr. Snape, have you ever considered accepting the lordship of the Prince family?" Buckbean inquired, while he opened the folder. Severus stared at the goblin wearing a gobsmacked expression. "My mother was cast out of the family," he stated what he had once explained to Harry. Buckbean shook his head. "No, sir. They might have tried to kick her out. However, as there is no other heir to the Prince family, your mother was and you are still members of House Prince. As the last heir, it would be recommendable for you to take on the lordship." "Which would mean," Severus trailed off, looking as if he was deep in thought. "Which would entail access to Prince Manor and its house elves if there are any left, as well as the seat on the Wizengamot," Buckbean confirmed. "Why I am suggesting this now is, among other reasons, that you would be able to adopt Harry and have him wear the name Prince, provided that's what the 2 of you wish." "What exactly are the requirements for the Lord of House Prince?" Buckbean smirked. "The Ring of House Prince has to accept you as the rightful head of the family." Harry observed the older wizard with interest. Although he was not really sure what this was about, he felt that it would be a good thing if Severus accepted the lordship. "A few weeks ago, he told me that he couldn't," he recalled. Severus remained pensive for a moment. "Being a lord and a member of the Wizengamot at the same time might give me some leeway from Albus," he thought, especially as Harry's guardian, and possibly receiving the Order of Merlin First Class would help, too. "I will do it," he finally decided. "Concerning the matter of the adoption, I will speak with Harry once we're back at home. I'm sure that he'll have many questions and might even want to ask my colleagues for an advice." "I understand," Buckbean conceded and pushed the small box, which his colleague had brought over earlier, to his side of the table along with a small parchment. "It is all right to read the oath from the parchment," he uttered with a grin playing on his lips. "Thank Merlin," Severus thought, feeling very uncertain about the proper behavior for a lord of one of the old families. He carefully slid the ring over the ring finger of his left hand, relaxing when the goblin did not protest, stating that it was the wrong hand, before he swiftly swore his oath on the Prince family, recognizing the golden glow that engulfed himself with contentment. "Congratulations, Lord Prince," Buckbean said, smiling. "Would you like to meet with Blacktooth, the former account manager of the Prince family? I'd like to ask you if you'd be willing to become the account manager of House Prince, considering that you're Harry's account manager as well." Buckbean gave him a slight bow and accepted. "Thank Merlin, he seems quite all right for a goblin," Severus thought, smirking. "I will check the family matters and send you a file containing information concerning liquid possessions as well as possibly buildings and whatever is still in the possession of the family," Buckbean promised, and Severus profusely thanked the goblin for his assistance. When they arrived back in their quarters at Hogwarts, it was around 30 minutes before lunch in Great Hall. "I'm going to call Minerva over," Severus said, more to himself than to Harry. "I wish to speak with her about the matter with House Prince before deciding if I should keep it from the headmaster for the time being." "Do you want me to return to my room?" Harry inquired, thinking that Severus might want to enlist his colleague's advice in private. "Of course not," Severus' voice was firm, and Harry believed him. He took his usual seat on the sofa. "Lucy, would you mind reading a bit?" he thought to his familiar. "Of course not. Let's continue the book. I want to hear if they manage to adopt a doggy," the canine replied, seeming delighted. Harry reached for the book of the 5 Magical Friends, which they were about to finish, and began to quietly read into Lucy's mind. "Congratulations, Severus, Lord Prince. How amazing," Minerva said, sounding delighted at the news. "Thank Merlin, the next meeting of the Wizengamot is still going to take place during the holidays, so that we'll be able to attend together. I will introduce you, as it is a custom that new members will be introduced by another member." "Thank you, Minerva," Severus replied, sounding grateful. "I am grateful that I don't have to rely on Albus in this matter." Minerva let out a sound close to a snort. "You should even replace Albus as the proxy for House Potter, considering that you're Harry's guardian." Severus nodded, seemingly pensive. "I will think about it and possibly discuss the matter with Harry later on. Do you know when the next meeting is going to take place?" "In 2 weeks' time, on August 17th. "Oh, then we'll still have some time." "Very well then, shall we grace Albus with our presence? Should I tell him or rather not?" Minerva let out a deep sigh. "Keeping such a matter from him will only make it worse. While he might not like you being one of the lords in contrary to him, he surely wishes to hear it from you personally." However, when they took their seats at the lunch table in the Great Hall, Severus did not even have the opportunity to tell the old wizard about the lordship of House Prince, as Dumbledore had other matters to discuss. "I spoke with the Minister of Magic as well as Mr. O'Brien, the head healer of St. Mungo's. They asked the 2 of you to brew as many batches of your Wolvescure as you can. Harry will receive the Order of Merlin First Class as well as 1,000 galleons per dose of the potion." "Only me," Harry thought to Minerva, feeling horrified. "Please tell him that we will only do that if Severus receives the same." Minerva relayed Harry's thought to the headmaster, who stared at the 9-year-old in apparent disbelief. "Harry," he began to speak in his grandfatherly voice that Harry despised so much, "you don't understand. It is a great honor to receive the Order of Merlin First Class, and never before has a 9-year-old received it." "Albus," Minerva interrupted the old wizard, apparently noticing how angry Harry was. "Harry does not want the reward, nor does Severus. However, if the ministry wants them to brew many doses of this potion, they have to offer the Order of Merlin to both of them. Otherwise, Harry will not accept the deal. Harry, is that correct?" Harry fiercely nodded his head. "Thank you, Minerva. I will ask the minister. However, if it is not possible to award Professor Snape the reward for reasons that Harry is not able to understand yet." "Albus, you heard them," Poppy spoke up in apparent annoyance. "Then they will not brew the potion, and I believe that that's Harry's final word on the matter." Harry nodded, sending Poppy a thought of gratitude. Dumbledore let out a deep sigh, however, nodded in apparent understanding. "Harry," Severus spoke up, Once they were back in their own quarters, accompanied by Minerva, Poppy and Remus. I appreciate that you stood up for me, but it's fully all right for you to accept the order of Merlin even if I won't receive it. No. Making sure that everyone understood his response, he fiercely shook his head. Severus let out a deep sigh. In fact, there are several things, which I'd like to discuss with you. First of all, I believe that we need to inform Salazar of our findings. Harry, do you wish to tell him? Harry shook his head. Please tell them, as you can inform everyone at the same time. As Lucy was fast asleep on the sofa next to him, Harry was unable to observe Severus' reaction. However, he could imagine that he rolled his eyes in obvious annoyance. Nevertheless, the older wizard informed Poppy, Remus and Salazar that Harry was indeed a descendant of Salazar through his mother Lily. I just knew it. Salazar sounded pleased, much to Harry's surprise. He seems happy that I'm related to him, he thought in amazement, recalling what his sole living relatives had used to tell him about no one wanting anything to do with him. As his father James was a descendant of the Gryffindor-Ravenclaw family, Harry is the heir of all 4 founders of Hogwarts, Severus informed his colleagues. Doesn't that make him the owner of Hogwarts? Minerva sounded strangely excited. It does, Salazar confirmed, which means that he is able to hire and dismiss professors including the headmaster, and he can also override any decisions of the staff. I won't do such a thing, Harry thought to Severus, at least not before I am a student and no more. Severus repeated his words aloud, only to add, wait until the headmaster hires an absolute idiot as a professor. All right, Harry conceded in amusement. There is one more topic, which I'd like to discuss with Harry, however, I believe that he will appreciate your input on this matter. I've debated a possible name change of the Potter name with Buckbean to prevent Harry from being known as the boy who lived at such an early age. After I accepted the lordship for House Prince. You what? Poppy's voice was laced with excitement and delight at the same time, causing Harry to inwardly chuckle. Yes, he is the Lord Prince now, Minerva informed her colleagues, sounding equally pleased. As I was just going to explain, Severus drawled, Buckbean suggested that I should adopt Harry and make him a member of the Prince family. I am not sure if Harry is able to make such a far-reaching decision at this stage, as he does not have much experience, nor does he know everything about me, he slowly trailed off. I'm sorry, Severus, but what does adoption mean? Harry asked, tentatively. If I adopted you, you would become my son, and we could change your name to, for example, Harry Prince, Severus explained in a soft voice. All of a sudden, Lucy jumped from where she had been sleeping peacefully, relaying the image of her view, as she dashed around the table, put her front paws onto Severus' lap and eagerly began to lick the man's face in apparent approval. I didn't even notice that she woke up, Harry thought, as he watched his familiar in amusement. Would you really be my father then? He thought to his guardian, feeling thrilled at the idea, although a voice from the back of his mind shouted at him to not get his hopes up. Yes, Severus confirmed, gently pulling the canine off his face. Lucy, it's all right. I've taken a shower this morning. I'd like that, Harry replied, smiling. He really wants to be my family, he thought in delight. To his surprise, Severus thought back to him instead of speaking aloud. Harry, please listen to my colleague's advice before deciding. If you do not accept to become my son, nothing will change to our current situation. It's really up to you. Severus rose from his chair. Would you please advise Harry? I'm sure that he'd appreciate your opinions on this matter. In the meantime, I will make a short trip to the herb garden. Lucy, will you accompany me? Perhaps, you should even tell me about my past, he added as an afterthought. Harry, Minerva spoke up in a soft voice, when Severus and Lucy left the room, did you understand what Severus' question entailed? Harry nodded. He offered to become my father, he thought to the kind, old witch, only to add to himself, in spite of knowing that I'm a freak. Severus is a good man, Minerva offered her opinion. He has made grave mistakes in the past, but he was your mother's best friend for many years, and he really wants to become a father to you. I believe that he has changed a lot for the better, since you came into his life. I agree. Having each other seems to be good for both of you. He has already been behaving like a father to you, ever since you came to live with him a few months ago. Even if he could not see her, he somehow felt that Poppy was smiling broadly. Remus let out a deep sigh. I agree with Minerva and Poppy. However, I believe that it won't suffice to change Harry's surname, considering that he's the spitting image of James. Severus might want to consider Blood adopting him, so that his features might change a bit. The question is if Severus will be allowed to adopt Harry at all. He sighed again, before he continued to speak. In fact, Severus was in our year at Hogwarts, and your father and our common friends often got into fights with him. I don't know if it's our fault, but anyway, at some stage, he decided to join Voldemort. Shortly later, he regretted it and became Professor Dumbledore's spy. I believe that this is what Severus wanted us to tell you. He seems to be very conscious about his past as a follower of Voldemort. That's the evil one who killed my parents, right? Harry thought to Minerva. Yes, Harry, Voldemort was the one who killed your parents. Ever since then, Severus has been wearing black clothes, grieving about your mother. He is a good person in spite of the grave mistake he made in his past, when he was still a teenager. She sighed, before she continued, Remus, considering that he's one of the lords of the Wizengamot now, I am sure he will be able to adopt Harry, provided that Harry wants it. Good that he accepted the lordship at the right time. Minerva seemed contented by the fact. As the conversation turned to revolve around the Wizengamot, Harry unobtrusively tuned the voices out and thought to Misty, Severus offered to adopt me, and I'd like to accept. What do you think about it? It only took a few seconds, before the always calm elf responded, that's the best that could happen to both of you. Congratulations, Harry, I think that Severus will be a wonderful father to you. Smiling, Harry turned his attention back to the conversation around him, just when he sensed that Severus entered the room. An instant later, he felt his familiar jump onto the sofa and lick his face all over, almost as if they had been separated for hours. Hi Lulu, he greeted the canine, feeling very happy. Hi Severus, he thought to his guardian, if you're sure that you want me, I'd love to be adopted. First thing the following morning, Miranda returned to Hogwarts and joined Harry, Severus, Minerva, Poppy and Remus for breakfast in Severus and Harry's rooms. The witch was very friendly and told Harry that she had known his birth parents well due to being in the year after them in Gryffindor. She had been a prefect and often worked together with Lily, who had also been a prefect and even head girl in her 7th year. Your mother was a wonderful witch, and she taught me a lot of things during my first 6 years at Hogwarts, she added, smiling. Harry liked her immediately, and when the professors informed him of the plan to have her and Remus take turns teaching him, while the other would instruct the students, he happily agreed. He cast Severus an indignant look, when his guardian mumbled something sounding like, Harry would welcome anyone save a dragon to teach him. No, but I like Miranda, he thought to Severus, before he excused himself, pointing out that his lessons with the elves were going to commence shortly. While the elves had allowed him to let Severus in on the secret that he could turn invisible and pop himself all over Hogwarts, the other professors could not know. Therefore, Harry retreated to his own room, before he popped himself and Lucy right into their classroom, where Nina and Tony greeted them as happily as they always did. Today will be our last lesson together, as from tomorrow onwards, Nina and Tony will practice house elf duties in the castle, Barney informed them, causing Harry to become very sad. I know, several of the human professors will teach me, but still, I loved my class with Nina and Tony. They were my first friends ever, he thought in disappointment. Barney, Nina sounded extremely excited. Will Wes be able to remain friends with Harry? Barney nodded in confirmation, making Harry inwardly sigh in relief along with gratefulness towards Lucy, who sent him pictures as usual. As Harry is privy of elven secrets, elven magic recognizes him as one of our own. Therefore, Harry has the same privileges as any elf and can come and visit you outside of class time whenever you wish. Today, I will show you a place in the castle, which only elves know. You can only get there by popping, thus, no human is able to enter the place, just like the elves' quarters. The three children became extremely excited at the idea and began to wonder where that spot might be. While Nina guessed that it could be in the dungeons and Tony suspected the Forbidden Forest, Harry had to admit to himself that he did not have a clue. As popping is magic, it could be anywhere, although Barney said that it was within Hogwarts. First of all, I will teach you to make a so-called round key, which can be used to pop us all together to a place within the castle," Barney continued. Making a round key was difficult for the children, and they had to practice for almost 2 hours, before all 3 of them were able to flawlessly make a round key which actually worked. Finally, Barney commended them and suggested using Harry's round key, which had the form of a snake. "It is a good form, as it makes it easy for all 5 of us to hold on to it. Harry, please allow me to change the destination accordingly." Harry nodded in confirmation. "That's why I made it so big," he thought, knowing that Lucy's paws were quite big and that a broomstick had just about the right thickness for her to comfortably hold on to it. Secret place. Harry spoke the activation code, glad that it was so easy to speak aloud in front of the elves due to Misty's request and encouragement. An instant later, they found themselves out on the grounds in a small garden with the castle in the back and the shore of the lake right in front of them. "Won't the students be able to see us?" Nina inquired, pointing out that they were not far from the Quidditch pitch. "No, this garden is charmed to be invisible to humans. Harry is the only human who is in the possession of certain elven rights. Harry, at one stage, we need to take you to the Isle of Elves, so we can introduce you to the Elder Elves and confirm your elven rights. We can do this at any time during the next few years. Misty and Cicero will discuss this with your guardians." "Thank you, Barney," Harry replied in a soft voice. "I'd love to visit the Isle of Elves. Can we go there together with Harry?" Nina's excitement was contagious, and Harry watched the teacher in expectation. "We needs to meet with the Elder Elves, too, don't we?" Tony added, sounding thrilled at the thought. "Yes, we will arrange something for the 3 of you to go together. This is up to Misty and Cicero though. Perhaps they will take you next summer." "I can't wait," Harry thought in expectation. "This is going to be so much fun. Lucy will be able to come, too, won't she?" "Thanks for asking," Harry thought to Nina, feeling very grateful towards his friend. "Of course." Barney sounded decisive, and Harry inwardly sighed in relief. "I wouldn't go anywhere without Lulu," he resolved. "If she can't go somewhere, I simply won't go either." On the following day, Harry had his first meeting with Regina Lestrange, the mind healer. Before their meeting began, Severus had inquired if he would be all right speaking with her just by himself, and Harry had quickly pondered the matter and come to the conclusion that he would be fine provided that Lucy was with him. At the beginning, Ms. Lestrange asked him questions about his life at Hogwarts, and Harry happily thought to her about his classes with Nina and Tony and the elves. He registered in relief that she seemed to accept his thought response and did not insist that he had to speak aloud. However, he instinctively knew that it was going to be a topic sooner or later. He cuddled Lucy close, when the dreaded question came. "No one wants to hear a freak," he bluntly told the squib. She let out a deep sigh. "Is that what your relatives told you?" Her voice was as gentle as it had been before, and Harry hesitantly nodded. "When my parents realized that I did not have magic, when I was about your age, they told me that I was a shame for the family. At the age of 11, magical children usually receive their Hogwarts letter, which you will receive next summer. However, I did not get one, because I didn't have enough magic." Harry already pitied the kind squib, when she shocked him to the core, as she continued. "My father kicked me out of the family. He instructed an elf to take me to the Muggle world and have me attend a Muggle school. I have 2 older brothers, Rabaston and Rodolphus." She let out a deep sigh. "Rabaston has always been bad. However, Rodolphus was a very kind wizard, and he kept in touch with me until about 8 years ago. He even saw to it that I received and still receive the daily profit to keep in touch with the magical world. Unfortunately, Rabaston seems to have corrupted Rodolphus. From the Daily Prophet, I learned that they attacked and tortured people and ended up in Azkaban. The magical prison," she explained, apparently realizing that Harry would not know what it was. "I still don't believe that Rodolphus did what he did by his own free will. Probably, Rabaston and his crazy wife, Bellatrix, somehow forced him, but I can't prove it, especially as I am only a squib and not respected in the magical world at all." "I am sorry," Harry thought to her. "Maybe when I am an adult, I will be able to help you." Ms. Lestrange smiled. "That's very kind of you, Harry. Thank you so very much. She paused for a moment, before she changed the topic. Harry, I'd like to suggest something to you. If you do not wish to speak, you could try to express your feelings by art. Art, Harry mouthed in surprise. Yes, this can either be painting or music. In your case, I'd rather recommend music. I know that there is a magical music instrument, the sukan. Of course, I am not able to play it, however, you will be able to play it using your magic. You'll just have to direct your thoughts into the instrument to make it play. You can make it sound like a variety of Muggle instruments, such as, for example, a trumpet, a violin or a piano. I'd like that, Harry thought to her, feeling somehow uncertain. If she recommends it, I can at least try it out, he thought, somehow feeling eager at the idea. I will explain the matter to Lord Prince, Ms. Lestrange promised. He'll see to it that you get a sukan. I look forward to hearing you play, when we meet the next time. Thank you so very much, Harry replied, smiling. The thought, she wouldn't mind me speak aloud with her, crossing his mind. Severus immediately agreed to take Harry to Diagon Alley that very afternoon to buy a sukan for him. I suppose that we can simply buy it at the music shop. I am afraid not, Ms. Lestrange replied in her soft voice. Do you perhaps know Mr. Onich, the instrument maker? His shop is in a small side street to Diagon Alley. I could accompany you if you wish. If you have time, we'd be happy if you joined us, Severus replied, and Harry nodded, eagerly. She's really nice, he thought to his guardian, who gave him an unobtrusive nod in return, probably trusting that Lucy showed him everything, which she always did. The sukan looked like a ball with some small openings on one side, where the sounds would come out as Mr. Onich informed Harry. He suggested for Regina and Severus to go and have a coffee somewhere, while he would instruct Harry how to play the instrument. It will probably take the boy at least an hour to get out any sound whatsoever, and I might be able to help him over the beginning. Harry, would it be all right for you and Lucy to remain here by yourselves? We'll be back in an hour at the latest, Severus thought to him. Of course. Please go and enjoy yourselves. Ms. Lestrange is really nice, Harry thought back, smiling. Severus somehow is friendlier to her than to others, apart from Minerva, Poppy and Remus, he thought, somehow feeling amused by the thought. On the other hand, Ms. Lestrange was so gentle that he could not imagine being anything but nice to her. Playing the sukan was everything but easy. During the first hour of intense practice, Harry did not manage to get out any sound whatsoever. However, Mr. Onich patiently taught him how to play and encouraged him to practice regularly, stating that he would succeed in a week's time at the latest. If you have any questions, you can send me an owl at any time, Mr. Onich promised, when Severus paid for the instrument and profusely thanked the man for teaching Harry. They accompanied Ms. Lestrange to the Leaky Cauldron, where she was going to take the flow to her home, before Severus cast Harry a questioning look. Harry, are you sure that you will be able to pop yourself, Lucy and me home? Yes, sir, Harry replied, smiling. He had practiced together with the elves many times and knew that he should be able to pop one adult in addition to Lucy and himself. They retreated to a dark corner of the pub, and an instant later, they arrived in their own living room at Hogwarts. Amazing, Severus commended him. Thank you, Harry. This is indeed preferable to the flow travel. When Harry woke up the following morning, he felt Severus' presence nearby. Good morning, he thought to his guardian, wondering if he had overslept. Good morning, Harry. Severus seemed slightly hesitating, as he slowly continued, ignoring Lucy, who was lazily stretching her limbs between the two of them. When my colleagues spoke with you about a possible adoption, they pointed out that I should blood adopt you, so that no one would be able to deduct who you were from your outer appearance. Harry nodded. Remus told me I was the spitting image of my father, he recalled. I have the adoption papers ready, and I also have the potion needed for the blood adoption. However, I want you to consider if you are certain that you want me to adopt you and if you want it to be a blood adoption. As I told you earlier, nothing will change if we don't do this. If it's all right with you, I want both of it, please, Harry thought back, knowing that he had sufficiently pondered the matter during the last 2 days. He gently ruffled Lucy's fur behind her ears, before he felt her jump out of the bed, probably to head to the garden to relieve herself. Severus pressed something cold into his right hand. It's the blood adoption potion. I suggest that you ready yourself to lie down as soon as you've taken it, as you might experience pain depending on how much your body will change. I have a pain-relieving potion ready, which I will spell straight into your system, when you have taken the potion. I can imagine that you might grow a little, he added, before he cast a charm at Harry's pajamas that would make them automatically adjust to his new size. Do not linger on the taste, he heard Severus warn him, before he gulped the potion down as fast as possible. Soon, he felt the changes begin. He realized that his limbs seemed to stretch some, however, it was more a tingling sensation than that it hurt, and Lucy managed to efficiently distract him by cuddling close to his chest and stomach. When he noticed that the changes seemed to be complete and slightly relaxed, Lucy jumped out of the bed and sent him an image of himself. My colleagues will admire that you look very handsome, Severus commented, dryly. You seem to have grown a bit, and your hair has taken on the structure of mine. Thank you, sir, Harry thought to the older wizard, feeling strange but happy at the idea that he was his father now. Now, I must fill out the adoption parchment and send it to the Ministry of Magic. I suggest that you take Prince Potter as surname. You can always shorten it to Prince, however, you should have both names, as one day in the future, you will be the head of both houses. Do you agree? Harry simply nodded his head, fully relying on his new father to have his best interest in mind. Now, I suggest that we change your birthday, as I told you before. Do you agree with August 18th? Yes, sir. Severus let out a small sigh, before he explained, now, there is one last thing that we need to decide. In case something happens to me, you will need godparents to care for you. Is there any of the adults, whom you like enough to become your godparents? Harry's thoughts went haywire. Excuse me, sir, but did my birth parents not decide on godparents for me? They did, however, both of your original godparents are in no way able to care for you, which was why Professor Dumbledore sent you to the Dursleys as your only living relatives. Your godmother was tortured by the Dark Lord's followers, while your godfather was sent to Azkaban for giving out your parents to the Dark Lord. The Dark Lord, is that a different person to Voldemort? No, it is a different name for the same person. Severus sighed again. Now, back to the original question. Is there anyone whom you would like to become your godparents, or do you wish to hear my suggestion? Yes, please. Severus nodded, and his features visibly relaxed. Harry gratefully petted Lucy, glad that he could see through her eyes. As Poppy and Minerva are too old, I suggest Remus and Miranda. Severus sounded uncertain, causing Harry to nod, eagerly. I'd like that, he assured the man, smiling happily. Will they be all right with it though? Severus smirked. I've taken the liberty to ask them both in advance, and yes, Harry, both of them would love to become your godmother and godfather. He scribbled something onto the parchment in front of him, causing it to roll up and vanish into thin air. It has been sent to the Ministry of Magic, Severus explained in a soft voice. Now, are you going to get up, so that we can grace my colleagues with our presence at the breakfast table? Harry nodded, smiling. Thank you so much, sir, for blood adopting me and arranging everything for me. I've never been so happy, he thought in absolute delight at his new situation, as he readied himself for breakfast, only to notice that his clothes had become too short due to the changes of his body. This afternoon, we're going to go to Hogsmeade to buy new clothes for you, Severus decided, when Harry stepped out into the living room. For now, I will simply cast a spell at your trousers and your robes to enlarge them. As soon as Harry gave him his telepathic approval, he felt his clothes adjust to his new size. You blood adopted him. Dumbledore repeated Minerva's explanation to her colleagues, sounding surprised but maybe even angry. Harry was not sure. Yes, he is my son, Harry Prince Potter now. Prince. Harry did not like the image that Lucy showed him. The headmaster's eyes narrowed in apparent anger that intensified, when Severus explained that he had recently accepted the lordship over the Prince family. Don't you think, my boy, that you should have asked me before adopting Harry? This was very unwise. And why might that be, headmaster? Harry quietly listened to the conversation, feeling very much upset with the old headmaster. You should know better than to act against my strict orders. I believe we should consider your further employment at Hogwarts. Perhaps, it would be wise if you left Hogwarts at the end of the upcoming school year. No, Harry suddenly shouted. Minerva, as the owner of Hogwarts, I can override his decisions, right? Minerva nodded, unobtrusively, apparently trusting Lucy to relay the message. Albus, as you might know or not know, Harry is the heir of all 4 founders of Hogwarts, which makes him the owner of Hogwarts. Therefore, he can override your decisions, and I believe that Harry wants his father to remain on his position. Harry nodded, sending a telepathic thank you to Minerva. I'm getting too old for this, Dumbledore mumbled, before he quietened down, leaving Severus to speak with his female colleagues about a trip to Hogsmeade to buy clothes for Harry after lunch. Did Harry speak aloud earlier? He suddenly inquired. That must have been your imagination, Albus, Poppy replied, although Harry was certain that everyone had heard his earlier outburst. When Severus, Harry and Lucy returned to their quarters, Severus suggested that Harry should practice playing the sukan for a while. Won't the sound bother you? Harry hesitantly asked. No, Harry, it won't bother me. Just sit in your normal spot on the sofa and practice, Severus instructed him, and Harry obeyed. Taking the ball into both hands, he concentrated on the emotions he was feeling and tried to direct his magic into the sukan, thinking that he just wanted to play music. Severus was sitting in his favorite armchair reading something, and Harry somehow felt conscious about the sounds he was making. However, knowing that his new father had told him to play in the living room instead of retiring to his own room, he just played along, glad when he managed to produce sounds. He thoroughly enjoyed himself, and his mood, which had not been good in the first place due to the conversation with the headmaster at breakfast, improved considerably. This is fascinating, Severus suddenly spoke up. Are you enjoying yourself? Yes, sir. I like it very much. When you began to play almost an hour ago, the melodies you produced sounding very agitated, but by now, it has become much calmer. Is that intentional? Harry shrugged. I'm not certain how to influence the melody apart from concentrating on my mood yet, and when I began to play, I was upset because of the headmaster's behavior. I understand. Maybe you should take some lessons with Mr. Onich. Harry shook his head. He told me that I'd be able to practice just by myself. He said that I'd find out how to improve things over time. Why would anyone willingly take the time to teach a freak? He thought, when a voice spoke up from the back of his mind. Several teachers here at Hogwarts as well as the elves have taught me so far, and they always told me that I'm neither a freak nor a bother. At breakfast a few days later, the doors of the Great Hall suddenly opened, and an older woman entered the room. Lucy, stay here, Harry thought to the canine, who was standing next to him relaying images of the visitor. Harry, this is Millicent Bagnold, the Minister of Magic and an old school friend of mine. Minerva introduced the witch and invited her to sit between her and Poppy and have some tea. Professor Snape, or should I say Lord Prince, and Harry, I came to inform you that the two of you will be awarded the Order of Merlin First Class for your invention of a cure for lycanthropy, the minister spoke up once she was seated in front of a steaming mug of tea. Thank you, Minister, Severus replied, slightly bowing his head. My son and I will gratefully accept the honor, and we promise to brew as many doses as are needed to cure all werewolves. However, we cannot foresee how many doses we will be able to provide each month. It depends on our other obligations here at the school. Harry nodded to emphasize his new father's words. That's fine, and I will tell head healer O'Brien from St. Mungo's to directly contact you, the minister replied, sounding very friendly. Oh right, Minerva said that she was a friend of her, Harry recalled. She probably saw to it that Severus would receive the award, too. I wonder why Dumbledore didn't want Severus to get it, he thought, contentedly. A few days later, Severus shocked Harry, when he asked if he wanted to invite Charlie Weasley, Nymphadora Tonks and perhaps the boy's younger siblings for his birthday. I don't have birthdays, was the automatic response that Harry relayed before even thinking about it. And why might that be? Severus inquired, causing Harry to realize from the tone of his voice that his father deemed the matter to be a complete nonsense. I'm sorry, I never had a birthday at the Dursleys, only Dudley had, he hurriedly explained. I know, everything is different at Hogwarts. Exactly, Severus replied, matter-of-factly. If you wish to invite your friends, I suggest that you write a letter to Tonks and the Weasleys, to Charlie Weasley if you feel the most comfortable with him. Harry nodded eagerly and made his way into his room, feeling glad that Barney had practiced with him, Nina and Tony to write with a quill. A moment later, he thought to Severus, I am sorry, sir, what should I write? That you wish to invite them for the afternoon of your birthday, which is on August 18th, Severus advised him. Perhaps for 2 o'clock in the afternoon. To Harry's relief, his father sounded patient, although Harry thought that his question was probably stupid. Harry settled down at his desk, smiling when Lucy climbed up next to him, so she could show him the writing utensils on the desk. Dear Charlie, I would like to invite you, the twins and Ginny to Hogwarts for my birthday, which is on August 18th. Can you come to Hogwarts at 2 o'clock in the afternoon? I would be very happy. Regards, Harry Prince. He wrote the invitation to Tonks as well, before he took both letters to his father, who promised to see to it that they would reach their destiny. Unbeknownst to Harry, Severus traveled to the Tonks and the Weasleys later the same day, once Harry was peacefully asleep in his bed. Just in case Harry woke up, Minerva and Poppy were having tea in the living room of his and Harry's quarters. He handed over the invitations and explained to the Weasleys that Harry was very shy and only felt comfortable in the presence of the children, which he had explicitly mentioned in his letter. Of course, Severus, we understand that, Arthur Weasley reassured him. Although it's sad, because Harry is going to be in the same Hogwarts year as Ron, his wife added, causing Severus to inwardly groan. He had never especially liked Molly Weasley. I have something else to discuss with you. He changed the topic and told the Weasleys about the twins' brewing abilities. I would like to offer them a week of tutoring during the last week of the holidays to determine if they're as promising in the field of brewing as it seems. May I have your permission to offer this to them, when they'll come over for Harry's birthday? Of course, they'll be thrilled at the opportunity. Arthur was the first to reply. These two do nothing but nonsense the whole day, but if you believe that you'll be able to teach them, we will not decline the offer, Molly added. Severus nodded, contentedly, and took his leave as soon as possible. He had another family to visit that evening, even if this visit was not for Harry's sake. Severus, Lucius greeted him in apparent surprise, after one of the Malfoy elves had taken him to his master's office. You've made yourself rare, my friend. Severus slightly inclined his head in silent apology. The headmaster made me take in an orphan, who is the heir of Slytherin and the other founders of Hogwarts. Not because of this, but perhaps influenced by the matter, I have taken on the lordship for House Prince and blood adopted the child. Caring for the boy took all of my free time. I am sorry for simply sending a gift for Draco's birthday and not coming to visit. Apology accepted under the circumstances, Lucius replied, gracefully. Who is this boy? Severus had to try hard to remain calm and not fidget in his seat. I need you to swear me an oath to neither harm him nor give away his secret. Lucius nodded. I swear on my magic that I will not harm Severus Ward nor ask someone else to harm him nor give away his secret. He cast Severus a questioning look. Severus nodded. Thank you. It is Harry Potter. However, this should remain a secret, as by the blood adoption, he became Harry Prince and the heir to my family. Well done, Severus, ensuring yourself an heir. Why did you not bring your heir by the way? He must be of Draco's age. He is not ready for company yet. He was abused by his former caregivers and is suffering from the Epiel's disease. Seeing that Lucius did not have a clue what it entailed, he elaborated, causing the bee-owned wizard to scoff. I can't believe it, after Dumbledore always said that he was safe with his relatives. Nevertheless, as he and Draco are of the same age, I'd like for them to become friends. Perhaps we can arrange a time for Draco to visit us at Hogwarts in a few weeks' time. Yes, we shall do that, Lucius agreed, seeming contented. Now, the reason for my uninvited visit tonight is the Wizengamot meeting on the 17th. Seeing that Lucius perked up in apparent interest, he continued, I fully intend to take my seat on the Wizengamot, especially as it's going to take place during the holidays, so that I can easily attend. Lucius nodded. I shall introduce you, he offered, letting his right hand wander through his long, blonde hair. Severus inwardly sighed. Minerva already promised to introduce me. However, there is something else, for which I'd like to ask you a favor. We, that is Minerva and I, would like to suggest a vote of no confidence in Dumbledore as the head of the Wizengamot. However, neither Minerva nor I are in positions that would allow such kind of action. You want me to suggest the vote of no confidence? Lucius asked in apparent understanding. I'm sorry for requesting. Lucius waved his hand, shaking his head. No need to be sorry at all. It will be a pleasure to make the request and end the old fool's reign. It was a good timing that you told me today, as tomorrow evening, I will meet with the other lords to discuss the Wizengamot meeting. Feel free to join us tomorrow evening here at the manor. We should decide on a new head of the Wizengamot in advance, preferably one who would be accepted by the light side, too, so that we can push him through. Severus nodded in understanding. Thank you very much, he said, gratefully, before he rose from his chair and excused himself. Severus, Lucius called him back, when he was just about to step through the door. Well done, you're making progress. Now, you only need to find a wife. Yes, sir, Severus replied, rolling his eyes in annoyance, as he followed the elf back to the entrance hall. Surrounded by meddling coots, he thought, as he readied himself to step through the fireplace and return home. While Severus believed Harry to be fast asleep, in fact, the idea of being allowed to have his first birthday party kept him awake. Lulu, are you awake? The canine let out a loud yawn before replying. Yes, Harry, what's wrong? Do you think we can get some cocoa? He returned to mind thinking, although he was not sure why, however, relaxed, when Lucy readily jumped out of bed and kept close to him, as they headed into the living room. In surprise, he realized that Severus was absent, when Lucy sent him an image of a cat that was curled up in front of the fireplace. As that Minerva, Harry wondered in spite of the fact that he could clearly sense the professor's magic, before the feline transformed back into the older witch. Harry, what happened? I thought you were asleep. Severus allowed me to invite my friends for my birthday, Harry informed her, as he lingered behind the sofa, uncertain if he was allowed to sit down at this time of the evening. Come, let's sit down and cuddle, Lucy encouraged him, before she took the few steps around the sofa and made herself comfortable in their favorite spot. Harry, if you can't sleep, you may as well sit down and have some hot chocolate, Minerva offered, and Harry quickly sent a telepathic thank you to the kind witch. An instant later, a large cup of hot chocolate that was decorated with cream and marshmallows appeared on the table along with an assortment of what had become Harry's favorite biscuits and a small bowl with dog treats. Harry fed Lucy a couple of her favorite treats, before he took a small sip from his cocoa, savoring the taste. Harry, has Severus spoken with you about the regent for the Potter seat on the Wizengamot? Harry shook his head in confusion, as he had no clue what this was about. Severus had told him about the Wizengamot and that he was going to take the seat of House Prince, but he had not said anything about the Potter seat. Currently, Professor Dumbledore is regent for House Potter, because you need someone, who has your best interest in mind, to represent you until you'll be of age, when you turn 17. Minerva sounded very patient, as she explained what Harry needed to know. If you wish someone else to take over from Professor Dumbledore, because your relationship to the headmaster might not be the best, you merely have to let the members of the Wizengamot know. It is your decision and not that of anyone else, not even if the person is the head of the Wizengamot. Harry fiercely shook his head. I don't want Dumbledore to represent me. I don't trust him, he firmly thought back. That is Professor Dumbledore, Harry, but yes, I understand you. Would you like your adoptive father to represent you? I am enough of a burden to Severus, Harry thought and made a decision. Excuse me, Minerva, but would you perhaps be willing to become my regent? I would be happy to do so, but I already have my own seat, just like Severus has his seat. What about Remus Lupin? He is your godfather after all, and as he is not a werewolf anymore, I am sure that he will agree. Harry nodded, eagerly. I'd like that. He was one of my parents' best friends, and he is really nice. That he is, Harry. Minerva smiled, warmly. Shall we call Remus here, so that you can ask him if he's willing to become your regent? Harry nodded, when a thought crossed his mind. Won't he mind though? No, Harry. Just like myself, he has known you from the time when you were born and loves you very much." Minerva called Malcolm and sent the elf to fetch Remus. While they were waiting, she suggested, "Harry, would you be willing to play on the sukan for a while? Severus told me that it was beautiful, and I'd love to hear it, too." "Do it." Lucy encouraged him, nudging him to get up from the sofa to fetch the instrument. Harry obeyed and hesitantly began to play, thinking of how good his life had become and how happy he was living with Severus and Lucy at Hogwarts. He neither noticed Remus join them, nor did he hear his adoptive father return home. The adults remained quiet and listened with growing amazement how the music, which had begun very hesitant, expressed pure happiness towards the end. All of a sudden, Harry noticed his audience and abruptly ended the music with a loud bang. "That was unexpected," Severus smirked. "But absolutely beautiful," Remus commended him. "Amazing, Harry. Very well done." "Thank you," Harry replied, smiling, only to slap his hand against his mouth upon realizing that he had unconsciously spoken aloud. "It is wonderful to hear you speak, Harry." Minerva cast him a broad smile. "It's a pleasure to listen to your music. You've very much improved since this morning. Why are you sitting here playing music, by the way? I thought you and Lucy were both asleep." Severus quirked an eyebrow. "I'm sorry, sir. I was too excited to sleep," Harry replied, inwardly sighing in relief, when Minerva quickly informed her colleagues about their discussion concerning the Potter seat. "While I'd happily accept," Remus spoke up, sounding pensive, "are you sure that they'll accept me as regent for the Potter seat? I am still known as a werewolf. Then we shall correct them according to recent developments." Harry inwardly chuckled at Severus' voice that was laced with exasperation, before he let out a huge yawn, which he could not stop. "Now Harry, I believe that it's time for you and Lucy to go to bed." Harry and Lucy immediately obeyed, having noticed from the professor's voice that it was not a suggestion, but an order. "Tell them. Good night." Aloud, Lucy instructed him, and Harry obeyed, before he swiftly returned to his own room, leaving the three adults happily discuss his newest progress. If they didn't make such a fuss, Harry thought to Lucy, as she pushed herself against his stomach. "They love you and want you to be happy." The canine's response was soon followed by a snore, showing Harry that she had already drifted off to sleep. "I am happy," he thought, as he followed his familiar to sleep filled with dreams of happiness. In the morning, Harry was up very early and composed a letter, glad that Lucy readily scrambled out of bed to assist, even if she let out a series of yawns while displaying his workspace for him. As soon as he was finished writing, he showed it to Severus, who voiced his approval and suggested that he should hand it over to Minerva during breakfast. Harry nodded in consent and, as soon as he took his seat between Minerva and Severus at the breakfast table in the great hall, unobtrusively handed his letter to the old witch, who pocketed it without giving it as much as a glance. When Harry telepathically informed her what it was, she cast him an inconspicuous nod, and Harry realized that she knew better than to read it in the headmaster's presence. "Severus," Dumbledore caught everyone's attention, "as Minerva and I will be absent this morning, I'd like to ask you to guard the school for us." Harry inwardly grinned, when Severus quirked an eyebrow, before he replied that Minerva had already alerted Professors Sprout and Flitwick to the matter, as he was going to take his seat on the Wizengamot as well. "Do you think that's wise, my boy?" The headmaster cast the Slytherin head what Harry assumed was supposed a concerned look. "Yes, sir." Severus' response was short and firm. "Of course, Albus." Minerva glared at the headmaster in apparent bewilderment. Why would he not claim his seat now that he has finally accepted the lordship? Harry followed the conversation in amusement, while he fed Lucy a couple of the small strawberries from his plate, grateful that she allowed him to watch the expressions of the people around them. After breakfast, he returned to their rooms with Lucy, knowing that he was going to have a lesson with Ms. Lestrange, before Misty was going to teach him until lunchtime. Severus and Minerva walked down to the apparition border with a very self-conscious Remus in tow. "Do you really believe that it's a good idea for me to accompany you?" "Of course," Minerva said, firmly. "First of all, anyone may sit in the visitors' gallery and watch the meeting, and secondly, you should be there if you wish to become the regent for House Potter." Arriving at the Ministry of Magic, Remus headed to the visitors' gallery, while Minerva and Severus made their way to the Wizengamot chamber. He took a seat next to a young wizard, who told him that he was an Auror in his first year. A few minutes later, Albus Dumbledore as the head of the Wizengamot opened the session. Good morning, lords and ladies. Today, we have convened to discuss the ministry's latest finance plan. Excuse me. Minerva rose from her seat. Before we begin with the usual session, I have 2 points. Dumbledore nodded, although he did not seem pleased at all. Very well, Lady McGonagall, you have the floor. Minerva nodded. First of all, I wish to introduce Lord Severus Snape Prince, who has recently accepted the lordship over the Prince family and wishes to take his seat. Remus observed how Severus entered the chamber. These dark blue robes fit him well, he thought. I wonder if Harry knows that Severus changed the color of his clothes when he adopted him. I'm sure that it's his influence. Severus was introduced and finally sat on the seat for House Prince, which had probably been vacant for many years. My second point, Minerva continued, before Dumbledore could interfere, is that I have received a letter from 9-year-old Harry, the heir of the noble and ancient House of Potter. Unfolding a parchment, she began to read. Dear members of the Wizengamot, I am 9 years old and have only known about magic and my heritage for a few months, because Professor Dumbledore placed me with my abusive Muggle relatives, who hate magic with a passion. For this reason, I do not trust Professor Dumbledore. I want Remus Lupin to replace him as regent for House Potter. Thank you in advance, Harry. Minerva, Dumbledore was the first to react. Harry is 9 years old and knows nothing about our world. Which is your fault, Lucius Malfoy spoke up, because you placed him with abusive Muggles, although many upstanding magical families would have been willing to take him in. It is fully understandable that the boy does not trust you. Dumbledore shook his head. Do you believe that Mr. Lupin would be an adequate regent? As a werewolf? Albus, the Minister of Magic growled, as she rose from her seat. You know as well as I do that Mr. Lupin was the first person to be cured from lycanthropy. Lord Prince and his adoptive son Harry Potter Prince saw to it and will both receive the Order of Merlin First Class for the invention of their Wolvescure potion tomorrow morning. For this purpose, Lady McGonagall as the Deputy Headmistress has invited me to Hogwarts. Remus noticed with mixed feelings that Dumbledore was close to bursting with anger. On the one hand, it was amusing, however, on the other hand, the headmaster was his boss, while he was occupied at Hogwarts. Mr. Lupin, please sit on the seat for House Potter, Minister Bagnold called out to him, and Remus hesitantly stepped into the Wizengamot chamber, smiling, when the other members applauded in greeting. If the Lady McGonagall is finished, I have a point to make. Lucius Malfoy spoke up and was given the floor. He rose to his full height and took a moment to look around the chamber, before he continued. I wish to call for a vote of no confidence in Albus Dumbledore as head of the Wizengamot. Minister Bagnold nodded in obvious understanding and rose from her chair. As this concerns the head of the Wizengamot, I ask Amelia Bones as the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement to lead the vote. Madame Bones stood and nodded towards the minister. Very well. Please send out green sparks if you wish to elect a new head for this chamber and red sparks if you wish Albus Dumbledore to remain on the position. The first part of the election went smoothly, as the green votes outnumbered the red ones by far. Only 10% of the members voted in favor of the current head of the Wizengamot. Mr. Dumbledore, we all thank you for your services for the Wizengamot in the past. Amelia's voice was firm, as she added, you are free to leave. Apparently realizing that he had lost both reasons to attend the Wizengamot meeting, the leadership as well as the regency for House Potter, Albus mumbled something, before he swiftly left the room. Minerva could see that his magic was about to burst out in anger, however, she only realized it, because she had known him for 5 decades and was familiar with his moods. On the one hand, it is understandable, she thought, but on the other hand, he can't control everything. Before she could lose herself in thoughts about her old colleague, who was still her boss as the headmaster of Hogwarts, her attention was drawn to the election of a new head. I suggest Amelia Bones. Minerva looked at her former classmate, Augusta Longbottom, in appreciation, before she turned her attention to Amelia, an extremely competent witch. Thank you, Madam Longbottom. However, the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement is a full-time position, and I'm afraid that I wouldn't be able to do both jobs simultaneously to my satisfaction. She paused for a moment, before she continued, I suggest Minerva McGonagall for the position. Minerva scoffed, noticing from the corners of her eyes that Severus quirked an eyebrow in apparent amusement. Thank you, Amelia, but what makes you believe that teaching teenagers was not a full-time job? She paused for a moment before adding, I suggest Augusta Longbottom. Her former classmate shook her head. An old windbag in charge of this group of windbags. Forget it. We need someone who had their childhood in the 1960s, not in the 1930s. The discussion went on for a few minutes, while those whom Minerva believed to be on the light side suggested each other, before one of the former Death Eaters suggested Lucius Malfoy. The white-haired lord refused, however, and suggested Lord Prince. Thank you, Lucius, but which part of teaching teenagers being a full-time job was not clear. Severus drawled, I am certain that Remus Lupin would be perfect for the position though. I agree. Minerva could not refrain herself from commenting, hoping that her young colleague would indeed accept the position. If you deem me adequate for the position, I will accept. Remus slightly inclined his head, although I am supposed to teach an equal number of teenagers as well, even if only every second year, he added in a quiet voice, only for Minerva to hear. Very well, let us vote. Please give me green sparks if you would like Mr. Lupin to take the position of the head of the Wizengamot, red sparks if you would rather elect someone else. With a flick of Amelia's wand, 2 boxes appeared in front of her, right before the first green sparks arrived in the box to her left. 90%, Minerva realized in amazement, somehow feeling very happy for her former student. Oh well, he is a very gentle young man, and if not for his lycanthropy, he'd surely have been made head boy at that time, she thought. Mr. Lupin, do you accept the position? Amelia asked, smiling broadly. Remus rose from his chair. Thank you all for your trust, and I accept. However, I ask you now to support me, as I am definitely lacking experience. To her surprise, it was Lucius Malfoy who spoke up first. Feel free to contact any of us if you need our assistance. Consulting the agenda, which Albus had left on the table, Remus swiftly led through the meeting, which fortunately went well without any bigger disagreements. Thank Merlin. We need to prepare the Great Hall for Harry's birthday party, Minerva thought, as she readied herself to return to Hogwarts together with Severus, while Remus was being pulled into conversations with various members. Remus felt torn between delight at his new position and anxiousness. However, by the time he had spoken with several members of the Wizengamot after the session, he felt slightly reassured. I will manage, especially if I have the support not only from the light side, but also from the former Death Eaters, he thought in relief. He looked up, when Lucius Malfoy addressed him. Remus, please allow me one final question. Why are you not acting as regent for the Black seat in addition to the Potter seat, seeing that Sirius Black is indisposed? As his best friend, he'd surely give the regency to you. Sirius gave Lily and James away to Voldemort, Remus replied. It almost came out as a growl. No, that is not true, Lucius contradicted. I know for a fact that it was Peter Pettigrew who gave them away to the Dark Lord, as I was together with the Dark Lord, when Pettigrew showed up. What? Remus stared at the beyond wizard in disbelief. However, before he could get his hopes for an innocent Sirius up, his shoulders slumped in defeat. Be that as it may, he killed Peter and 13 Muggles. As a murderer, he won't be able to keep the lordship over House Black, and his mother disowned him anyway. Lucius shook his head. He is head of House Black. I am certain, because otherwise, the lordship would have gone to my son Draco, which it definitely has not. I suggest speaking with Madame Bones and perhaps even the goblins to shed some light into the matter about Sirius Black. As far as I know, he did not even have a trial at that time, although I am not certain, because I was preoccupied with my own problems. Thank you, Lucius. I will try to find out more. Feeling happier than he had felt ever since his best friends had died, Remus decided to speak with Amelia right away. Harry was so excited that he just could not sleep. Stop turning around every now and then, Lucy finally told him. I want to sleep without being kicked all the time. Oh sorry. Harry thought back and got up to fetch his sukin from where he had placed it onto his desk earlier that evening. Is it all right if I play for a while? Always. Harry hesitantly began to play, glad that by now he had figured out how to adjust the volume of his music to a very low volume. He played until he drifted off to sleep, the sukin rolling from his hands onto his pillow. Harry woke up when Severus strode into his room. "Good morning, Harry, and happy birthday." "Thank you," Harry thought back, smiling, when Lucy lazily stretched her limbs, before she began to give him a thorough face washing. "While Lucy is doing a fantastic job, I suggest that you go and take a shower. We're supposed to be in the Great Hall for breakfast in 30 minutes, Severus informed him. "I am certain that my meddling colleagues all want to wish you a happy birthday and shower you with presents." "I never get presents," Harry automatically replied, inwardly sighing. "Harry, you should know by now that at Hogwarts everything is different to what you experienced at your relative's house. As you know, my godson, Draco Malfoy, is going to come over right after breakfast. He is as fond of flying as you, so I believe that you can entertain each other effortlessly. He is supposed to return home before lunch, but if you like him and wish to spend more time with him, I am certain that he will be able to remain longer. In the afternoon, Nymphadora Tonks and the Weasley children will visit. Will you be with me the whole time?" Harry did not know why he felt so uncertain in spite of the fact that he already knew Charlie and Tonks quite well, and he was looking forward to getting to know Draco, who was his adoptive father's godson and of the same age as himself. "One of us, Minerva, Remus, Miranda, Poppy or I will always be nearby," Severus promised, "as will Lucy of course." Suddenly, a faint voice penetrated his mind. "Happy birthday, Harry, it's Ginny. I look forward to seeing you this afternoon." Smiling happily, Harry thought back, "Hi Ginny, thank you so much for the birthday wishes. I see you in the afternoon then." 30 minutes later, Harry was sitting at the breakfast table, where all the teachers who had remained at Hogwarts during the holidays wished him a happy birthday and even sang the birthday song for him. "My first real birthday," Harry thought, somehow feeling very happy. "Everyone here loves you," Lucy thought to him, as she sent images of the Great Hall, which was transformed into what seemed to be a huge playground with trees to climb and spots to fly through a mountain landscape towering over a small lake. "That looks like much fun," he thought to his familiar, who let out a small woof of apparent excitement. She then turned to the side, revealing a table next to the breakfast table, which was loaded with colorfully wrapped presents. "Are they all for me?" Harry wondered in disbelief, before he was brought back to reality, when Minerva lightly admonished him to eat his breakfast. Suddenly noticing that he felt famished, he eagerly began to eat with one or the other strawberry wandering into Lucius' snout that was perched on his lap in apparent expectation. 5 minutes into the meal, however, he became distracted, when he heard the doors to the Great Hall open and sensed the magic of 2 unknown witches approach their table. "Lucy, who's that?" he queried, trusting that she would relay an image soon. "The one on the left is Minister Bagnold, the Minister of Magic, and the younger witch with the monocle is Amelia Bones, the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement," Severus swiftly informed him. Dumbledore rose from his seat. "Minister Bagnold, Madam Bones, shall we retire to my office?" "Thank you, Albus, but we did not come to speak with you today." Madam Bones' voice was friendly but firm, and the headmaster quietly sat down again. "Good morning, everyone," the Minister of Magic greeted them, "and a very happy birthday to you, Harry." "Happy birthday, Harry," Madam Bones echoed. "Thank you," Harry replied, aloud but in a quiet voice, receiving huge smiles from the witches. "In fact, we did not only come to wish Hogwarts' youngest member a happy birthday," the minister continued. "We also want to award Harry and Professor Snape Prince the Order of Merlin First Class for your invention of the Wolvescure potion." While she held out a small box for Harry to take, Madam Bones handed a similar box to Severus. Harry gratefully accepted the gift and echoed Severus, "Thank you, Minister," in a small voice. "That was well done, Harry," his adoptive father commended him, causing him to smile. "Go on, open it," Minerva said, reassuringly, and Harry hesitantly complied. He found what felt like a coin. However, when Lucy relayed the image, he saw that it was a small, copper-plate brooch with the inscription, "Order of Merlin First Class, Harry Potter Prince." On the back, it said, "British Ministry of Magic, 1989. You can pin it to your robe, Minerva informed him and gently took the brooch from him and fastened to the upper left part of his robe. Many much older wizards will envy you for this, Poppy said, looking at them in apparent appreciation. Well done, Severus and Harry. Well, Harry is the youngest wizard to have ever received the Order of Merlin First Class, Minister Bagnold added, smiling. Lord Prince is the second youngest recipient. You can change your name if you decide that you wish only one of your names to be displayed. Perhaps for the time being, we should simply have it show the prince name. Minerva sounded thoughtful, and Harry quickly nodded his agreement. Otherwise, everyone who sees it will know my other name, he thought. With a flick of Madame Bones' wand, the inscription was changed to show, Harry Prince. There is one more reason why we came here this morning, Madame Bones spoke up and handed Remus a parchment. On the information you gave us yesterday, Minister Bagnold and I paid a visit to Azkaban and met with Sirius Black. Apparently, and this matches the information I could find at the Auror's office, he never had a trial, and he pretends to be innocent. He told us that Peter Pettigrew was a rat animagus. Can you confirm this? Yes, Remus' voice was firm and laced with what seemed to be hope. My friends all became animagi during our time at Hogwarts to keep me company during the full moon. He took the parchment from Madame Bones and silently read the text. He told me to ask you for a trial for him. Madame Bones nodded in apparent approval. He will get his trial, and I shall see to it that he will be questioned under veritaserum to prove his innocence, she promised, grimly. He is already on his way to a holding cell at the ministry. I will inform you when his trial is going to be. Hopefully during the next couple of days, she added, giving Remus a smile that did not reach her eyes. Something is strange, Harry thought in surprise. He had the impression as if Amelia Bones was a very strict but at the same time kind lady. I am not certain, but I believe that Madame Bones and Sirius Black were together before his imprisonment, Severus quietly informed him. Don't tell them I said so though. I won't, Harry replied, indignantly. Sorry Harry, I know you wouldn't. It's fine. Thanks for telling me. I was wondering why Madame Bones' reaction was so strange. The adults were still having tea together with their two visitors from the Ministry of Magic, when the door to the Great Hall opened again. Lucy showed Harry the image of a tall man with long, blonde hair and a boy of about his own age, who entered the Great Hall together. Harry, Lucy, please come with me, Severus instructed them, and Harry and Lucy quickly followed the older wizard to meet their two visitors near the door. Lucius, Draco, Severus greeted them. These are my adoptive son Harry and his familiar Lucy. Uncle Severus, Harry, Draco was the first to greet them, and Harry hesitantly accepted the other boy's hand. Draco then handed Harry a present, which he had not even noticed before, much to his surprise, as it was quite big. Go on, open it. Draco seemed enthusiastic, and Harry carefully opened the wrapping paper. Thank Merlin, Lucy has become proficient at showing me everything just when it is needed, Harry thought, feeling very grateful towards his thoughtful familiar. He pulled out a box labeled, Lego, Hogwarts Express. You don't have it already, do you? Draco asked in apparent concern, and Harry quickly shook his head. All right, shall we play? Seeing Harry nod with enthusiasm, he explained that they had to put together the rails. They're not complete though. There are a few passages where we need to move the train using the play wand. It works on our magic. Feeling intrigued, Harry eagerly helped Draco to set up the rails, before they eagerly began to build the train itself. Thank you, Draco. This is very cool, he whispered to the other boy, uncertain why he felt safe to speak with him. He's really nice, he thought, thinking that if he could play the sukan now, the output would probably be a very delightful melody. May I ask something? Draco inquired, giving Harry a questioning nod. When Harry nodded, he asked, Is it true that you're blind? Harry sighed. Severus, can you help me and explain to Draco why I can't see please? He inwardly sighed in relief, when Severus immediately rose from his chair at the table, where the adults were still enjoying tea and biscuits, and came over to them. Draco, Harry has the Epiel's disease, due to which he can't see. He can only maneuver so well with the help of images that Lucy sends to him. Now, He probably realizes that I'm a freak and won't play with me anymore, Harry thought, feeling devastated, when Draco completely shocked him with his response. Wow, Harry, then you're doing extremely well. If Father hadn't told me, I'd never have noticed that you're having problems at all. He held out his hand. Friends. Harry almost gasped in shock, before he hesitantly shook Draco's hand. Friends. Too soon for Harry's liking. The morning passed, as the two boys had much fun playing with the Hogwarts Express, especially after Remus conjured a whole lot of animals for them and taught them a first-year spell to make the animals board the train at King's Cross and get off at Hogsmeade using their children's wands. Suddenly, Draco's father approached them. Draco, it's time to go home. Draco looked at his father in apparent shock. Father, may I please remain here and continue playing with Harry for a few more hours? Turning to Harry, Mr. Malfoy inquired, Harry, do you also still want to play with Draco? Your father told me that your friends would come to visit after lunch. Harry shrugged, not willing to speak with the older wizard, whom he had only met for the first time. Severus, may Draco stay please? Smirking, Severus informed Draco and his father that Harry would like Draco to remain and promised to send his godson home through the fireplace at 6 o'clock in the evening. After lunch, Harry and Draco explored the playground, which the professors had built for Harry's birthday in the Great Hall. With Lucius' assistance, Harry climbed up and down behind Draco, and they had much fun that only intensified when Tonks joined them. Is Charlie not here yet? She asked in surprise, only to add, oh well, he's always a bit late. Her eyes narrowed, as she took a close look at Harry. Are you a metamorphagus, too? Harry had no idea what a metamorphagus was and inwardly sighed in relief, when Minerva explained to the girl that Severus had blood adopted him, which had caused a slight change in his features. Oh, all right, well, they're really subtle, but leave it to a metamorphagus to notice every little detail. I guess Charlie won't even notice that something is different. I hope so, Harry thought and turned to the door in expectation, when he heard it open again, only to inwardly groan, when more children than expected entered the Great Hall. Severus observed in anger how Mrs. Weasley ushered her whole brood of children minus the oldest boy into the Great Hall. Why did she bring them all? He whispered to Minerva. Harry only invited Charlie, Ginny and on my request the twins. Minerva shook her head in apparent understanding. He must be totally overwhelmed. Let me handle this. I shall take the twins to the potions classroom for an hour then, if you will have an eye on Harry, Severus resolved. Of course. Minerva cast him a reassuring smile, before she hurriedly walked over to where Molly Weasley and her children were approaching Harry, who had taken to hide behind Draco. Molly, she addressed the woman in a voice that would make any of her Gryffindor's blood coil. I am very sorry, but Harry cannot handle so many children. He already has Nymphadora and Draco here and merely wished for Charlie and Ginny to attend his birthday party. We invited the twins on Professor Snape's behalf, as he would like to speak with them for a while. Sorry Minerva, but as Ron is of the same age as Harry and I couldn't well leave Percy at home if his older and younger siblings were all invited. At this point, Severus decided to cut in. You heard Professor McGonagall's reasoning, and I suggest that you take those of your children home, whom my son did not invite. Turning to the twins, he changed his voice to the soft tone, which he normally used towards Harry and his Slytherin students. Messrs. Fred and George Weasley, please follow me into the potions classroom to discuss the abnormal concoctions, which you handed over to me the last time we met. Glaring at Minerva, who scoffed at his words muttering something sounding like, corrupting soon-to-be supposedly Gryffindor first years, he strode towards the doors, making his robes billow behind him. Leave everything to Minerva, he reassured Harry. She will throw everyone out, whom you don't want to attend your party. Smiling upon receiving a telepathic, thank you, Severus, he led the seemingly frightened twins towards the dungeons. Instead of the potions classroom, however, he chose to take them into his and Harry's quarters, where he motioned them to sit down. Harry sighed in relief, when Minerva and Severus came to his help and sent Mrs. Weasley with a loud protesting boy and an older, seemingly grumpy boy back home. Thank you, Minerva, he thought to the professor, before he happily greeted Charlie and Ginny. Apparently sensing that he still did not feel comfortable talking, Although Harry had spoken aloud with Draco and her, Tonks ushered the children back to the playground and eagerly explained what they had been doing, when they had interrupted their play to greet them. "Sorry, Harry, that Mum brought Percy and Ron with her," Charlie apologized, when they sat on a large stone on top of a mountain, from where they could closely inspect the ceiling of the Great Hall. "It's fine," Harry replied, smiling, "and not your fault anyway." "Sorry for asking, but what is Professor Snape's problem with my twin brothers?" When Lucy relayed the boy look at him in apparent concern, Harry chuckled. "Ginny, can you explain for me please?" He thought to the girl, who nodded, reassuringly. "He deems them extremely competent at brewing and will probably make them brew a test potion to watch them brew today. If they do well, he wants to ask them if they want to become his student assistants." Ginny repeated what he had told her aloud, and Charlie stared at him in apparent disbelief. "Harry, are you sure? Mum always complains about them, because they do nothing but nonsense all day." Harry shook his head. "No, Charlie, I am sure. He told Professor McGonagall they were brilliant and asked about hiring student assistants." Charlie shook his head, seemingly stunned. Wow, such a praise coming from Professor Snape of all people is gross. They must be really good then. He doesn't easily commend people. "Harry," Tonks suddenly spoke up, sounding bewildered, and he felt her soft touch against his chest, as she seemed to be inspecting his brooch. "You received the Order of Merlin First Class." Harry nodded. "Together with Professor Snape," he admitted, "for curing werewolves." "Oh wow, I must tell my father about that. He will be very impressed." Draco sounded amazed, and Harry cast his newest friend a happy smile. "Shall we go flying?" Charlie suggested, and everyone agreed, just when Severus and the twins returned. "Let's have tea and cake first," Minerva suggested and ushered the children towards the table. "May we go flying afterwards?" Harry quickly thought to her, causing the professor to smile. "Afterwards, you may go flying. If my colleagues agree to join us, we'll probably be able to set up 2 Quidditch teams." Cheering, Harry's friends hurried to sit around the table, and Harry quickly followed their example. He felt uncomfortable but happy at the same time, when everyone began to sing the birthday song for him, a feeling that only intensified, when Lucy showed him the table in front of him, where a huge birthday cake in the form of a giant snitch was waiting for him. It was decorated with 9 tall candles. "You have to blow out the candles," Severus informed him, once they were finished singing. "Blow out the candles. You can do it," Ginny thought to him from where she was sitting further down the table. Quickly returning to thanks to Severus and Ginny, Harry rose from his chair and informed Lucy of his intention, before he obediently set to blow out the candles. However, Lucy was faster, and with a loud breath coming from the canine, the candles went out, and everyone applauded with apparent enthusiasm. "Thanks, Lucy," Harry thought to his familiar, feeling highly amused at her behavior. "That was fun," the canine replied, lightly waggling her tail against his side. "Harry, do you want me to distribute the cake?" Remus caught Harry's attention, and he gave the older wizard a grateful nod. "Mr. Weasley, Miss Tonks, have you met Professor Lupin before?" Minerva spoke up. "He is going to be our new Defense Against the Dark Arts professor." "Oh, I thought that Professor O'Neill was going to remain on the position, seeing that she is still here." Tonks sounded disappointed. "No, Miss Tonks, in fact, I am going to take turns teaching with Professor Lupin. He will teach next year, and I'll be back the year after. In the meantime, we will teach Harry. Or act as replacement for your other teachers if needed," Minerva completed. "Excuse me, Professor Lupin." Charlie sounded pensive, as he inquired, "Are you perhaps Remus Lupin, the new head of the Wizengamot?" Remus smiled. "Yes, Mr. Weasley, that I am. Congratulations to your new position then, and I'm looking forward to our Defense Against the Dark Arts classes. I'm also glad that Professor O'Neill is still going to remain at Hogwarts, as she was the best Defense Against the Dark Arts professor we had since our first year." "That's true," Tonks confirmed, smiling. "Thank you both for your kind words," Miranda replied. "I'm sure that Professor Lupin's classes will be even more demanding than my own. He's just brilliant." When everyone was sure that they were unable to stomach any more of the delicious cake, Minerva ushered them outside. I suggest that Harry as the birthday boy heads one team and Miss Weasley as the youngest the other team, the professor suggested, and everyone nodded their agreement. Harry, what position do you wish to play? Minerva, could you please make Draco head of the team? I'm not so sure. He slowly trailed off, feeling very relieved, when Minerva nodded in apparent understanding. Mr. Malfoy, will you please act as head of Team 1 instead of Harry? He just informed me that he is not exactly sure what to do. He wishes to play Seeker though, I suppose. Harry nodded, smiling. All right, I will play Chaser then. Ginny, do you want to begin? The younger girl nodded. Thank you. Charlie as Seeker. Harry as Seeker. Fred as Beater. Professor Snape as Chaser. George as Beater. Harry, who is any good? Draco cast him a questioning look. Minerva as Chaser. Harry thought to his friend, who stared at him, seemingly startled, before he spoke up. Professor McGonagall as Chaser. Draco and Ginny continued to set up their teams, before everyone who did not have their own broom took one of the brooms which Madame Hooch offered. Making sure that Lucy was safely settled in front of him, Harry took into the air. Thanks, Lucy, for flying with me, he thought to his familiar, knowing that without her professional assistance, he would not be able to fly at all, let alone catch the snitch. 20 minutes into the game, he saw the winged ball and hurriedly brought his broom over to the other side of the pitch, where he grabbed the snitch out of the air, before Charlie had even noticed it. When Harry caught the snitch for the second time, winning another game, Severus suggested, why don't we play a match of adults versus children? With Harry as the Seeker, we won't have a chance, but it might still be fun. While the professors managed to score a couple of times, they did not get the points needed to win the match by the time Harry caught the snitch. Too bad that I won't be at Hogwarts anymore, when you're going to be a first year, Charlie stated, sighing. Otherwise, I'd try to convince the headmaster to make you Gryffindor's Seeker in spite of being a first year. Mr. Weasley. Severus quirked an eyebrow at the soon-to-be sixth year and Gryffindor's Quidditch captain. What makes you certain that Harry is going to be a Gryffindor? I believe that he has more Slytherin traits. Yeah, Harry, let's go to Slytherin together, Draco added, grinning. I'd like that, Harry whispered, only for his friend to hear. Am I going to be sorted into a house at all? Although I am the heir to all 4 founders. He thought to his guardian, who nodded in understanding. We'll see what is going to happen in 2 years' time. Mr. Malfoy, I'd appreciate it if you convinced the twins to let themselves be sorted into Slytherin in any case, as some people might find it strange to have 2 Gryffindors become student assistants for the Slytherin head, first years at that. I will try, Draco replied, grinning. Shortly before his friends had to return home, Harry unwrapped the presents, which he had received from the other children. He found books and several kinds of sweets, much to his pleasure. These licorice wands are delicious, he thought to his guardian, grinning broadly, while he quickly saved one of Bertie Bott's beans from Lucy. That's good to know, Severus replied, making Harry understand from the tone of his voice that he did not like them at all. Thank you so much for introducing Draco to me, by the way. He is my friend now, and I like him a lot. Harry could not see the smile that played on his guardian's lip, as Lucy had in the meantime fallen asleep with her head resting on his lap. However, from Severus' reaction, he realized that the older wizard was happy about it. That's good, as I am good friends with his parents. A few days later, Remus received a letter from Amelia Bones informing him that Sirius' trial was going to take place on Monday the following week. Harry, do you want to accompany me? The older wizard invited him during breakfast on Saturday morning. Should I? But I can't tell them anything anyway, plus I don't know anything, Harry thought, quickly beginning to panic. Easy, Harry, you do not have to attend the trial, Severus said in a soothing voice. I am sure that Mr. Black will accompany Remus here afterwards, and you can meet him sometime next week. Provided that everything goes well for him. Thank you, Harry replied, feeling very grateful for Severus' thoughtfulness. I wouldn't want them to ask me anything. Severus returned a small nod and smiled. On Monday at dinner time, Lucy showed him the image of a wizard, whom he could not recall having met before. Before he could ask if it was Sirius Black, the older wizard addressed him. Hello, Harry, I am so happy to meet you. I missed you at the trial, in fact. Only the thought that you needed me kept me sane all these years in prison." Harry merely smiled, not feeling safe enough to speak with the man, especially as he knew that the headmaster was present as well. "I told you that Harry is not able to speak, and he can only see through his canine familiar's eyes," Remus said in a small voice, causing the other wizard to turn to the headmaster. "Albus, how dare you place my godson with abusive muggles?" The man's growl reminded him of Lucius, and he felt strangely happy at the thought that he was standing up for him. "He probably doesn't know that he's not my real godfather anymore," he thought, deciding to not mention the matter. "I am sorry, Sirius, but at that time, placing him with Petunia was the only option." "No," Harry contradicted in a firm voice, feeling upset enough to not care anymore that he was speaking aloud. "Severus, Minerva and many others would have been willing to take me in, and they would have kept me safe in contrary to the Dursleys." "Harry," Minerva gasped, casting him a broad smile. "That was well said. Oh well, I am going to get the guardianship over him to finish this nonsense once and forever," Sirius declared. "No," Harry repeated, "Professor Snape is my guardian and my adoptive father, and I want it to remain as it is." "Snivellus, your father," the older wizard groaned. "Remus, please tell me that this is not true. Professor Snape has taken Harry in and has adopted him. It was a mutual decision between Harry and him," Remus explained. "You better accept it if you wish to see Harry again, as he is not officially your godson anymore." Severus' voice was calm. However, Harry knew him well enough to know that he was extremely angered. "Before you reply to this," Remus said, warningly, "remember that none of us could know that you were innocent. Only last week, Lucius Malfoy told me about it, and Amelia and Minister Bagnold went to see you on the same day. Until then, we all believed you to be a criminal." Sirius nodded, however, did not contradict. "Harry," his voice was much softer, as he addressed him, "please see to it that I'll be allowed to at least be your unofficial godfather and see you every now and then." Harry nodded, giving the man, whom his parents had made his original godfather, a genuine smile. Arthur Weasley smiled, as 3 of his sons and his daughter excitedly told them about Harry Prince's birthday party, which they had attended at Hogwarts. "Professor Snape, or should we say Lord Prince? Anyway, he invited us to become his student assistants. From the beginning of our first year." "Fred, George, don't tell such nonsense." Molly rolled her eyes, as she reprimanded the twins. "Mum, it's true," Ginny spoke up. "No dear, that can't be true. Are you really our mother? How come that even the man who was said to be the most evil professor at Hogwarts realizes that we're geniuses? And you don't?" During the 2 weeks before the beginning of the new school year, Harry was very busy, however, extremely happy with his life. He had lessons in general primary school knowledge and easy magic with Miranda, therapy with Regina, healing lessons with Misty and instructions concerning potions and ingredients with Cicero. Nevertheless, he felt absolutely thrilled when Severus offered that he could assist him and the twins, who had already unofficially begun working for him as student assistants. With Lucius' help, he assisted the 3 of them with the brewing of simple healing potions for the hospital wing. "Harry, while we're not students yet, you're even 2 years younger. So why are you so competent at brewing potions?" Harry hesitated for a moment, before he replied in a soft voice. "Misty and Cicero have been teaching me ever since I came to live with Severus." 2 gasps alerted him to the fact that he had to have said something wrong, and he instinctively leaned closer to Lucy, who was sitting on her chair next to him to relay images of his workspace. "Messrs. Weasley, as my assistants, you may also call me Severus, however, only in private. In front of other students, I am still Professor Snape." "Yes, sir. Of course, sir. Sorry, Severus," Harry quickly thought to his guardian, who immediately reassured him that it had been all right in this case. "We never discussed this before, because you did not speak to others. However, in front of students, you must address not only myself but also my colleagues with Professor and their surname." "Yes, sir," Harry confirmed, smiling. "You're doing extremely well speaking, by the way," the professor added, making Harry feel very much reassured. It had been easier to talk to the people of whom he was sure that they liked him and wanted him to speak. Regina had slightly disagreed with his theory and pointed out that it might be his emotions, positive as well as negative, which caused him to speak at times, for example, when he had been upset towards Sirius Black or the headmaster. So, tell us, Harry, who are Misty and Cicero? Harry grinned at the image of two identical faces looking at him in Lucis' image. Both are elves. Misty is the healer of the elves and also works for Poppy, and Cicero is Severus' assistant. Cicero. Before Lucy could relay the image, Harry felt the familiar magic of one of his favorite elves nearby, and he smiled happily. Cicero. These are Fred and George Weasley, soon to be first years and my student assistants. Weasley and Weasley, this is Cicero, my elf assistant, as Harry so eloquently explained. Is he upset? Harry wondered. While he had the professors refer to the elves as house elves, something similar to S**avs, the elves were always merely speaking of themselves as elves, and Harry respected them too much to think of them as mere S**avs. No, Harry, Cicero is Master Severus' house elf. The elf's voice was firm. However, Harry felt safe enough to disagree. Be that as it may, Cicero is a brilliant elf and knows everything about potions and herbs. When I grow up, I will fight for the right of the elves, he added as an afterthought, recalling what Barney had told him, Nina and Tony, about the Statute of Supremacy made by the British Ministry of Magic in 1256. Thank you, Harry. Cicero gave him a look of what seemed appreciation. Cicero. Yes, Master Severus, I shall assist my son in this. If you wish to be freed and work for me receiving money for your assistance, I shall see to it, provided that you'll still be willing to work for me and Harry, of course. Please think about it. Harry grinned broadly, when Lucy relayed the image of the relatively tall elf who opened and closed his mouth, apparently uncertain of how to reply. Thank you, Master Severus, he finally said. May I discuss this with Misty? Severus nodded. You may do so, but I'd appreciate it if you did not inform the elves about it who are bound to the headmaster. Of course not. With that, Cicero excused himself and popped away. Wow, Professor, that was simply amazing. Thank you, Messrs. Weasley. Now, however, please continue preparing these ingredients. Otherwise, we'll never be able to finish Madame Pomfrey's stock on time. Severus is going to help me fight for the elves' rights, and he offered to free Cicero, Harry thought in amazement, feeling very happy at the idea. We should also do something to help Regina or the Squibs in general, he thought, however, realized that he did not have enough knowledge in that area to do anything at the moment. He was brought back to the reality, when Lucy showed him an image of one of the twins pushing over a small pile of mushed frog legs for him to add to the concoction in front of him. Banning all thoughts about Elven or Squib rights from his mind for the time being, Harry set to concentrate on his task at hand. On Saturday afternoon, Severus was alone in his lab, which had almost become a rare occasion, as the twins had been assisting him the whole week. I am really lucky to have found them. They're good and seem to be reliable as well. I will have them attend their first-year class, however, we'll make them brew advanced potions from 2nd to 5th year, and if we don't have urgent potions to brew for the hospital wing during the evenings, they will brew according to my lesson plans as well. They should be able to take their owls at the end of their first year. Thinking of the twins, the thought of another child pressed itself to the front of his mind. Harry, what to do with him? He's as adept as the twins. Should I have him attend the first-year potions class together with them? We could ask Miranda, Regina, Misty and Cicero to plan his lessons around the first year's schedule. Is he ready to attend classes with so many students yet though? He let out a deep sigh, deciding to ask Regina for her opinion. Just like every Saturday afternoon, Harry was just having his lesson with the Squib, and on most occasions, Severus invited her for tea together with Harry and him to discuss Harry's progress. Often, the Squib even remained afterwards to speak with Severus in private, not wanting to discuss the details of such a sensible topic in front of the child. Severus had to admit to himself that he did not feel the Squib's presence as annoying as that of most other people. Apart from Harry, Minerva and Poppy, he could barely tolerate any others. She is really tolerable though, and she doesn't grate on my nerves at all. I feel sorry for her being a Squib though. I wonder how things would have turned out if she had been at Hogwarts during my own time as a student. He interrupted his musings in favor of his concoction, which had to be stirred clockwise 12.5 times. I'd love to attend the potions class together with the twins. Harry's voice was laced with enthusiasm. Severus let out a deep sigh. Harry, if you attend normal Hogwarts classes, you must speak aloud when the professor asks you a question. Can you do that, in front of 20 or more other students? No, I can't do that, a voice from the back of his mind screamed. I don't think so, he whispered, disappointed. Severus nodded in apparent understanding. Will he have to do that, considering that you're not speaking about classes in general but only potions, where you are the professor? He should not attend any other class anyway, considering that the other students are 2 years ahead of him. Harry gratefully turned his head towards Regina, hoping that she would understand the gesture as one of appreciation. Severus nodded. Yes, Harry should only attend my class at this time, and, Harry, that is not a necessity. You may stop attending the class at any time. It's still soon enough if you will officially become a first year in 2 years' time. Thank you, Harry replied, gratefully, resolving to pull through with attending potions together with the twins. They're funny and friendly. I really like them, he thought, feeling very happy at the idea of having friends. He inwardly smiled when Severus invited Regina to attend dinner together with them in the Great Hall, pointing out that it was their last peaceful dinner before Christmas, as the students were going to return to Hogwarts the following evening. I think he likes Regina, he thought, and it's good that he doesn't care that she's a squib. While he felt very sorry for the woman, who had been shunned by her own family because of being a squib, she was one of the nicest adults he had ever met. People really have attitude problems, he mused, recalling how the Dursleys had behaved towards him because he was a wizard, how magical people treated house elves, going as far as to enslaving them, and how squibs were kicked out of families for not being able to cast magic. When I'm grown up, I'll try to remedy these problems, he resolved. Maybe Severus, Cicero and Misty will help. To his relief, Regina accepted the invitation. From tomorrow evening, everything will change, Harry thought, as he and Lucy followed Regina and Severus through the still empty halls of the castle. The students will be back, and the corridors will be crowded again. Somehow, he could not help feeling excited at the idea of having the many young witches and wizards back at the school. Perhaps, I can even gain more friends, he thought in anticipation, and at least Charlie and Tonks will be back, and the twins will be here as well. Harry readily made space for Regina to sit between him and Severus, as he could imagine that the squib would feel more than just a little self-conscious between all the wizards and witches, even if only the teachers were gathered in the Great Hall. Severus introduced her as Harry's mind healer, Healer Lestrange, causing several people to gasp. Lestrange. Remus was the first to find words. Regina is the sister of Rodolphus and Rabaston Lestrange, however, was kicked out of the family several years ago, Severus replied, evasively. Only when Sirius spoke up, Harry realized that he could feel his unofficial godfather's magic from Remus' direction. As your brothers are both in Azkaban, you should be able to overcome this and claim the head of house position as the Lady Lestrange. I advise speaking with the goblins about this. I was also kicked out of the family by my mother, however, when I went to speak with the goblins, the ring accepted me and I became the Lord Black. Congratulations, Lord Black. Regina's voice was as gentle as usual, however, Harry could sense disappointment when she added, I don't believe that this will work in my case though. Severus, Remus, why don't you invite Sirius, Miranda and Miss Lestrange and spend some time just with the younger teachers in Hogsmeade after dinner? I will remain with Harry and Lucy. Harry smiled at Minerva's words, knowing that Severus was happy that the number of younger staff at Hogwarts had recently increased. Harry, would you mind? Severus thought to him, seemingly torn between wanting to go and having the responsibility for him. Of course, sir. Go and have much fun, he quickly thought back, before he silently addressed Minerva. Thank you for staying with us. Can you please teach me how to become an animagus? He instantly felt sorry for his silent question, when Minerva, who had just taken a sip of her white wine, choked in shock. Easy, Minerva. Severus gently tapped the woman's back. What happened? Sorry, Minerva replied, glancing around Severus and Regina at Harry. It's just that your son, who is just 9 years old, telepathically asked me to teach him the animagus transformation. Minerva, Sirius spoke up, grinning. Remember that it's my godson you're talking about. If anyone can manage the animagus transformation before even becoming a student at Hogwarts, it will be him. As Lucy had turned towards Sirius, Harry could not see Severus' expression. However, he had the impression as if his adoptive father was amused, as was Regina next to him. If that's what you really wish, you'll manage, she commented in a barely audible voice, apparently only meant for him. Thank you, Regina, he whispered back, feeling very happy and cared for. Harry inwardly groaned in annoyance, as the headmaster addressed him. You are not even a Hogwarts student yet, and the animagus transformation is so difficult that it is not even taught to students. Please do not pester Professor McGonagall about this. She won't be able to teach you such advanced magic, before you are much older and have much more experience. Harry chose to not comment on the headmaster's words, and inwardly sighed in relief, when Severus rose from his chair. Well, Regina, Miranda, Lupin and Black, are you ready to leave? Lucy, can you relay images to Harry for 2 more minutes, before you go to sleep? Minerva asked, when they entered their living room, apparently knowing that Lucy used to sleep immediately following dinner. Waggling her tail against Harry's leg, Lucy walked over to the professor and reassuringly licked her hand, before she took her usual seat next to Harry on the sofa. Thank you, Lucy, Minerva replied, before she turned to Harry. First of all, you need to decide which animal you wish to become. A dog. The professor nodded, smiling. You must clearly envision the dog. Do you want to become a dog like Lucy? Seeing Harry nod, she continued, can you see her clearly in your mind? You should study every feature of her, although I know that it's probably difficult, as you can only see through her eyes. It's fine, Harry replied, eagerly. Lucy had shown him each of her body parts, even her face in a mirror a couple of times, so that he knew exactly what she looked like. It was not as if he had been unprepared, when he asked Minerva to teach him. Very well. Before I tell you what to do, you must promise me to not practice on your own. Only practice when Severus, I or any other adult are with you, who can call me for help in case you envision any problems. Will do, Harry promised, sincerely, thinking that Lucy would well be able to call for help if needed. She is an adult, he thought, smiling. When you're sure you know exactly what you wish to look like, you try to change your left hand into that of your canine form, the professor instructed him, as she swiftly transformed her left hand into a small paw. This is the hardest part. If you manage this transformation, you will be able to manage to become an animagus very soon. But remember, the first part is hard, and many witches and wizards are not able to become animagi. I will, Harry resolved and eagerly tried to make his left hand look like Lucy's, however, to no avail. I believe that's enough for tonight, Minerva suddenly said, just when a light snore alerted him to the fact that Lucy had already fallen asleep. Thank you so much for teaching me, Harry replied. I hope I can change into a doggy soon. Good night, Professor. I will go to bed with Lucy. You don't have to babysit us. We'll be fine. Are you sure? Minerva's voice was laced with concern. Yes, I can always call Cicero if we need him for some reason, Harry replied and thought to Severus, can you please tell Minerva that she doesn't have to babysit us? We're going to bed now anyway. Are you sure, Harry? Yes. Good night then. Good night and have fun with Regina and the others. A few minutes later, Harry was in bed cuddled against Lucy. He instinctively tried to change his hand into that of Lucy a couple of times without any success, before he drifted off to sleep, dreaming of Lucy and him roaming the grounds together in their canine forms. Harry was just having breakfast in the Great Hall the following morning, when Ginny's voice penetrated his mind. Good morning, Harry. Hi Ginny, how are you? I'm sad. Today, the twins will leave for Hogwarts, and I'm going to miss them so much. Everyone is talking about their sorting. I can't hear it anymore. Mum, Ron and Percy say they have to be sorted into Gryffindor, while Dad and Charlie say they'll do fine in any house, and the twins want to be sorted into Slytherin. Do you know if there's a way to bribe the sorting hat into sorting someone into a specific house? Harry remained pensive for a moment, before he telepathically relayed the question to Severus. My advice is to simply think Slytherin if they wish to be sorted into Slytherin. Other than that, you could ask Salazar in his portrait. It was his colleague, Godric Gryffindor, who invented the sorting hat after all. Harry gave him an unobtrusive nod, before he relayed the message to Ginny, promising to ask Salazar for an advice within the hour. Have you decided whom to grace with your presence at the sorting ceremony tonight? Severus asked aloud, making everyone look at him in clear expectation. Harry shrugged. As I don't know where the twins are going to be sorted, and Charlie and Tonks are in Gryffindor, I suppose that it's going to be Gryffindor, he thought back. Will you please say that aloud and make Minerva happy? Severus quirked an eyebrow. Gryffindor. That's a very wise decision, the headmaster commended his response, unaware of the reasoning behind his choice. We shall remedy your problem of only having friends in Gryffindor during this school year. I shall introduce you to some of my Slytherins at the earliest opportunity, Severus promised, causing Harry to smile. Thank you, sir. May I go home and speak with Salazar? Severus rose from his chair. Please excuse my son and me, as we have an errand to run. I shall see you at the welcoming feast. Speak with Salazar using Parseltongue, Severus advised him, and Harry hesitantly complied. However, Salazar scoffed at his question. I don't think that it is possible to bribe the sorting hat. Godric was one of the most powerful wizard SSS of our time and proficiently charmed Sappho to properly do his work. Yes, Seer. Excuse me, Seer, ISSS there a portrait of Professor Gryffindor somewhere in the castle, where I can speak to him. In the Founder's SS quarters Salazar hissed back. Ask the heir of all four of USSS, you should be able to access them. With that, the grumpy, ancient wizard vanished from the portrait, causing Harry to let out a deep sigh, before he repeated the conversation to Severus. Salazar is very moody. That has nothing to do with you, Severus replied. He sounded firm and reassuring, and Harry slowly relaxed. So, he did not tell you where these Founders' quarters are? No, sir. Severus let out a deep sigh. I am sorry, Harry, but I don't believe that there is anything that I can help you with. If Salazar is willing to tell anyone, it'll be you, not only because you're his heir, but also because he seems to have a soft spot for you due to your ability of speaking Parseltongue. But you're the head of Slytherin House. That should count more, Harry thought in disbelief. Severus chuckled. When I first moved into these rooms, a young wizard with the name of Benjamin guarded the entrance. However, one day, Salazar appeared in the portrait and chased Benjamin away. I remember that he put up quite a fight but, in the end, had to leave. Salazar demanded that it was up to him to guard the quarters of the head of his house. Ever since then, he and his snake have been guarding our rooms. Perhaps, you can ask him again when he's in a good mood. Harry nodded in understanding. Nevertheless, he felt disappointed at not being able to help the twins try bribing the sorting hat. He quietly informed Ginny about the matter. That's fine, Harry. Thank you for trying to help them, but they will manage. They're really cool. I think Dad is right, when he said that they will find their way. I can't wait to be able to become a student at Hogwarts, too. Me too, Harry thought back, although he had to admit to himself that he was very happy with his life as it was now. From his seat between Tonks and Charlie, Harry observed the sorting ceremony. It seemed to take a long time, before Minerva finally called Fred Weasley to the stool, where the students had to sit for the deputy headmistress to place the sorting hat onto their head. Look, Lucy suddenly thought to him in apparent amusement and relayed the image of both twins approaching the hat together. Mr. George Weasley, please wait until it's your turn. Minerva's voice was sharp, and Harry hoped that the kind witch would never use that voice towards him. However, before the twins could react in any way, the sorting hat spoke up. I am a powerful, magical artifact. Don't you believe that I'd be able to deal with twins? That stool, however, isn't, so please sit on the floor. Sappho, please behave yourself. The headmaster's voice was gentle but firm. However, the sorting hat did not bother to respond this time. Harry could hear one or the other chuckle from throughout the great hall, while the twins sat next to each other on the floor in front of the stool. He watched in disbelief how the sorting hat enlarged his brim to fit over both boys' heads, before Minerva obediently placed it onto their heads. Wow, that magic was totally different to what I ever felt before, he thought in admiration of what had to be very old magic. Oh well, if Hogwarts was built 1,000 years ago, the hat must already be 1,000 years old, too, he thought in amazement. Everything remained quiet for what Harry found was a very long time compared to the sorting of the other students, who had already been sorted into their houses. Finally, the hat shouted, "Slytherin and Slytherin. Thank you, Sappho, we owe you," he heard the twins cheer, before they gently handed the sorting hat back to the deputy headmistress and walked over to the Slytherin table under deafening applause coming from all over the Great Hall. Tomorrow morning, I'll sit at the Slytherin table, Harry resolved, feeling very happy for the twins. You were right, your brothers are cool, Harry thought to Ginny. They're both in Slytherin by the way. Oh, that's great, thanks Harry, for telling me. Ginny sounded happy for her brothers. Thank Merlin, Harry thought. That's what they wanted after all. Harry, if you're up to it, you can join me for the house meeting in Slytherin right after the feast, Severus invited him, causing Harry to smile at his adoptive father. Thank you so much, I'd love that, he quickly replied, just when he became distracted by Lucius' image of the food that had appeared on the tables. They're the first Weasleys, who have been placed in another house than Gryffindor in about 200 years, Charlie stated, grinning. Typically, these two. They're troublemakers from every point of view. Percy's voice was grim, and Harry could not help feeling a strong dislike for the older boy. I think they're cool, he whispered, only for Charlie and Tonks to hear. That they are, Charlie confirmed. Professor Snape told me that they're also the first student assistants in at least 200 years. Charlie nodded in apparent enthusiasm. They're brothers to be proud of. Our mum won't see it that way though. I'm sure she's going to send them a howler. She'll probably send you one too, because you didn't properly take care of them, Tonks quipped, changing her green hair to pink, as she grinned broadly. Charlie shrugged. Oh well, I don't mind some more entertainment for everyone at breakfast tomorrow morning. However, it should not take till the following morning, before the first howler could be heard all over the Great Hall. The feast was still on its way, although everyone was about to finish their dessert, and the loud chatter of excitement all over the Great Hall had been replaced by quieter murmurs, when an old barn owl approached the Slytherin table. While Harry could not see it, as Lucy was asleep on his feet, he felt the commotion that stopped all remaining conversations coming from the house tables. That's our old owl, and she's carrying a red envelope, Charlie whispered to him, before Lucy turned her head to relay the proper image. An instant later, Molly Weasley's voice filled the Great Hall. Fred and George Weasley, you're a disgrace for the family. In hundreds of years, all Weasleys have been sorted into Gryffindor. How dare you let yourselves be sorted into Slytherin? You. Harry tuned the voice out, feeling utterly disgusted at the twins' mother. She's their mum and a witch at that. She should accept the twins as they are, he thought in disbelief. What a bitch. Don't listen to that, he thought to both twins at once, hoping that they would both be able to receive his message. I think that you're totally cool, and Charlie and Ginny think so, too. Please show me the twins, he asked Lucy, whose head shot up soon enough to see them both mock bow in his direction. After dinner, Harry and Lucy followed Severus into the Slytherin common room, where all students were already sitting in a large circle on the floor by the time they arrived. Wait a moment, Severus instructed him and, as soon as the students had quietened down, introduced him. These are my son Harry and his familiar Lucy. While Harry is only 9 and not a student yet, he will attend potions together with the new first years. Harry, please take a seat somewhere. Harry, here, smiling, Harry followed the twins' simultaneous invitation, and lowered himself into the offered space between them. Lucy let herself fall onto the floor in front of them with a small thud, causing the students sitting nearby to laugh. She is gorgeous, Harry heard one of the girls whisper in clear admiration. That she is, he thought, feeling very happy to have such a brilliant familiar. Attending potions classes together with the twins, Harry realized in surprise that the Gryffindors were extremely afraid of Severus. I wonder why. He's really nice, he thought, although he had to admit to himself that Severus could be outright mean if someone was what his guardian called a dunderhead at potions. They don't have proper study habits, Severus explained, when he addressed the topic one evening. While I have instructed my Slytherins to divide into study groups and study together in the common room, the students from other houses seem to do as they wish, maybe apart from the Ravenclaws who are known to study a lot. Most Gryffindors are outright lazy, as are the Hufflepuffs. Too bad that Nina and Tony can't attend classes together with me in 2 years' time, Harry thought. While he sometimes visited his friends in the Elves' quarters in the early evenings, he would have preferred to further study together with them. They're house elves, he thought, sadly. Perhaps they could attend Hogwarts as students if they were free elves like Misty and Cicero. His 2 favorite elves had decided to accept Poppy's and Severus' offer and become free elves, which would serve them especially well, as they intended to marry and perhaps even have children, who would then automatically become free elves as well, unless they chose to bond themselves to a wizarding family as house elves. I could as well hire their child and pay it, Harry resolved, knowing that he had enough money in his vault that the Ministry of Magic had made for him to store the galleons, which he had received from the Order of Merlin as well as from the Wolvescure potion, which Severus and he still continued to brew every month. Harry smiled as he imagined a cute elf child wearing a small scarf with an all-over pattern of the Hogwarts crest like the scarves, which Severus and Poppy had given Cicero and Misty to free them. Suddenly, a small voice penetrated his mind. Harry, can you hear me? Yes, Harry thought back to the unknown source of the voice. Who are you? However, there was no response, and Harry wondered if his mind had played a prank on him. Did you hear that, too? He asked his familiar. Hear what? Lucy thought back, letting out a yaw-cracking yawn. Ah, nothing. Must have been my imagination then, Harry replied, although he was fairly certain that the voice had been real. Severus and his younger colleagues made it a habit to go out together on Saturday evenings, encouraged by Minerva and Poppy, who insisted that it would do them good to maintain social contacts within their own age group. From bits and pieces of conversation between Severus, Regina, Miranda and Remus, Harry had the impression as if the 4 colleagues were slowly developing into 2 couples. It would be cool if Severus and Regina got together and Remus and Miranda, he thought one day. That way, Regina could live at Hogwarts with us. Would you not mind? Lucy asked, when Harry shared his thoughts with her. Harry listened in shock. Do you think Severus wouldn't want us to live together with him then anymore? I don't think so. We're his family now, the canine replied, before she reassuringly licked his face with apparent fervor. Harry pondered the matter for a few weeks, unaware that Severus and Regina wondered why the melodies, which he played on the sucan, changed back to express anxiousness, which had not been present during the last few weeks. Finally, on one of the Saturday evenings, which Minerva spent with him allowing him to practice the animagus transformation, he asked the older witch. I think Severus likes Regina, he thought to her, too unsure to speak about it aloud. Do you think he'd still want me if they got together? Harry, the older witch's voice was laced with apparent shock. Don't think such a thing. I also believe that they have taken a liking to each other, but Severus will never abandon you. He adopted you, and you're his son now, and you will always be his son, even if he decides to marry Regina or any other woman. Frankly speaking, I'd be very happy for him if he found the love of his life, but that won't have any influence on his relationship to you. If at all, everything might become even more enjoyable for you, as you'd gain more family. Harry nodded in understanding. Thank you, Minerva. He felt so relieved that he automatically directed his efforts back to the attempt at transfiguration. It had become so natural for him to try changing his left hand into a dog's paw that he did not even have to think about what he was doing. Only a loud gasp coming from the older witch made him realize that something had happened. Harry, you did it. Lucy, letting out a huge yawn, the canine slowly opened her eyes, relaying an image to Harry, as she looked at his paw, which was identical to her own. Equals you did it, Harry. Well done. Equals. I suppose that her barking was some sort of congratulation, Minerva commented in apparent amusement. Anyway, that was very well done, Harry. Now, you must change back and forth a couple of times, so that it'll become natural to do so, before you try to do the same transformation using your right hand. This will still be some effort, but it'll be faster than with your left hand. That was the hardest part. Thank you, Harry replied, feeling very happy. Could you please not tell anyone about it? I'd like to keep it a secret, until I'll manage the complete transformation. Minerva agreed, although Harry had the impression, as if she did not really understand his motivation. I don't want anyone to expect me to manage the transformation quickly, he thought, considering that only the left paw alone took me almost 2 months. Tomorrow evening is the Halloween feast. Minerva brought him back to reality by changing the topic. Do you have any plan to disguise yourself? Perhaps she can transfigure you into a doggy, Lucy supplied, helpful, and Harry quickly repeated her question aloud. Minerva remained pensive for a moment. We usually do not transfigure students into animals, but I could try to change your clothes into a dog costume if that's what you wish. He eagerly nodded his head and shortly afterwards felt her magic very nearby. An instant later, Lucy looked at him and showed him the image, making Harry smile broadly. Thank you so much. That's gorgeous. You're welcome. Now, you only have to decide on a house table to sit tomorrow evening. Harry let out a small sigh. Probably with the twins, he thought aloud. They're so much fun. I believe that immediately. Minerva's voice suddenly turned stern. Please do not encourage them to play any more pranks on the whole school though. I have the impression as if they especially targeted my house. Harry chuckled. That's because Percy is very mean to them, he explained, matter-of-factly. It's understandable that they target him. He really is a git, he thought, knowing better than to voice the thought to the strict Gryffindor head. Harry took his seat between the twins at the Slytherin table in excitement. Although he already knew all of the Slytherin first years and most of their housemates, many students were disguised, and he had no idea who was sitting around them. At least, I know the twins, he thought, happily caressing Lucy's ears. He observed how the headmaster greeted the students and wished them a happy Halloween feast. However, before the old wizard could tap his wand against the head table to make the food appear on the house tables, Severus motioned him to wait for a moment and rose from his chair. I wish for all of you to spend one quiet minute to remember Lily and James Potter, who have died at Halloween 8 years ago and given all of us the freedom which we can enjoy today. My parents, Harry thought in shock. It's 8 years ago that they died. He was torn between sadness at his parents' death and gratefulness towards Severus who had reminded everyone to remember them. Before he could further follow the strand of thought, a voice, which he had only heard once before, penetrated his mind. Is it already 8 years that I killed them? I am so sorry, Harry. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.